These are literally all of the Easter eggs and all of the Black Ops 6 Zombies maps so far. Liberty Falls, Terminus, Citadelle The Tomb, and Shattered Vale. So many. This is a huge video. Since posting my guides on all of the maps, there's just been some clarity on some of the quests, as well as a couple new ones have been found, so this is a colossal updated video including absolutely everything. First of all, I want to go over all of the ones for Terminus. We have the Final Talisman Treasure Hunter Easter egg, which also gives you an achievement if you complete it, and this will allow you to get unlimited double points but at a cost. So in order to do this, you first need to buy Melee Macchiato, so get enough points and buy that for 3,500, or if you get lucky as a loot. Now you need to head over to the sea caves, and right here you need to punch it with your fist, now upgraded with the perk. This will open up the gap, and then this ancient captain will talk to you.
Hey, captain's quarters, keep out. No visitors till I start getting back what's mine.
In this new wide open gap, you will now see a treasure map, identical to the in-game TAC map in the game, with a random point marked X. You need to head to where this spot is marked on the map, indicative in your game. When you head over to this marker, you will be within the water and you will find a watch. So go ahead and collect that and return to the surface. Now you need to return back to where the captain was and give it to him. He then instructs you that you need to burn the remains of his traitorous crew and get his coins back.
Now hear this. That old wristwatch you found is property of Captain Thomas Gray, U.S. Merchant Marine. Till my crew mutinied and ran us aground here. The lousy thieving stevedores. They stole my damned coin collection, and I'm in no shape to take it back. Whatever's left of my old crew, you burn the stinking bones to ashes. Am I clear? Dismissed.
There will now be 3 new parts marked as X's on the map. Here marked on Temple Island in the north, the shipwreck, and Castle Rock Island in the east. In each of these locations, you will find a skeleton on the ground, which must be ignited via various pieces of equipment, such as the Molotov or the thermo grenade.
Gracious, that's what this is! A crime like that you can't forgive!
In doing so, it will spawn a HVT Mangler, which you then have to defeat. After defeating the HVT, a cursed coin will drop. You then need to bring that coin back to the captain, and like I say, you need to then do this exact same step twice more at the other 2 locations, each time bringing the coin back to the captain after collecting it.
You the captain's new bootlicker? Then you're dumber than you look.
You know, sometimes I pretend these were to bloom.
Burn my bones, will ya?
Fun sparring with you, chump.
After giving the 3rd coin back to the captain, he will give you a bunch of legendary weapons as rewards. Now the map will have another X mark on it, as you can see in the center of Crab Island in the south. Heading to the center of the island, you now need to survive 3 rounds. At the start of the 4th round, lightning will strike with a chest spawning containing the cursed talisman. Collect the talisman, and whilst wearing the talisman, all kills will now give double points, but being hit will cause you to lose 10% of your points because it is cursed. This is the cursed talisman with a grace period between cooldown. You can return the talisman to the chest you picked it up from, and other players in your match can also pick it up from there if they want to do this for themselves. So it's a risk versus reward thing if you want to keep it. This is definitely useful to gain a lot of points, especially on those lower rounds, and I really like this Easter egg. I think this is one of of the best side Easter eggs, honestly, we've ever gotten, because it actually has narrative and lore to the map that's kind of separate from the map itself. It's the ancient ruins of the island, digging up some of its history, literally. And I definitely want to see more stuff like this in the future. So basically, you now have unlimited double points so long as you can survive the increased difficulty. We then have the Whack-a-Crab Easter egg. So, in order to do this, you need to head over to the Crab Island. If you make your way over to the center of Crab Island, above the rocks in the trees, you will see a big zombie spawn hole where there is a giant crab cage, and you can use any explosive to cause it to fall down. As soon as it does, there will be crabs right below you, and there's many different crab games that you can actually use. And if you interact with them, you will then enter the whack-a-mole game, and you are given a baseball bat to help you. So yeah, I guess this is technically not whack-a-mole, it's whack-a-crab, and you have 30 seconds to try and hit as many as you can as they are ducking underneath. This is the first game you can play immediately below the cage, and this one, if you manage to be successful at this minigame, you will be granted with a free perk can at the end. There is then another set of crabs to the left side of the island, right of the armor warbay, and if you successfully play this game, it will give you a large amount of essence. Then another further on the left side of the island, left of the armor warbay, if you play this game, it will give you a blue rarity weapon. The last one is between the middle one and the workbench, and if you successfully play this game, it'll give you some salvage. So yeah, there isn't just one game to this, there's many you can play, but they all of course play out the same. Furthermore, we have the Mega Stuffy Pet Easter egg. This is an absolutely wild side Easter egg. So there are many different plushies that you can find on various different parts on the map that you can collect in any particular order. This first one is a duck that can be found on the shipwreck. Next, in the mining tunnels, we can find the elephant just by this wooden panel here. Go ahead and collect that. Furthermore, on Crab Island, we then have the giraffe that can be found right behind this beam light, so go ahead and collect that there. Now we have the infamous Teddy, the most famous plushie in Call of Duty that can be found in the biolabs right here by all of this medical equipment. Go ahead and collect that one there. In addition, we have the unicorn. If you come through the communications and move over to the control center, it can be found right in this locker here. And then finally we have the monkey, and this can be found by Sea Tower right here, hidden behind the metal fencing on the vines. And once you have collected all of them, if you come into the living quarters and interact with this unicorn, and as the animals activate, they will drop a bunch of loot as well, which seems to just be equipment such as the monkey bomb, stuns, etc. You will see that all of the toys start hovering here with this purple ethereum glow, and they all connect together to actually form a defense mechanism, which is kind of basically like the parasites, but it will act as defense. It's not that great for defense, but it's a really cool Easter egg. Just something completely random. I mean, we've had toys like this in Call of Duty Zombies pretty much ever since its inception, and now we have it as a literal defense. And it will revive you if you are downed, but yeah, it doesn't deal too much damage to the zombies, and it of course doesn't last too long either. Now, whilst you are collecting these plushies, you can shoot them instead of just interacting with them to collect them, but I believe you won't get the items at the end, so just avoid that. Moving on, we have the Island Spores free perk Easter egg, and it can get you other loot like Pack-a-Punch, etc., involving the Ether Nest, the spores that we had in Modern Warfare 3. I guess this is what they were referring to when Strauss and Kraft had encountered them before. So if you make your way out to sea on the boat and you head to this island, you will find a bunch of these spores, and basically you just need to destroy them all in order to complete this Easter egg. Once you have destroyed them all, the ground will shake and you need to progress onto the next round. Once again, another island will spawn with all of these cysts. Once again, destroy them all. And then you will have to progress onto the next round again, and then the cysts will spawn on yet another island. This is of course much easier if you're with other people that can help you out, after which destroy all of them, then progress lessons in the next round, and fourth and finally, if you head to the sea caves by where Speedcola is, you'll see that a bunch more larger spores have spawned in. Once again, you need to destroy all of them, and you'll receive a perk power-up for a random perk and a bunch of other loot such as ether crystals, etc. to pack a punch and upgrade your weapons. And that is that done. I hope you have enjoyed. In addition, we have the satellite Easter egg. Now, I've seen many people calling this a meteor Easter egg, but I believe it is actually a crashing satellite and not a meteor. But nevertheless, let's jump into this, because you can get some really amazing rewards. And in order to do this, it's very simple. The first thing that you need to do, go to the arsenal machine and attach the dead wire ammo mod to one of your weapons. As you know, with this game, they've separated the ammo mods now from the pack punch into its own separate machine, so buy that with 500 salvage. Choose a weapon that is able to shoot a long distance though, so not a shotgun or something like that. You don't need to pack a punch the weapon, you just need a dead wire on it. Now you then need to let the round progress, and if you come over to the storage area, and you will see this antenna here that you need to shoot with the pack a punched weapon with dead wire on to turn it red. Make sure you're not using the other weapon you have, and then you have a limited amount of time to progress with the Easter eggs, to be fast, where you can shoot the other beam to make it red. This is very much reminding me of the polarization devices from Black Ops 2. And once you've shot the final antenna, make your way through the wreck yard, and you need to activate the laser cannon, so make sure you have enough points, and it'll start lasering the sky, and it'll knock a satellite dish down out of orbit, and it'll come crashing to Earth. So yeah, it'll come spiraling down, and then you'll see where it actually crashes on the map. So then make your way over to where you saw the crash location to the impact site. So yeah, just keep making your way there, and as you arrive at the crash site, you'll see a bunch of loot that you can pick up. There's salvage, there's score streaks, there's potentially a ray gun, some weapons, there's ammo mods, etc. I'm not sure if it's the exact same loot every time. I'd have to assume it's random, but it's really good loot, it seems, so you have really good odds. Also, I'm pretty sure you probably have a certain amount of time you actually need to get to the crash site before this stuff despawns. So definitely get there straight away when you're doing this. Of course, do it at the end of the round so you have enough time and comfort to do so. Now we have another free perk Easter egg from the escaping cages. And for this one, you need to head to the biolabs. If you come over to this side by the armor, you'll see that there are a bunch of zombies held within the cages from the Janus detention. And I believe you need to be here right when the round is starting to see all of the zombies in the cage. I have seen some people going here and not finding them. So if that happens to you, just let the round progress to the next round if they aren't here for some reason, and they should spawn in. And basically, you just need to start killing them. And as you keep killing them, they'll keep respawning, but when the next round starts, they will then start spawning spiders instead. So now, you just need to keep killing the spiders as they are spawning in these cages. After you flip onto the next round, instead of the vermin spawning in, you will now get manglers spawning in the cages, so once again, you need to just keep killing them as they're spawning. And then, after you manage to defeat all of them, you will get a free perk power-up that'll spawn in, that'll give you a random Perk-a-Cola. Very simple Easter egg. Now we have this really creepy jump scare Easter egg. I'm not sure who exactly found this first, but I did see it from Skite. I will leave a link to his channel in the description. Like most of the little Easter eggs on this map, it's very simple to do. Basically, you need to head into the elevator by storage area by spawn. You need to pay for the elevator, and you need to get the timing right and jump exactly when it is closed. Lots of people are basically just spamming the jump as they do this to get it to activate, but it cannot happen. So if this happens for you and it doesn't work, you just need to attempt it again to get the timing right. But if you are successful, you'll hear the lullaby of a dead man sound effect, the awesome classic one from The Rucked.
You lose.
It'll go all red and glitchy, and you'll see a bunch of these zombie heads appearing in the dark. You'll get a bunch of blood on screen. This is absolutely wild. We need more creepy stuff like this in zombies. And yeah, then it'll take you down to the bottom. Now, I'm not sure if this is exactly classed as a jump scare. I mean, it kind of is. If it comes at a surprise, it's definitely going to scare you. And I hope some more cool things like this are found. we now have how to actually build the free Beam Smasher wonder weapon really easy. You don't even need to use math if you don't want to try your luck at the mystery box or via other loot methods. The first things first, you will need to have unlocked power as well as Pack-a-Punch on the map. Of course, the game just guides you to turning on the 3 different generators, so it's very simple. You then need to have the dead wire ammo mod on any weapon, which you can get as loot or buy it via the arsenal, as it's not integrated into the Pack-a-Punch anymore in this game. In the Pack-a-Punch room, you need to take the elevator up, but whilst looking away from the Pack-a-Punch machine, as whilst you are going up, you need to shoot 3 electrical boxes with the weapon that you just attached dead wire onto. You need to shoot them in this exact order. The first one is the open window on the right hand side that you can see right here. The second is the wall 90 degrees to the right. Third and finally is right at the top of the elevator. After you've done that and you've gotten to the top, you can get off the elevator and head over to the lower floor of the living quarters that is near to Juggernog. Here you will find a 4th electrical fuse box that you similarly need to shoot, located on the wall left of the stairs. There is then a 5th box that can be found outside the door nearest to Juggernog, then to the right. Shoot that one and the door next to it will open a secret room. Within you will find Anya Tarnowski trapped underneath the collapsed shelf. Kill her, put her out of her misery, and then pick up the EMF fob from her. After acquiring this item, head over to the C Tower. Inside the room right of the Elemental Pop perk machine, there is a briefcase located on this table with a hand on it. Open up the briefcase and pick up the multiphasic resonator. After picking it up, then place the multiphasic resonator in the oscillation calibrator inside of the research office. Now, there are 2 ways to proceed from here. There's a shortcut way, but it's going to cost you some money, or a long way which requires solving a puzzle. To solve the equation, you need to find and interact 3 laptops on the main island. Each laptop, when interacted with, will show you one of the symbols on the whiteboard, as well as the letter next to it. The first, X, can be found near the C Tower, heading down the ramp. The second, Y, can be found downstairs from Quick Revive. The third, Z or Z, can be found downstairs from Stabbing Up. You can find the computers in any order, it doesn't need to be XYZ like a lot of people have been saying. Once you interact with all 3 of these laptops, the oscillator will now attach post-it notes with X, Y, and Z symbols on, in which you are able to view them to work everything out. The first and easiest way is to bribe Dr. Peck, who is located with Strauss in the guard room by spawn. If you pay him 5,000 points, you'll just skip this entirely, as the code you need will just immediately show up on the monitor next to him. Instead, the other way is to solve the equation shown on the 2 whiteboards right by here. Interacting with it gives you perspective on the equations, whiteboard, and symbols for each letter. You must match the symbols to the ones on the left whiteboard and extract a number based on the symbol's location on the whiteboard. For example, if the symbol for X is found in the bottom left of the whiteboard, the location for it is 2 minus X is now 22. Equation 1 is 2 times plus 11, aka 2 times 22, which equals 44, plus 11, which equals 55 for equation 1. And on screen right now will be a link to a website which you can check out via the link in the description as well, and this will allow you to just input the 3 different codes you have instead of manually solving the equation yourself. Now, the equation isn't hard, but I do see some people are struggling, so this is great. You can pull up the website on your phone, laptop, computer, whatever, and then just input the code. It just literally takes a second, and then you don't need to do any maths. After solving the equations, input them into the oscillator in order. After inputting the correct code, it will begin to calibrate the location. Wait until the next round, that needs to be at least round 9 or later. I imagine lots of people are going to skip over this solving step though. Anyways, after the calibration finishes, pick up the multiphasic resonator from the machine. You will now be shown a marker pointing towards Castle Rock Island on the east. Sail to the island, in which, upon arrival, you will find a blue orb. Interact with said orb, and it will begin to slowly laser nearby zombies. Kill these affected zombies and pick up the essence they drop. Then take the essence too and interact with the orb to deposit it. You need to repeat this and do it 3 times. After doing it 3 times, the orb will then fly away. Pick up the multiphasic resonator from the location of the orb. It will now go to Crab Island in the south of the map. Sail again to this island and repeat the exact same step as before. Or I guess you can swim, but it's not as safe. This time, this step will involve a green orb though. The final island is Temple Island in the northwest. Once again, repeat this step, but this time it's a purple orb. Once you've completed repeating this step, pick up what is now the AMP munition. Then the DRI 11 Beam Smasher quest will be completed. If you head over to the research office, you are now able to craft the Beam Smasher wonder weapon at this crafting bench. So yeah, that's how you get the Beam Smasher. We have another free perk Easter egg from opening up all of the loot chests underwater in the map. Now, first of all, I would recommend if you go into the biolabs and swim down here, if you throw a Semtex at this rock, underneath will give you an oxygen tank, which will allow you to swim for longer, which will just make it a bit easier to go ahead and open all of these chests. But there are different chests located around the water, which I'll be showing gameplay of in the background, and each one will give you some loot. You can potentially get ray guns from these or good things. For example, we have a Cryofreeze ammo mod here. This one just gives some armor and some salvage. Over here by the islands, a free perk, Speed Cola. There's another one here by this crash boat. If you open this up, not really good loot here. If you keep swimming over by this crash boat, there's another one by the ladder in this corner here. Just some essence, a Molotov, some salvage. It is a bit tedious trying to find all of these locations. Now, this other one can be found here by Temple Island. You can get weapons from these as well. And if you keep swimming by here through the seaweed, there's another location here. By Castle Rock Island, there's a spot here, which gives a refined Ethereum crystal. So yeah, you can get some really cool stuff here. And by this one, there's another one through here, which I get a ray gun. So you can see, you can get ray guns from this. Very, very nice. And also a brain rot and an epic ether tool. So it's definitely worth doing all of these in your games to go ahead and get yourself some awesome stuff. And the final one can be found here, which gives a legendary weapon, 1,000 essence, and it also gives the free perk. So basically, once you have opened all of them in your game, you will get a free perk, guaranteed, and you can open them in any particular order. It doesn't matter. Definitely worth doing in your games. Also, we have the boats race Easter egg. There are actually 3 locations for this to go ahead and get yourself some really awesome loot, but it depends on how well you do the race, how good a loot you can actually get. But you can get some insane stuff, ray guns, crystals, perks, etc. And you can do this in multiplayer games as well. But it turns out there's not just one boat position. Lots of people have been making videos saying that there's just one boat position. It turns out there are actually multiple, but it seems like there's only going to be one active at once in your game. So the first possible location is by Castle Rock Island, right down here, and if you come down into the water, you'll see a mini boat here. Now, if it's flashing red, that means you are able to activate it. If you're in a multiplayer game, it will initiate a vote, so you can all participate in the race. The next one can be found far out into the sea by Temple Island. There's some ruins here, and if you go deep into the water, you'll see the next possible boat location right here by the seaweed. The other one we have is very far out to sea by this island here, located just behind Crab Island. If you go deep into the water, you will see it down here. Now, once you have successfully located the boat location, you can activate it, which will begin the boat race. Then you'll have a 5-second countdown and begin racing. And you just need to basically traverse through all of the hoops and try and collect as much essence as you possibly can, which will increase your score. Now, it is a bit difficult to traverse. Obviously, now we're on the Modern Warfare engine, which doesn't have as good vehicle maneuvering. And you'll also get giant tentacles from the Kraken coming up through the water. This is so cool. Definitely one of the coolest side Easter eggs we've gotten. Of course, it's very arcadey, which doesn't exactly match all of the theme and the vibe of the map, but it doesn't need to for it to be fun. And Treyarch have just gone all out with the Easter eggs in this game. There are so many, and I'm so glad, and I hope all of the DLC has the same caliber and amount and quantity of Easter eggs in them as well. This is what we've been asking for so long, and they've really answered our calls here. But yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. Make your way through all of the hoops and just try and avoid the tentacles as best as you possibly can, which will knock you out of the way if you do accidentally hit them. The more essence you get, the better the score you will get, and you also get a boost jump, a speed boost, if you go through the rings. So you are also counted on the time it takes to complete this, which will also affect what good loot you get at the end. So you want to be trying to do this as fast as possible and get as much essence as you possibly can. And there are also zombies in the water too, which you want to avoid because they will also slow you down and explode their meet, that sounds wrong, whilst you go through them. There'll be green ones as you come to the end, and then when you eventually make your way to the end, that'll be that done. You'll spawn back in on the docks, and you'll see Mr. Peaks dancing there, and a bunch of fireworks will be going off, and then he'll give you a trophy. In this case, it's a silver trophy, but you can get better trophies depending on how good you've done at the game. In this case, it just gives a bat, salvage, and equipment, but the better you do, the better you will get. And after 5 rounds pass, I believe you can go up to one of the other boat locations again and do the game again. Now we have all of the free power-ups that you can find around the map. Firstly, we have bonus points, which can be found if you make your way to the shipwreck, and it is all the way up at the top of this window here. Shoot that there. This next one can be found in the biolabs for free double points, which you can shoot on top of this cabinet right here. Moving along, if you make your way into the sea, you can find it just up here at the base of the watchtower, and this is for free full power. Furthermore, if you make your way to Temple Island, you can get free insta-kill up on this cliff face by where there is a cave hole. Shoot that there. This next one can be found in the wreck yard up on top of this lookout tower high in the distance for free max ammo. In addition, we have free max armor, which can be found in the interrogations room right in this zombie spawn behind where there's an Alex Mason looking chair. Moving along on Crab Island, you can go ahead and get yourself a free nuke located just inside of this cave in the cliff once again. Now, after you have gotten all of these power-ups, a free fire sale spawns in on the map, and this can be located if you make your way to Security Overlook. In between this zombie spawn, you can see it just underneath there at the back. And also for the ones that are close enough so you're able to throw a C4 on them, you can then activate that C4 at any point on the map to activate it no matter where you are, which is especially great for the double points or insta-kill, or even this fire sale, so you can place it, go to a mystery box, and get the maximum amount of spins. Furthermore, we have the Easter egg song on the map, Can You Hear Me Coming by Kevin Sherwood. Just like on Liberty Falls, there are 3 different Mr. Peaks ears with headphones on that you need to activate in any particular order. The first is within the jail cells. If you come over here by where the first generator is, come into this room, make your way all the way down the hill on the stairs, and you'll find it on this little table here. Press square X or F to activate that. Now the next one, if you carry on following your way to the power generators, just follow the arrows, make your way, traverse through, past the dark ether cannon, keep traversing downhill, through the jungle ruins, go through the creepy cave system here that looks so ominous and creepy, and within the main biolabs pack-a-punch room, if you come up this stairway into where there's this office, you'll find it on top of these cabinets, so press square X or F to activate that one. Now, third and finally, if you keep traversing your way outside of this pack-a-punch area, go through the mines, and you'll find it on top of this barrel with a lantern on right near where PhD is. Press square X or F to activate that, and that'll be the Easter egg song. I'm going to play the entire thing for you now so you can listen to it for yourself, but I would highly recommend doing it inside of your game as well to jam to. Without further ado, thank you for watching and enjoy the song. Scooting over, we now have the basketball fireworks free 2,000 points Easter egg, which if you come over by the rec yard right here, you can actually see there's a basketball in the distance, and you basically need to shoot it in the right spot with a pack-a-punched weapon. Now, some weapons work a lot better than others, some explosives, snipers, some weapons are a lot more difficult to use, but if you successfully shoot the ball, it will drop below into the basketball hoop and grant you 2,000 points. Now, sometimes you will just get hit markers or miss the position. If you're not using a pack-a-punched weapon, I believe that's what happens, but you may fail this many times over. So many people are struggling to get it in the hoop. Now, you used to be able to do an exploit to get up to 64,000 points, however, Trek have patched this now, so unfortunately the max it seems you can get is just the standard 2,000, or 4,000 with double points. Which, like I said earlier, there is a free double points inside of the biolabs. However, if you have a C4, instead of shooting the double points so that it activates straight away because you won't have enough time to run back to the basketball, just place the C4 here, then run all the way back to where you can shoot the basketball, and once you manage to shoot it successfully, you can then activate the C4, which will instantly spawn the double points on your location, and you can go ahead and get 4,000 points. It is a shame they patched the method to get 64,000 points, but it was inevitable it was going to get patched because it was obviously a mistake. You can also get a free 100 points if you head into the living quarters. There is a pool table, and if you shoot it with any weapon, all of the balls will go into all of the holes every single time and grant you 100 free essence. There's one over on Liberty Falls as well, a great way to get started in your game. I wonder if the future DLC maps will have a similar Easter egg, considering it's on both maps. Now we have the Culinary Delight Easter egg achievement to cook some fish. I posted a prior video on this, but it was completely wrong, so I just have to do an update. First of all, if you come over to the water, you need to collect a fish by either a Semtex grenade, a normal grenade, a stun. Killing 10 will also give you the 10 fish intel if that's something you want to go for. Now you need to kill 3 fish with 1 explosion, which will automatically add them to your inventory, of which you are then able to take over to the mess hall, grab the oil from the corner of the room to be able to cook the fish. It won't let you place it unless you do this. Go over to this frying pan to place them on to begin cooking. Now there are different ingredients across the map, 5 to be specific, that you need to place onto the pan, and you can actually cook different recipes. In my prior video, I just showed basically placing them all and thinking that's how you do that. So in the mess hall is the location of the chili can. Over in the living quarters there is a snowball, which I described incorrectly in my prior video. In my prior video, a few of the ingredients I said the wrong things. I believe I said this was salt, and this is on top of the fridge. If you make your way over to the biolabs, there is a brain that you can collect. Big up Pablo Marinos. And by the storage area by this rock here, you will find a mushroom that you can pick up. And finally, there's a battery that you can pick up in the engineering room. Now, before I said you needed to get an eggplant as well. An eggplant you can actually collect. Now, if you come back over to the mess hall, you can place each of the different ingredients that you've collected separately into the pan, and then if you go on to the next round, they will change different colors, and you are then able to eat the fish by interacting with it to get different ammo mod upgrades. And you are able to use both of these pans, so you can get 2 cooking at once, and of course you have 2 weapons, so you can do them for different ammo mods. So each of the different ingredients you add gives you an upgraded ammo mod, but for some weird reason they only last short durations, and the items for this will respawn in your game, so you can use them over and over again, so I guess that's why it gives it use. Maybe there is some way you can do something with this so it can last your entire game, because then this would be a very worth it Easter egg. So each of these items is correlated to a particular ammo mod. And for the Culinary Delight achievement itself, all you need to do is cook a fish with any of these weird ingredients. So you'll get it regardless of which combination you do, or if you use many of the different ingredients. All will give you the achievement apart from just cooking the fish on its own, I believe. If you want the ammo mod upgrade, you need to just collect the individual one tied to whichever ammo mod you want to upgrade. For example, the chili is correlated to napalm burst. So after you have placed the fish, if you then place the chili in and the color of it will turn orange, you need to let 1 round pass to give it time to cook, and then if you go back up to the pan, you can interact with it and it will give you the upgraded napalm burst to constantly flame the zombies. If you have collected the battery, once again you can go back up to the pan and you can place the battery into it and the color of it will turn blue, and then you need to let 1 round pass in order for it to cook, and then come back to the pan, interact with it, and it will give you the upgraded dead wire ammo mod. And then this will give you constant electricity as you are shooting the zombies. If you have collected the brain, if you come over to the pan, place the brain into it, and the color of it will turn turn green, which makes sense, of course. These are all correlated towards the elements. You then need to let 1 round pass for it to cook, and then you can interact with it again to eat the fish, and it will give you the upgraded brain rot ammo mod. Any zombies you hit will become brain rotted, turning them into friendlies, which is extremely overpowered. So definitely, probably the brain rot one is by far the best. If you want upgraded cryo freeze, of course, this is tied to the snowball. Again, if you place it in the pan, let 1 round pass. After it has cooked, you can go back up to it to consume the fish, and it will give you upgraded cryo freeze. It then gives you constant freezing to slow down the zombies. Not as good as the Shadow Rift one. Upgraded Shadow Rift is tied to the mushroom. I guess this one's a literal drug. If you place it within the pan, it will turn purple. If you let 1 round pass for it to cook, you can go back up, interact with the fish to eat it, and you will get upgraded Shadow Rift. The Shadow Rift alternative ammo type will then just start spawning them in constantly as you are shooting, which is so much better. And you are able to use both of these pans, so you can get 2 cooking at once, and of course you have 2 weapons, so you can do them for different ammo mods. And there is something else you can do with this as well. Instead of placing the individual items in the pan, you can place them all together with the fish, and just like before, you need to let a full round pass in order for it to cook, and the pan will turn a rainbow color, indicating all of the colors have been put in, and then after that round's pass, you can eat the fish by interacting with it, and it should give you the achievement. But there doesn't seem to be any effect of eating this multicolored fish, so I don't know if there is some sort of other Easter egg or something more that you have to do from here. So yeah, just for clarity, I've already expressed this, but after you have placed the ingredients, you need to wait for the next round to be able to pick them up, because obviously they need time to cook. So yeah, this is very weird. There surely has to be more to this. In my initial video, I thought that, you know, there has to be some sort of upgrade to this, some sort of perk or something like that, and it turns out it was tied to the ammo mods. But surely with this elemental one where you mix all of them together, it surely gives some sort of buff. It should give you some kind of elemental pop effect where the ammo mods activate every now and again, and then if you have elemental pop as well, it's, you know, twice as common to activate. So if anything else gets found, I'll be sure to make a separate video, but hopefully this all made sense, and my last video was very incorrect. You could still obviously probably get the achievement with the last video if you just mess around with it, but I didn't really understand that it was tied to the ammo mods at the time, so apologies for that. But I guess maybe there is a use to these upgraded ammo mods in that if you are struggling, I guess, in lower rounds, you can have the fish just ready to go, or if you know there's going to be some bosses spawning the next round, you can just eat it right at the start of the next round when it passes, and then you can take out all of the bosses immediately. And at the end of the day, you can do this 5 times with each of the different ingredients, so you're not limited to it just being once. And because you can use both pans, you can basically have one prepped for each round, consecutively switching between them. And the items for this will respawn in your game, so you can use them over and over again, so I guess that's why it gives it use. Speaking of this fish Easter egg, there is another Easter egg to do with this in order to get refunded the 5,000 points if you bribed Dr. Peck to get the Beam Smasher Wonder Weapon. You cannot get the 5,000 points unless you have bribed Dr. Peck, so this isn't a free 5,000 points. And I want to give a big thank you to Chad for showing me about this. So if you have collected a fish and you've then picked up the oil, you can just place the fish in the pan to cook it with the oil without adding any other ingredients. If you then wait for 1 round to pass and you go back up to the pan, it will give you 2 options. One is you can eat the fish, and this is basically pointless. There's no reason to do this, or you can instead pick up the fish. So pick up the fish, and then you are able to bring it back all the way to Dr. Peck in the spawn, and if you have already bribed him, you will then be able to give the fish to him. He thanks you and says Captain Whiskers will love it, and then he'll give you back those 5,000 points. So this is a great little tip, but it is kind of pointless. It's quicker, like I say, to just use the website to solve the code for you or do the maths yourself. And also, if you leave it too long to cook, it will set on fire, so definitely don't do that. And there is another Easter egg with the fish, and this will allow you to get yourself free Perkaholic, literally every single perk in the game. As it turns out, it seems like if you get 50 fish kills in a game, you will be granted all of the perks right away. Over the last 12 plus hours or so since I posted my last video, which was actually how you can bribe Dr. Peck for free, which was to do with the fish, many more people began looking into this Easter egg to see if there's more to it, and people started getting free Perkaholics, and people have been trying to suss out how exactly they do that, and thanks to Nanakos, he discovered that it does seem like you need to get 50 kills. Now obviously you can kill fish in the water, water in groups of 3 with the various different grenades, whether that be C4s, normal grenades, Semtexes, stuns, shock charges, etc., or using explosive weapons. And to be honest, it is easier doing this with an explosive weapon instead of equipment, but either or works of course. And a good tip is in the spawn of the map there is the GS45 pistol, and if you pack a punch it becomes explosive, so this is a go-to weapon to do this. The fish spawn in the water in groups of 1 to 3, and you can notice the bubbles so that you can spot them, and there should be a couple fishing spots that will respawn every single round, so make sure you look around the map, crank out those couple spots each round. Of course, the more you miss, the higher into the rounds you'll get until you eventually get the free perkaholic. And from my experience, the fish spawns seem to be the most common at the docks, Crab Island, the biolabs, as well as the shipwreck, as well as the ship, whereas it seems like there's not as many at the Temple and Castle Rock Islands. Now it could be just completely random from my game, so this might not be accurate. It could be just as random at any location in the water. Test it out and see for yourself. And you can start doing this about round 7 after you have turned on power, potentially even lower if you know some spicy techniques, and then you can begin getting kills to progress further and further into the rounds. So by about round 13 or 14 you should be able to get perkaholic, or at least this is a reasonable round you can do it on. As you can see from the gameplay in the background, it may take you a lot longer, but I'm sure people will figure out some good strategies to be able to do this on lower rounds. But this is absolutely phenomenal and is a really worth it Easter egg. I mean, this is even before you're able to go ahead and get the Wonder Fizz, so this is a great alternative here. And it doesn't give you the perkaholic gobblegum, it literally just grants you all of the perks in your game. So whilst you're doing this, I would recommend, you know, just buying 1 to 3 perks, not buying them all, just so that you're able to survive, and then you can get them all at the end. Now obviously right now there's only 8 perks in the game, so it gives you 8 perks, but we know there's going to be a new one coming in season 1 and in future DLC maps as well, so I'm guessing that once those new ones are added it will give you them as well, but we don't know for certain, I guess. And it has me wondering if there is similarly a free perkaholic Easter egg over on Liberty Falls. It really makes me wonder if something maybe to do with the graves or something like that on that map allows you to get all of the perks. So definitely begin hunting on Liberty Falls to see if there's any way to get all of the perks. If you happen to find anything, please let me know, whether that be in the comments, Twitter, email, whatever the case may be, and I may be able to cover it in a future video as well. But this is really useful. I think this is probably one of the last Easter eggs to be discovered, but new little things are coming up every single day. From the files of the game, it does seem like most have been solved, but people have said that many times now, and still little bits of new information keeps getting solved. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's other little things or maybe different bonuses to some of the Easter eggs that have already been solved that people didn't previously discover. As you know, during the ending cutscene for the map, the Chaos story is directly reintroduced with a mention that Richtofen has become obsessed with finding the Sentinel artifact. Well, there is a little Easter egg on Terminus itself where there seems to be an etching in the cliff walls over on Temple Island of the Sentinel artifact from Voyage of Despair itself. And if you have the Beam Smasher Wonder Weapon and use the Mesmerize effect on it, it will actually teleport you across the map back to the main island, which is a great way to just get back there. And honestly, I think they should have this on every single island. This has big lore implications that I may talk about in the future, but for now, it's just a cool little Easter egg to help you traverse. And there is another way to teleport on the map. If you activate the Void Cannon Trap and go by its laser, it'll suck you up and then teleport you to what I believe is a random location on the map. I guess this is good for just a quick getaway if you are here, or maybe you want to try your luck to get where you want to be, but you might end up somewhere completely differently. Likewise to Liberty Falls as well, you can get keys from killing the elite enemies and bosses on the map, which can range in rarity, and you can use the keys to enter the cell in the interrogation room to be able to get access to varying degrees of loot depending on the rarity of the key. Now, this is much simpler than the one that's on Liberty Falls with the vault, but it effectively works the same. You can get really good things, ray guns, beam smasher, perks, etc. Like I say, depends on the rarity, and it is random, so you might get really bad stuff even if you have the best rarity. And finally, we have the main Easter egg on the map itself. Now obviously the guided version of the Terminus quest is now out, so I would really recommend doing the directed mode first before trying out the regular version, but I'm still going to explain the Easter egg for you anyways, so this is what you need to do. Now if you manage to complete it, you will get this cool Maya skin, and you will also get some calling cards. Before we jump into it, I would recommend, if you need players to do this quest with, drop your Activision IDs in the comment section, and I hope you can find some people to play together. But nevertheless, let's jump into the guide. So first things first, you obviously need to turn on the power and unlock Pack-a-Punch on the map. It's very simple. The game literally guides you with markers and dark ether arrows to power on the 3 generators and then unlock the Pack-a-Punch. And you also need to go ahead and get yourself the Beam Smasher, whether it's from the little quest I showed you earlier, or via the mystery box, or from some lucky loot from the various different Easter eggs that I've showed you in this video. Nevertheless, you need one by any means. Once set up, you now need to find a tentacle trap that has an open vent where the tentacles come from before it has been used. Now there's 4 tentacle traps on the map in total. There is one found at the entrance to spawn, there's one in the living quarters, there's one in the door connecting the biolab to the sea caves, and finally there's one in the door connecting the biolabs to the mining tunnels. Once you have located which one is the correct one, you just need to activate the trap and then shoot the tentacle trap with the Beam Smasher wonder weapon, which will cause it to drop a hard drive. Pick up this hard drive and then go all the way back to Dr. Peck, who is located in the guard station with Strauss in the spawn of the map, and hand the hard drive to him. He will then let you know that Nathan, Maya's brother who was captured on Terminus, should be somewhere in the labs, and that he will open the observation pod in the center of the room. Now interact with the central keypad, where you will begin to talk to Nathan, who will ask you to try and rescue him. You will need to enter a code to open his pod. There is a hint given by a radio in the central area, a radio from Guthrie, who became Patient 13. The first digit is the hour hand of the clock in the interrogation room. The second digit is the number on a playing card found in the mess hall. The third is the number on the days since the last accident in the engineering room. Once you've managed to get all of the numbers, note them down by taking a screenshot or writing it down, or if you're in a multiplayer game, having someone else remember them for you. And of course, if you're in a multiplayer game, you can have one person go to either spot, and you can remember one each depending on how many players you have. Anyways, input the code into the pod. After this, all players must go to Nathan's pod and turn the handles around it at the exact same time by interacting. Of course, if you're in a solo game, just you have to do that. This then releases Nathan from the chamber, who has been getting experimented on by Janice on this island to turn him into this amalgamation mini-boss. This really reminds me of Takeo getting turned into a Thrasher on Zetsubou no Shima. Anyways, you need to fight off against him. This is not the final boss fight, this is just a little introductory boss fight, a mid-boss fight. He's not too difficult, but definitely obviously be prepared for this. Once you manage to defeat him, you will get a mid-game cutscene, and again, this cutscene really reminds me of Zetsubou no Shima, when Maya has to sacrifice her brother's pain. After Maya's brother is defeated, he will have dropped a keycard found in the water below. Go and collect it from there. After doing this, head to the communications room and find the PC on the upper floor, found on the immediate left of the upper entry. Next, head to the shipwreck and go to the open hole underside filled with water. A hatch atop a ladder will now be open. After defeating some zombies inside, you will have access to 2 node connectors. 2 of the 3 pipes will be broken and require repair. The pipes are in the following locations. One can be found on Crab Island in the south, directly opposite the workbench. The other can be found in the docks area, underneath the tower. The third can be found in the sea caves, deep into the room, on the right-hand wall from the entry point. Now, you can repair them in any particular order, but after you have gone up to them to repair them, head to the guard station once again, where Peck is, next to spawn, and have a player grab the hacking device. This player who collects it must find 3 buoys in the ocean with satellites atop them, and hold interact to hack them. After hacking the first one, a 2-minute timer will commence in which the other 2 hacks must be completed within that time, otherwise you will be reset and have to attempt it again. After finishing the hack, head to the biolabs. Dr. Modi will initiate a self-destruct protocol in the lab. To disable this, 3 doors have now opened where switches can be defused. Find the first switch on the very bottom level of the lab to the right of Melee Macchiato.
The island will soon be vaporized. Sam, can you deactivate the detonator?
No, and you don't have time to reach minimum safe distance. Your only option is to deactivate.
After defusing, go to the opposite side of the level to find the second. Following this, go up the 2 sets of stairs and continue forward. The final door can be found under this platform raised by another set of stairs. After disabling these, you are now ready to face the final encounter, the final boss fight, and this one is so much more intense than Maya's brother Nathan. So definitely make sure you have as best pack-a-punch weapons as you possibly can, orange weapons, most of the perks if not all of them, and you have high ammunition weapons. Make sure you have score streaks, self-revives, your field upgrades are charged, and make sure you have full armor and plates, as well as mutant injections or a chopper gunner, all of that jazz. Anyways, once you and all your team are ready to enter the boss fight, you need to head to the bottom level of the lab where a large white door will now be open. You simply need to interact with it to gain entry. If you're in a cooperative match, you will then need to vote to be able to go into it, so make sure you all agree so you can vote to go in when you are all ready. Now this boss fight is really cool. It's against the Kraken of course, and it's probably one of the best we've had in a long time, both visually and gameplay wise, but it certainly isn't easy. Now the boss fight has 3 different phases, in which in all 3 of them, the boss has critical weak points to do significantly increased damage. In between each phase, you will have to survive for some time. There will be a number of zombies and tentacles in the water. But yeah, overall, this boss is pretty self-explanatory. Like I say, you just need to be aiming for its critical points and make sure you are always staying on the move and being wary of its tentacles and coordinating well with your team, choosing the right gobblegums to bring in. In the second wave for this boss fight, the mouth is actually able to eat you. The weak spots will change every single wave. In the third phase, the Kraken will use a large telegraphed attack in which you must hide behind cover to avoid being killed, otherwise you will get auto down, so make sure you are very well aware of that, just like the Keeper boss or many of the zombies boss fights we've had in the past. But after he uses this attack is when he is vulnerable, as his eyes will then become critical weak points, which is where you need to shoot. And on the final wave, if you use a chopper gunner, that's a great way to take it out very quickly. If you have 2 or more people, you can absolutely decimate this boss, and the boss will have an elemental weak point every single wave. It'll change, which correlates to whichever ammo mod you have on your weapon. So for example, it might be weak to cryo freeze, or it might be weak to turned. Anyways, eventually, after you have managed to successfully defeat the Kraken, you'll be given the option to whether you want to continue with the game or exit. This is a new feature in Black Ops 6 Zombies and I love it. This is awesome. And I would definitely recommend staying in the game because you actually, if you choose to stay, get rewarded with a bunch of loot that you can have for the rest of your game to survive even better, such as high tier weapons, pack-a-punch crystals, ether tools and a load of points, salvage, etc., as well as all of the perks. So if you're having fun, why not keep playing? You of course get the ending cutscene in between this, in which Chaos is confirmed to be canon and it's setting up the stage for DLC 1 and future maps, and I'll be making a breakdown at some point soon, going over all of the storyline for Terminus and Liberty Falls. Moving along, we now have all of the Easter eggs on Liberty Falls. So first of all, the music Easter egg. By Kevin Sherwood on Liberty Falls, I believe it's called Destroy Something Beautiful, and it's an absolute banger. So like usual, there are 3 items that you need to interact with that you can do in any particular order to play the song. The first one can be found by the motel. If you make your way through this alleyway, you will see it's right over here up the stairway, right in the corner by the fence, and it's Mr. Peaks' ears with headphones on. The next one can be found in the Dark Ether section of the church on Liberty Falls, of course the main central area of the map, so you should be familiar with where it is. If you head into the church, it will be right over here on this bench that you can again press square X or F to activate. Third and finally, but like I say, you can do it in any particular order, the next one can be found if you make your way outside of the church church. Traverse all the way through these roads and cars and barriers. Come past this bus, make your way down to this staircase, and you'll find it underneath this bench here. Press square X or F to activate that. And then you'll be able to hear the full Easter egg song in all its glory, which I'm going to play for you to enjoy now, but I would definitely recommend doing it in your game as well. Enjoy this masterpiece. I'm so glad that Kevin is back with bangers.
Your voice still echoing in me, an ocean of tranquility.
Moving on, we have the Rave Dancing Bus Easter egg. All you need to do is head to the riverside, and through these two little lookout goggles, you just need to scan where there are 2 points where you see dancing zombies in the distance on top of the cliffs. When you spot them, you just need to look at them for a few seconds each, and after you do the second one, a bunch of electricity will spawn in on it, and then the zombies will be attracted to the bus nearby and begin dancing. Here is the footage.
Couldn't face me alone, could you?
Now we have the Mr. Pig's Disco Bowling Ball Easter egg. Following tradition with Cold War, these Easter eggs are back, and they are so good. In order to do this, you need to locate and shoot 5 different bowling shoes that can be found around the map. And of course, you can do them in any particular order. This first one can be found by the pump and pay station, shoot it there by the cash machine. This next one can be found if you go by Hill Street, and it's right underneath this chair here, so shoot that there. The next one can be found if you go past the fried chicken and the bus, head into this barrier, and you will see it just down there in the corner in the dark. The next one can be found if you traverse your way through the graveyard, through the church, and come all the way to the back, and you will see that the shoes are hanging on the tree back there, so shoot that one there. Finally, the next one can be found within this barrier here by the West Main Street, so shoot that one there. After which you'll get teleported into the bowling alley. It doesn't matter if you haven't opened it up, you'll just get teleported in here, and you'll see a bunch of manglers and zombies jamming away, discoing, and you'll see Mr. Peaks as well, dancing, floating there above the bowling alley. And basically, this is a game of bowling. You can bowl at your own discretion. You do have a 2-minute timer, so be cautious of that, but basically the goal of this is to try and hit as many zombies as you possibly can. The more you hit, the more successful you are, and the better rewards you will get at the end. There's so many different rewards. You can get a ray gun, you can get many different perks, upgraded weapons. It really varies a lot, like I say, depending on how good you actually do at the game itself. And if you're in a multiplayer game, you can compete against each other as well, which is a nice touch. So yeah, what do you think of this Easter egg? It's so much fun, and like I say, I'm really glad that they are back. So the goal of this game actually isn't to knock down the pins, like you probably will initially think upon entering here. You only get points for actually hitting the zombies. As you can see, knocking down the pins doesn't reward you with any points. And in order to actually bowl itself, you need to charge down your shot by just holding it, and then of course throwing it. Now if you actually manage to achieve the high score, this is actually for the Deadwood achievement / trophy to achieve a sporting high score, which the high score you can get on this is 300 for the absolute best loot. You get 10 points per zombie, so you need to be getting at least 2 per bowling ball that you throw, and the high score is of course different in multiplayer games. I believe for the achievement, if you are on solo, you need to get 300 plus, and for the Dark Ops achievement, regardless, you need to get 300 plus score. If you are in a multiplayer game, you need to get over 250, so 260. And yeah, once the timer has run out, everyone will still be dancing, and Mr. Peaks will be there, and he'll explode and grant you with your rewards. Here you can see what looks to be a jellyfish talisman as a trophy, which gives some salvage, some armor, and a purple sniper. Like I say, if you get a lot more of the zombies, you will get even better rewards. Also, you are able to redo this bowling Easter egg after you have teleported out. At the end, some shoes will spawn in the toilet through this barricade in the bowling alley. grenade that you were able to shoot to redo it. I believe you can do this a few times in your game, and I believe you can redo it up to 3 times in your game after 5 rounds passes each time. So yeah, that's been that. Let me know if you try this out yourself. Comment down below what rewards you get in your game. We now have the Raining Zombies Easter egg, or Make It Rain, a wild Easter egg where zombies will start flying at you from the sky and dropping down, giving you a bunch of free loot. All you need to do in order to do this is if you head over to the church on Liberty Falls, if you look up at the spire, there's a tiny little zombie head up there. All we need to do is shoot it with an explosive weapon, and literally any explosive works for this, whether it be a ray gun, a rocket launcher, a grenade, and you can also use a stun for this, which people seem to be finding much easier, and then it will start making it rain. Zombies will start falling from the sky for about a minute, so you have about a minute of loot that'll come raining at you, ranging from salvage, armor, essence, even ether tools, score streaks, and a whole bunch more. Now, I believe the higher the rounds you go, the better the chance of the score streaks you get from this and the other loot that you receive, as well as the fact you are guaranteed an ether tool from doing this, but on the lower rounds it's just a common one. However, the higher into the rounds you go, the better the rarity you get. Now, I've seen some people saying that you will always get the next better rarity ether tool as the weapon that you actually have. However, from my experience, that doesn't seem to be the case. It's only green under round 10. Past round 10, it then becomes a blue ether tool. So that isn't too many rounds to survive. So definitely I would recommend doing this on round 10 or higher. Now, if you get to round 30, you can then get a purple ether tool, but that's a bit high in the round. You should have that rarity of a weapon anyways. I'm not 100% sure for the orange ether tool, but I believe it might be round 50. It could be lower. I haven't tested it myself, but I'm just going on the gap between the blue and purple one. Furthermore, this is how you can get free dead shots. Now, you need to go ahead and get a sniper in order to do this, or you can use a marksman rifle, and if you head over to the cemetery by the church, if you look out of bounds on the fence, you will see there are 5 cans, and you need to shoot all 5 in a row, and this is timed, so you need to shoot them all in succession quickly. Also, it is recommended to turn down your FOV. It'll just make it easier for you to see them, and if you do so successfully, you will have a free Deadshot Daiquiri can that you will immediately consume. Nothing too crazy, but I wonder if there's going to be more free perk Easter eggs like this. Now, you actually can do this Deadshot Easter egg with any weapon that is non-explosive. However, I definitely would not recommend doing that, because if you try and use another weapon that isn't a sniper or a marksman rifle, it's almost impossible to hit the targets, and really it's just up to luck with where the bullet goes. So I would absolutely not recommend doing that, and you can redo this Easter egg as well. If you fail it on the next round, the targets will respawn back in. You do have a very short amount of time to actually do this Easter egg, so you need to hit all of the shots consecutively, and it may take a few attempts to get this right. And there is no Deadshot or Elemental Pop perk machines on the map, so you can only get these from the Wonder Fizz, so I guess that's why they're giving you this free Easter egg. So there's probably one for Elemental Pop as well, which I'll leave a link to down below once it is found. In addition, this is the free Fire Trap Easter egg. If you head into the Dark Ether Church, you will see that there are these candles, and basically you just need to shoot them all until they set on fire. Depending on your weapon, it may take a bit longer, and you need to have the Napalm Burst ammo mod on your weapon in order to light them, or alternatively, you can use Molotov or Thermo grenades. Maybe there's some other weapons that can be used, such as some score streaks, anything that does flames. But once you have shot them all to set them all alight, it'll activate a fire trap where a lot of the ground will set alight in the church. You need to be careful to not damage yourself, of course, but this is extremely useful, especially in the final boss fight in the Easter egg, or if you're just trapped in here, or if you just want to use it. It's just a fun little cool thing you can play around with. Moving on, this is the vending machine loot Easter egg. Now, if you buy Melee Macchiato, the new melee perk, you can go up to this vending machine here and fist it. That sounds completely wrong, and it will spur out a bunch of randomized loot, which can include salvage or some really good things like a gold ray gun, score streaks, even gobblegums potentially. You can pretty much get any item in the game from this. However, it's recommended not to punch it with Melee Macchiato, because instead, if you just hit it with your regular melee, you are able to hit it every single round, which will give you an item once per round. So every time a new round starts, you can punch it once. You need to punch near the base of it. Now, sometimes it will not even give you an item. It'll just throw out like a crisp packet or something like that. However, most rounds you should get one item from this, and once again, these can potentially include really good things like a ray gun or a gold ray gun, the jet gun, pack-a-punch crystals, ether tools, score streaks, gobblegums, etc. However, most of the time you'll punch this and it'll just give you a grenade or something like that, something that isn't really worthwhile. However, because you can punch it once per round, you might as well just keep coming back here and giving it a shot. Now, if you have bought the Melee Macchiato perk, you don't want to be punching it with that effect, of course, so you can just switch to your dedicated melee slot, which is a new thing inside of Black Ops 6 Zombies, and then just hit it with that instead so that you don't break the machine. Most of the time, it does seem like the most common reward for this will just be 100 essence, which still helps you out a little bit, so it's worth doing, but yeah, you will just kind of get a grenade or some random food item that you can't do anything with most of the time. We now have all 8 free power-ups on the map, including how you get free fire sale. The first one is a free max ammo, which can be found in the spawn of the map, right from the abandoned rooftop that you can see just over there down on the bridge. Shoot that there. The next one is a bonus point, so if you come to the riverside, you can shoot it just up here on the balcony. Moving along, if you come over to the cemetery, you can find a free double points on one of the legs of the water tower, so shoot that there. Now, if you come to West Main Street, you can get free full power if you come by the Liberty Lines bowling alley just behind this barricaded street. Free insta-kill can be found if you come to the cemetery once again and you look at the church. It's found on the rooftop just here. Furthermore, if you come to Washington Avenue, you can find free max ammo in this zombie spawn on top of this rolling shelf. Furthermore, for a free nuke, if you come onto the rooftop of the Alamo, you can look in through the rooftop windows and shoot it just down here. And finally, after you've done all of them, you can grab yourself a free fire sale, as it will now spawn in. If you come over to the hilltop stairs, you will find it inside of this bin just there. You need to jump up and shoot that. And also a tip for this is that for the ones that you're able to reach, you can throw a C4 onto it, and then you can activate the C4 from anywhere on the map and activate it where you want it, which in this case is especially useful for the fire sale because you can activate it right next to a mystery box. This is the blood pool loot Easter egg. So for this Easter egg, all you need to do is have Semtex grenades, and if you come over here, you just need to throw 3 Semtex grenades into the blood pool. Now, lots of people have been thinking that you have to do this on a vermin spider round. However, it seems to not be the case. It seems like you can just do this on any round, and you can throw the Semtexes into the blood pool from either side, whether that be from West Main Street or the Motor Lodge alley, it doesn't matter. A giant red orb will come flying out, giving you a bunch of salvage, equipment, stims, etc. There's the possibility you can get better loot from this the higher the round, or just by random luck, I'm not exactly sure. And you are able to repeat this Easter egg a few times in your game to get better and better loot each time. I believe you need to wait for around 5 rounds to pass each time for you to be able to do it again, for you to have Semtex grenades again and throw 3 in once again. And if you repeat this 3 times, the 3rd time you do it, you will get a free fire sale from this as well. So there's basically 2 free fire sale power-ups on this map. Now, this is how to do the exploding cars Easter egg. So basically, there are 3 different cars around the map, and I'll be showing gameplay in the background of all of their locations, and in one of them, there is a Mr. Peaks bunny. There's the potential there might be more than this, but I'm pretty sure there is just 3. But if you manage to locate which one actually has the Mr. Peaks bunny in, which you can see right here in this 3rd one, once you have located which one has the bunny in, you can do 2 methods to get the loot. The first is if you have a mangler cannon, which you can either have as loot or from the mystery box, or buy it via the crafting table with salvage, you can simply explode the boot with it and it will give you that loot. You can also explode these cars with the mutant injection score streak because they literally turn you into a mangler. The other way is when a mangler spawns in, you can lure it to the car that has the Mr. Beast bunny in, and if it shoots the back of it, it will then explode out all of the loot. Now, it's possible the higher the round you are on, the better the loot you will get, or maybe the loot is just completely random, but you can potentially get ray guns or really good things from here, but of course your odds are not that high. And also, you can do multiple of these cars in a game, and the bunny will respawn back in after 5 rounds, so you can do this a total of 3 times with each different car in your game to get loot from each one, instead of just doing it once, but you can do it straight away. But yeah, that's been the cool little Easter egg here. I hope you enjoy, and let me know what you get in the comments below. This is how you can complete the World Domination achievement / trophy, and this will turn you into Ether Ella, the amazing trap from the map. So cool. It's pretty easy to do as well. Firstly, you will need to have the jet gun. Either you've gotten it lucky from loot / the box. If not, I will have a link to a guide in this video's description on how you can actually craft the jet gun very easily. Once you have the jet gun though, there are different Ether Ella figurines around the map that you simply need to suck up with the jet gun. There are 10 in total. I believe you can do these in any particular order. One can be found in the Dark Ether Church, but it's quite high up on the windowsills. Look up there and suck it up. Another one can be found by the motel. If you come over to this right hand side here, you are then able to suck this one up. The next one can be found on top of the Liberty Lanes lettering place itself, so go ahead and suck that one up here. Another one can be found on this side of the wall if you head on top of the rooftop that faces opposite to the water tower. Suck that one up. Another one can be found in this building by the motel on the middle rooftop here. Now the final 4, but like I say, you can do these in any particular order, can be found inside of the comic book shop. So I'll be showing footage of all 4 of them now that you are able to suck up. And then after you have done that, you will turn into the Ether Ella robot and just absolutely laser and decimate everything in your path. So cool. And you'll also get the achievement, of course. And you can go into the boss fight with Ether Ella, so it's very useful in the Easter egg to completely decimate that and basically be invincible. If you time the final one that you suck up to be the one in the church, and have all of the others prepped for when you enter the boss. And you can exfil with it too, so it can really help out there. And you can even upgrade Ether Ella. So if you've gone ahead and activated Ether Ella itself, the cool thing is if you go inside of the comic book shop and activate the Ether Ella trap, it will give you a boosted enhanced speed. It will put you in this ether shroud and then you'll be extremely fast, but it seems to still last the exact same amount of time, so I'm not really sure what the point of this Easter egg is. Maybe there is some way to get more consistent Ether Ella so you can use it over and over again instead of it just being a one-time thing. Now this is actually how you build and get the free jet gun on the map if you don't want to spam the mystery box for endless amounts of time. There are 3 different parts that you need to collect, but you can do them in any particular order, but this time when you craft it, it doesn't break like the original in transit. So one of the 3 parts can be obtained from a zombie that will spawn in near the graveyard called the Groundskeeper. He should be common, so I would just recommend keep checking back here, keep just killing a load of zombies here, and he will eventually spawn in not too long. So you need to look out for his name because he'll only last on the map for around 20 seconds or so until he despawns, and he's wearing a farming outfit, a flannel, very distinct from the other zombies. He seems to spawn in about once a round. After you kill him, he will drop a tool shed key that you can pick up. So head left from where you are in the graveyard and you'll find the tool shed and you can go up to it and now open it. Inside will be the handbrake, the first part for it. I guess he built it. The next part you need to obtain will require you to have a mangler cannon, which you are able to obtain from the crafting table or from a mangler drop. If you head over to the riverside, you'll see this electronics store here, and you just need to shoot it with your mangler cannon, which will break open the door. You can also use a mutant injection score streak for this similarly, or similar to the car Easter egg, you can also lure a mangler here, and if you line yourself up with the door, you can get it to shoot the door to open it for you if you don't have the salvage to get a mangler cannon, and haven't gotten any luckily from loot. After you roam inside, you will see that there is a pile of debris, a pile of metal that you are able to interact with, which will give you the electric wires which you can collect. Now the third part you need to get is probably the most difficult out of the 3, so I recommend trying to do this on a lower round. You need to head over to Washington Alley where there is Lily's flower shop. There is a water hose outside, and if you go up to it, you can pick up the valve. Now you need to make your way over to the bowling alley, and you'll see that you are able to attach the water valve. Simply shoot it to open it up, and then you can place the valve on it, and interact with it to turn it. You need to keep turning the valve for about 30 odd seconds, which is obviously quite difficult if you are on solo, which is why you need to do this on a lower round when there's not too many zombies, because if they're attacking you, you're going to be interrupted. I guess you can throw a monkey bomb from or something like that, or try and do it in between rounds. If you're in a multiplayer game, it's obviously easy, just have someone to protect you. You also cannot leave the bowling alley, otherwise it'll reset. But the good news is you don't need to turn it all in one session, so if you could just keep going back to it, you can keep turning it from the point it was left. It doesn't reset unless you actually leave the building. Anyways, once you've fully managed to turn it, you'll be able to pick up the pressure valve. Now, to actually build the jet gun, you need to go to the top of the motel. If you don't already have it opened, you will need to do that. The door will bust open here, and some zombies will come out and attack you, so just be prepared. If you head inside, you can see the crafting table, and then you can build the jet gun, aka the Thrustodyne M23, but who calls it that? And yeah, let me know what you think of the jet gun now. Obviously, it's super overpowered, so much better to how bad it was in Black Ops 2 and not annoying. It's a radical difference, so this may be a lot of your first time trying out the jet gun now if you haven't been lucky so far to get it. And I'm not sure exactly what triggers this, but whilst you are digging up the few different scraps to get the wires for the jet gun, there is a random chance that you can get jump scared by the vermin.
Bonus points.
Like I say, I have no idea what exactly triggers this, but this can happen in your game and scare you. Also, we have the obvious one, the vault Easter egg on the map. These are the 3 codes that you need in order to open the vault on Liberty Falls to go ahead and get yourself some random loot. Now, most of the time, unfortunately, you do get pretty bad loot, but you can get better things. You can get a free ray gun, for example, so it is worth doing since it doesn't take too long. Hopefully, they do buff the rewards in the future. So the vault, obviously, is located inside of the bank, and in order to open it, there's 3 different post-it notes with the exact codes you need. The first one is inside the bank itself on this counter right near the vault, so very easy. It has some writing on, but you just need to pay attention to the number. If you don't have good memory, just note it down, or if you're in a multiplayer game, have a friend to remember it or something, or take a screenshot. And it also shows the position of the number itself. You'll see there are 3 different dashes, so in this case, it's a number 34 in the first position. The next post-it note for the code can be found inside of the bowling alley, so make your way over there. If you head over to the bar on the counter, there's a bottle that's covering the note, so you need to shoot it first, if you haven't done so already by accident, to uncover the note. In this case, it's number 12 in the 3rd position. The 3rd note can be found inside of the comic store, where there's Ether Ella underneath the cachet counter. You will see it there. In this case, it's number 39 in the 2nd position. Once you've noted down all 3 codes and you know the positions, you can make your way all the way back into the vault, and you can input the numbers in the exact order that they are. In a multiplayer game, you'll probably need someone to protect you, or do it at the end of a round with one zombie left if you're in a solo game. It'll take some time for the vault to actually open up. You can then interact with it to actually enter the vault. I wonder why you just teleport in here. It's a bit weird, but yeah, there's different people's cases that you are able to open up that you can obtain some loot from. In this case, it gives Juggernog, for example. You need to get locker keys by just killing the elite bosses in the game. Of course, the rarer the key, which you get for harder ones on higher rounds, the higher the chance of better loot you will obtain. Trek have actually patched it now, so you can only go into the vault 3 times in a single round, because there were some glitches to do with it. We now have the Dig Graves Easter egg to begin digging on Liberty Falls to get yourself some loot, similar to how you can dig on Terminus. I believe this was found by Nanakos as well as Jack47, so by the Washington Avenue rooftops, on top of the wall as you are looking out to the church, you will see a barrel right behind it just here. And it's recommended to mark the location so that you're easily able to identify it. What you need to do is you need to get a chopper gunner score streak, and you can use Hellstorm missiles as well. Now, there is the potential that maybe you can do this with another score streak, I'm not exactly sure. And if you begin flying above, you basically need to line up your shot to be able to shoot the barrel. If you shoot it, it will break and it will drop a shovel on the ground. So if you come back up here after you are done with your chopper gunner, you can pick up the shovel. Now, if you head over to the graveyard by the church, there will now be dirt patches that you are able to dig up. You can dig up literally every single one of the graves. That again will give random loot. You can get really good stuff such as the jet gun, ray gun, crystals, gobblegums, etc. But you may also just get salvage, essence, etc. The usual stuff. Spiders and other enemies may come up as you're doing this. I believe with this Easter egg, the higher the round you are on, the higher the chance of getting good loot from these graves, and that seems to be the consensus with all of the other Easter eggs as well. Now, I believe you can use the LBDR and potentially some of the other grenade launchers or rocket launchers in the game, or using grenades, but you have to be extremely precise with them, and most of the time it doesn't work, so I'd recommend just using the score streak method. But it's not entirely impossible to do it this way, but you really have to line things up in a very precise way. And you are actually able to dig up these graves a total of 3 times, and you don't even need to wait for rounds in order to dig them up again. After you have digged every single location, you are then able to just dig them all over again, and then once you've dug them all up again, once again you can dig them all up again. Now you might just get absolutely nothing from this, even despite digging it up 3 times. For example, in one game, the only good thing I got was a perk from it, and everything else was just zombies spawning in, pretty much, and just some terrible weapons and some equipment. But you can get really good things. Probably the higher into the rounds you go, the better the chance of the dig loot you get. But I was in my 20s trying this out, and I was still getting bad stuff, so it could just be entirely random. But make sure you are digging up every single spot, because there's a bunch at the front, and then there's a bunch at the back as well, closer to the church. So you need to make sure you hit every single spot to be able to dig them all up again. And there's no interact button to tell you when you are digging up the grave, so you basically just need to go around each grave site and just spam the interact button. Just like on Terminus, there is a little cool Easter egg as well. In the bowling alley, there is a pool table, and if you shoot the balls with any weapon, all of the balls will always go into all of the holes and grant you 100 free essence. Just a cool little bonus to get you started in your game. There is another Easter egg here, and this one isn't an interactable Easter egg, but it's a cool environmental storyline Easter egg, because if you come over to the Freedom Fried Chicken restaurant, you will hear the sound of a little girl crying from the inside. Now, whilst it seems like you can't get any loot or items from this, like I say, it's a cool little storyline Easter egg, and we know who this is, of course. It is Crystal Miller from Modern Warfare Zombies, but of course when she was a child, because she was here during the initial outbreak on Liberty Falls. She escaped through the hordes from school, but unfortunately, her parents perished due to the zombies, but she managed to survive by hiding out in this Freedom Fried Chicken restaurant, and was eventually rescued by the Steel Mountain Riders, explaining the origins for the Bloodburner bicycle. Blanchard would go on to interview her days later. Initially, I thought that maybe she might have hid out in the Freedom Fried Chicken restaurant that we see in the Rewind multiplayer map, which is set more on the outskirts of Liberty Falls, but considering she's here in the map itself, that seems to not be the case. She was in the town itself. She didn't get that far away. Now for the main Easter egg, Bye Bye Dark Ether. Nice and easily. And you will also unlock a Project Janus blue variant of the ray gun. Now this one was solved extremely quickly. Now obviously the guided version of the Liberty Falls quest is now out, so I would recommend just doing that first and then attempting the regular version. It's probably going to be more helpful for you than this guide, but nevertheless, let's jump into it. The first thing that you need to do is of course open Pack-a-Punch. The game literally guides you, so I don't need to explain that away. Just open up all the barriers to make your way to the church, and then open it up. Once you have access to the Dark Ether Church, there is a gigantic machine that you simply need to interact with, which will play some dialogue. After the dialogue is finished, you need to interact with the machine once again. After you have done that, you need to get the jet gun in any method, whether it's from the mystery box or the little side Easter egg to craft it. You now need to collect 3 parts with the jet gun to build the LTG device. If you head to the left of Panos, you need to suck up to the left of him. Similarly, you need to head to the comic store and suck up the ceiling. After you have done this by Speed Color, where there is the bus, you need to suck up through this window here. For this one above Speed Color, you need to jump off of the rooftop from the window ledge from the opposite building to get on top of this truck so that you're now within range. These are the 3 parts that you need for the LTG. From here, head to the rooftop of the bank, and you are then able to build and craft the LTG. You then need to grab the canister that is actually in the machine from the church, head over to Hill Street, and you need to place it down by the field generator trap spot, by where there is this circular spot on the floor. Now that you have the LTG, if you head over to the graveyard, there's of course this ether storm, this bolt of electricity, and you simply need to place the LTG underneath the storm. You then need to hold down and defend it from zombies for about a minute, not allowing them to enter the ether. And a high value target will spawn that is either a mangler or an abomination. In this case it's a mangler, and you need to weaken it, but do not kill it until its eyes are glowing purple, and then you need to lure it over towards where there is the canister. You need to lure it and keep it here until it starts to glow purple, and then activate the field generator trap with it near the canister. Kill the mangler whilst it is within this purple field energy. You need to make sure that the boss is close enough to the trap when you kill it. Its soul essence transfers into the canister to charge it. Once you've done this, the canister is ready for you and you can pick it up, and then if you head back to the church, you can place it back into the machine now that it's charged with the essence. And you have 90 seconds to do this to walk back to the machine in the church. This machine will then give you a device from Dr. Strauss called the Strauss counter, and you'll get a quote about this Strauss counter. After some time it will then give you back the device. There are then 3 different projectors located around the map, and you need to set them to specific colours. I believe you can do them in any particular order. There's one in the groundskeeper's yard, one in the bowling alley, and the roof of the Yummy Freeze store. The Strauss device indicates what colour you need to set them to. As you are looking at the ether turret, pull out your Strauss device and it will tell you the colour that you need to set it to, which will be displaying either green, yellow, or red. And you just need to interact with the turret to change the colour to what you need. So do this at each of the spots. They can all be the same colour or different colours. There's any combination that you can receive. Now for this counter, you actually need to set it to the opposite colour that it's displaying. So for example, if it's green, you need to do it red. If it's red, you need to do it green. But if it's in the middle, a yellow, you just need to keep it yellow, of course. So the sensitivity is the opposite because it's indicating the sensitivity, of course. So a lot of people have been confused about this, but hopefully that makes sense. But you are also able to just do this randomly through brute force and just filter through them. An alternative way to do this, despite the fact that the directed mode tells you to do this color method, is if the counter reads low, you can change it twice. If it reads medium, change once. If it reads high, don't change it at all. This was pointed out by the British Viking in my initial All Liberty Falls Easter eggs video. Whilst yes, the color method will still work, obviously some of you may be colorblind or something like that, and this is an alternative way to do it. When all 3 of them are aligned, they will then shoot a laser at the machine that damages you. They will all shoot out electric beams that will join. Check the pulsating health/damage output of the purple objects right next to the gas station. If you've done this correctly, you'll get a quote and you can interact with it. You then need to hold down and defend it from zombies for about a minute, not allowing them to enter the ether. This 3rd canister can be located by the storm near the gas station, and you can grab it after you have inputted the correct colours onto the projectors. And you need to do the same step as before, but this time you need to place the canister in the field generator trap under the motel. Once again, a high value target will spawn. If you got the mangler last time, it will be the abomination. If you got the abomination last time, it should be a mangler. In this case, it's an abomination. Once again, you need to just keep shooting it, but don't kill it until it's on low health. Until it glows purple, then once again activate the field generator trap, luring the abomination near the canister, and you need to kill it once again whilst it's within the purple etheric field. Once again, make sure that the boss is close enough to the trap as you kill it. After killing it, once again, it will suck up the soul, the essence, charging the canister. After you have done this, you'll get some dialogue. You then can collect the canister and bring it back over to the church once again, and you have 90 seconds once again to make your way back to the church, to the machine, and insert it into the machine. You'll then get some dialogue from Panos. You need to be prepared here because you're about to head into the final boss fight, but this one isn't too difficult, but be readily prepared. Perks, decently leveled weapons, pack-a-punched, a ray gun. You will already have someone on your team at least having the jet gun, of course. Make sure you've got enough armor, ammo, etc. So yeah, have a triple leveled up legendary weapon, as many perks as you can, and have a weapon as well that can deal a lot of damage and has a lot of bullets because a lot of bosses will spawn in. As as well as make sure you have self-revives and your field upgrades are charged. Bring some score streaks, a mutant injection, whatever the case may be. And you can take a little break here to get prepared and get everything you need, but when you are ready, if you head back into the church, you can activate the SOG generator to begin the final sequence. You will then get some dialogue from Dr. Panos, after which a lockdown will then occur where you are trapped within the church and you need to survive a total of 3 different waves. The first wave, you'll just get bombarded with zombies. One Mangler HVT will spawn in. It's recommended to kind of just loop around the church, focus on taking him out first, but relatively straightforward. The second wave, once again you're going to get bombarded with zombies, but there will also be 2 Manglers will spawn in that you need to take out. Once again, focus on killing them, try and loop around, give yourself enough breathing room and space. Then for the third wave, you'll also get a bunch of zombies and 4 elite Manglers will spawn in and 2 elite abominations in this final wave. And it is also possible that the amount of bosses you get is adjusted depending on how many players are in your game or if you're in solo. I'm not exactly sure. Once you have survived all 3 waves successfully, destroyed and decimated all, the machine will then turn into a soul box. And you just need to kill zombies of course by it, which will charge the machine, after which Pericles Panos will join you and you'll get the ending cutscene. So with that said, the team on Liberty Falls of Operators is dead, so we're probably just going to have the set crew from Terminus in the future DLC. Panos sucked up their essence, taking them from him to restore his life essentially, which definitely has major lore implications. I'll have a full storyline video breaking this down from the Terminus one as well. And after you've completed the Easter egg, you then have a choice after the ending cutscene if you want to continue the game or not, although canonically obviously they're dead, but they're letting you keep on playing. And if you choose to continue and stay in your game, you'll be granted with a bunch of loot and rewards. So I would definitely recommend doing that. You'll get loads of legendary loot, you'll get a full perkaholic if you didn't have the perks already, you'll get a ray gun and so many other awesome things. It's possible it's not exactly the same in every single game either, or depending on how many players is in your game, I'm not exactly sure, but it'll be a bunch of stuff to satisfy you. Great rewards. And yeah, that's how you do the full quest for Liberty Falls. Thirdly, we now have all of the Easter eggs for Citadel Day More. In no particular order, the first one I want to show you is the brand new Easter egg song called Slave by Kevin Sherwood, sung by Vicky P. Once again, there are going to be 3 different bunny ears with headphones on that you need to collect from Mr. Peaks, and you can activate these in any particular order. The first one you can activate if you come by the town square in Spawn, and you will find it on top of this little table. Then if you make your way through the tavern, through the village, making your way closer towards the castle, get into the castle courtyard, and it will be over here in this dark corner. So go ahead and activate there. Now for the third one, you need to get inside of the castle itself. And in order to do this, you obviously need to blow up the door with the cannon if you haven't done so already. But once you're inside the castle, make your way through and come all the way down the dining hall passageway into the undercroft stairway, come through this sewer area where there's a bunch of water, and you'll find it right here in the corner by the sofa table and loads of other random stuff. But without further ado, I'm going to play the full song now so you can enjoy it in all its glory. Once again, another amazing song, and I'll probably break it down at some point too. Now we have the free PhD Flopper Easter egg. And actually, if you already have PhD Flopper, when you do this, instead you will get another perk in the game, which I think is a nice touch. And you can also get a lot of points for this too, the Bartender Easter egg. Firstly, you need to have the Pack-a-Punch open that the game literally guides you towards, after which, if you come over to the Undercroft, you can pick up this alcohol bottle underneath this table, from which, if you make your way over to the dungeon stairway, there are then going to be 2 other bottles you need to collect, and you can collect these in any particular order, by the way. The next one can be found if you make your way through the small passageway over to the dungeon stairway. You'll find it once again underneath this table by the sofa here, so collect that one there. Then the next one can be found in the alchemical lab. Go ahead and collect that at the bottom of this shelf here. Once you've gotten all 3, if you make your way all the way back to the tavern, you can come into this bar and you can interact with it to become a bartender to do this little mini game. The zombies will slow down and then move towards the bar wanting a drink. And for this, I believe you do need to do it in the middle of the round where a bunch of zombies can spawn in, because it won't spawn zombies in for you, which is definitely very frustrating. So you might try and do it and zombies are just not coming for you to be able to serve. So basically there's going to be different zombies that will have different colors in front of them, and that is simply the color of the alcohol that they want to be served, and you just need to serve them the correct alcohol. There are 3 different colors: orange, green, or blue. I guess it's like this ethereal demon alcohol, and you get points as you are doing this, and you basically just need to keep serving them the correct alcohol. And also make sure you are careful when you are selecting which color you want to pick up to serve to the zombies, because once you pick it up you cannot swap it out for another. It's crazy, you can get literally like 10,000 essence. It's literally crazy, you can get a ton of essence from this, like 10,000 if you do this correctly, and this will automatically end if you walk outside of the bar, so don't do that. So then once you are done, you will be granted with the free PhD Flopper, nice and easily. And this is especially useful considering there's no PhD perk machine on the map and you can only get it from the Wonder Fizz from round 25 onwards. Now we have the Mr. Peaks free perk Easter egg, and every player in your game should get this perk. So there are 4 Mr. Peaks dancing bunnies that you need to shoot. You need to shoot them in this exact following order, as Mr. Peaks will only spawn in the consecutive location after you have shot it in the prior one. The first one can be found outside the hillside ramparts behind this window here, so shoot that one. The next one can be found on the hilltop. If you look through this broken hole in the ceiling, you will see it in the distance just there. Kind of hard to make out there because of the fog. Penultimately, this one can be found in the dining hall right up on the top of this window on the castle in the distance. Go ahead and shoot that one there. Finally, if you come over to the dungeon in this specific jail cell, you can find it there to shoot. After you have shot it and it glows purple, it will then give you a free random perk that you can enjoy. In this case, it's Speed Cola. Hope this helps. Moving along, we have the Rat King Easter egg, where you get this crown and you will get a bunch of free loot as well, including the chance of ammo mods, perks, weapons, equipment, etc. By the spawn of the map, there is a cheese market here, and if you shoot the window to break it open, you can pick up the cheese. You don't need to do this first, by the way. You can do this as the last step if you want, but it's literally in the spawn. There are then also 10 rat locations on the map that you simply need to go prone on to scare them away. This is me just inserting this in post, but you actually don't need to go prone on every single one of these rats. You just need to clearly look at it until it runs off and gets scared. However, since a lot of these are low down, going prone just makes it easier to do, but you don't actually need to go prone, but it doesn't really change how you complete this anyways. And like I say, you can do these rats before you pick up the cheese, and you can do them in any particular order at any point in your game. And in order to do this Easter egg, you can actually collect any number of the rats, but it's not recommended because collecting all 10 of the rats will get you the best loot. So this first spot can be found in the town square if you go prone just by this flower pot, and it'll run away there. The next one, if you make your way towards the village, you will find it underneath this vehicle by this barrier here. Then if you flip back and go the opposite direction towards the castle once again, this one can be found by this manhole or drainage just down there. Go prone there. Now if you make your way towards the castle itself through the courtyard, come on top of the village ramparts on the castle wall, and you'll find it just here in the stairway for the cannon trap. Now if you make your way through into the courtyard itself, near to the back of the room, you'll find this one under this little wooden table. Keep going further forward into the dining hall pass where the sword knights are, and you'll find it just underneath this wooden carrier. Past the dining hall pass to the sitting rooms, make your way all the way into the undercroft stairway in the sewer section, and you'll find it just over here by this little zombie spawn. Now go further through the undercroft, make your way all the way back around into the dungeon where there are these cells, and you need to come over to this specific dungeon and go prone on it here, and the rat will run away once again. This penultimate one can be found if you make your way back in the direction of where you were before, over to the dungeon stairway, and you'll find it underneath this workbench here. Scare that one away. And finally, this last one can be found if you make your way through to the alchemical lab, and you'll find it in this corner once again underneath this little footrest bench. Now after you've collected all the rats, if you make your way through the obulate room, you will see that there is a plate here with all 10 of the rats around it. Now obviously if you've collected less rats, you'll see less rats here, and you can place the cheese onto the plate, which will grant you a bunch of loot. Like I say, the more rats you have, the better the chance of loot you get from this. So you can get ammo mods, perks, weapons, essence, equipment, salvage, armor, and you also get the Rat King crown, which will attach onto your weapon. That looks very, very cool. However, right now we don't actually know what the crown does. It may possibly not do anything and it's just a visual thing to look cool, but that would be a bit strange. So maybe there is a hidden ability that we don't know yet. If one is found, I'll leave a pinned comment explaining what it does. Do some testing in your games though and let me know if you find anything. It would seem weird as well because we have the talisman Easter egg on Terminus, which is basically that map's equivalent of this, and that gives you abilities, so it is a bit disappointing if this doesn't do anything. This is how you do the Fire Protector God Easter egg. Fire that will go around and protect you. This is the fireplace Easter egg. There are going to be 4 different fireplaces that you need to light up, and you can light it up either with the fire sword or in fact Molotovs. And you can also use napalm burst to light these fireplaces. However, I think it is easier to use the fire sword because otherwise you're going to have to take a break in the way to buy a 4th Molotov. If you don't know how to get the fire sword, there will be a link in the description. And you need to light these 4 fireplaces up within a certain amount of time, so you must be fast. And it is also recommended to have the PhD slider augment on PhD flopper as well as stamina, because then you'll be able to traverse around the map so much faster. Now, because you have to do it in a certain amount of time, I'm going to be showing you the order that is probably the easiest way for you to be able to do this in the time that is required. So the first one is located in the tavern just here, so go ahead and strike it with your sword to light it up. The next one can be found if you come out and go down underground to this portal, then you will teleport to the tavern, and if you make your way here into the sitting rooms, you will be able to strike this fireplace. Still in the sitting rooms, if you come back here, you will be able to strike the next one. Fourth and finally, this one can be found in the dining hall by where there are the knight statues. After you have struck that one, the fire will then go around destroying all of the zombies for you, and then it will cause these fire flames to start tracking down zombies and attacking them and protecting you. And I believe you can repeat this every couple rounds or so as well, making this very handy. Now there may potentially be more to this Easter egg as well to potentially make this indefinite, but that might be a little bit overpowered. I don't think so. And if you fail it as well, you just need to progress the rounds to be able to do it again, like I say. Furthermore, this is how you unlock the second Easter egg cutscene for the map. This is how you get a legendary GS45 pistol. Now, in order to do this, only one player can do it in the game, and you need to be playing as Maya. Only Maya can do this. To do this, you obviously need to have a Pack-a-Punch and the castle open that the game guides you towards. And if you make it to round 12, you need to come over to the dining hall and interact with this radio on top of this table. And seconds after interacting with it, you can then come up to the door, which will take you into the cellar. Now you need to then make your way all the way through the passage, and a bunch of vermin will spawn in, as well as a doppelgast. So be prepared in here, and another doppelgast will then spawn in, which is actually called Lawrence, who tells Ravenov to sound the alarm in the intro cutscene. And this one's going to be a lot more difficult than the other. But after you have killed this second one, it will then drop a key. Make your way all the way down the stairwell to the bottom where Franco is running away, and he closes the door to try and get away from you, but it's too late. Make your way up to it and interact with it, and it will then give you the cutscene in which Maya gets her revenge on Franco.
I feel bad. We gotta shake him down for answers too.
Well, at least we won't be dangling him off a building or breaking his fingers. You did stop doing that, yeah?
Merci, you ugly knob. You're too kind.
Chloe, is that you?
You fucking wish.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! Okay. Okay. The door should keep her out. Why won't you just fucking die? Wait! Killing me won't bring your brother back. You know he wouldn't want this.
This isn't for Nathan. This is for me.
After the cutscene is finished, you will then spawn back in the dining hall, and it will go ahead and give you all of your loot that you can collect. In addition, there is a second Easter egg song that you were able to do on the map. Now, you first need to go ahead and get the fire sword. I'll show this later on in the video when I go over the main Easter egg if you don't know how to get the fire sword, or I'll have a link on screen / in the description. But once you've gotten the fire sword, basically you just need to relight all of the obelisks that you activated in order to get the sword itself. I believe you can do these in any particular order in any amount of time, but if you run up to the village ramparts, you can hit the first one with your fire sword. You need to do all of these with the fire sword in order to relight them. The next one can be found if you go through the village ramparts to the village ascent, all the way back to spawn in the town square. The next obelisk is right here, just by this zombie spawn window. Then if you go back through the town square, the other obelisk can be found here. And that is all three of them to play the song. It doesn't have singing, it's nice ambient music. I will let you listen to it now. Moving on, we have another pool table Easter egg for a 300 points, and this time it's in the spawn, so you can get it nice and quickly. Anyways, all you need to do is, if you make your way through the town square, come over into this tavern room, up the stairs, and you'll see a pool table here. Once again, you just need to shoot the balls, and all of them will go into all of the holes, guaranteed every single time, and grant you 100 points. I believe you can also get 200 with double points. Just a small little thing to help you progress. Next, we have a free 10,000 points Easter egg. This is the well Easter egg, and there's actually a few different Easter eggs that are involved with this, so it's not just like one Easter egg. And you can also get 1,000 or 2,000 points for free from this as well. And in order to do this, you need to wait for a vermin round to start, and you need to come up to the well and walk/look at it until a vermin spider crawls out. And that is the prerequisite activation for the Easter egg. Many other people have been saying you need to wait for a vermin round to start. However, you need to specifically have this spider crawl out. It's not just being on a vermin round in order to begin this. Now, once you have done this, you are now able to deposit essence into the well. But before you do that, you can actually get a free 1,000 points or a free 2,000 points from this. By simply throwing a grenade in, it will grant you 1,000 essence and it will give you a piece of intel. However, of course, if you use the double points, you can get 2,000 points from this. Whether that be you just get lucky with one spawning here, you use a gobblegum, and you can also do the free double points Easter egg for this. This is located within the alchemical lab, within this dark room zombie spawn here just in the back that you can shoot in order to activate, but obviously you don't really have much time. So alternatively, if you throw a C4 onto the double points instead of exploding it, you can run back to the well, throw a grenade in, and then activate the C4. It will spawn the double points on your location, and you can get free 2,000 points from this. Alternatively, a way you can get a free 10,000 points is you are now able to deposit money into the well. You don't need to throw a grenade in here to be able to deposit money. As soon as you've gotten the spider to crawl out, you can do this, and you can deposit as much as 10,000 essence in here. And this is great if you want to share points with your friends, because in order to get the money back, you just need to throw a grenade into the well and it'll spawn back out again. So you can share points with other players in your game to help them out, especially if you're doing the Easter egg and you all need to get everything. This is somewhat similar, I guess, to the bank from Black Ops 2, but not exactly. But if you deposit 10,000 points into here, you can then get the money out with the grenade and use the double points to get 10,000 points for free. Now, this resets every single vermin round, so you can only put up to 10,000 points in here every 5 rounds or so. I hope this is useful. Now, we have all 8 free power-up locations on Citadel Day More, including Fire Sale. Anyways, let's show you where all of the locations are. So just like on the other maps, you can get these in any particular order at any point in your game, and if you're able to throw a C4 on it, you can activate it from anywhere on the map if you're actually able to reach it. Some of them you can't. So here we have free max armor. This one can be found in the entrance hall, and if you look up right here at the ceiling, if you shoot it there, you will go ahead and get that. Now, for a free nuke, this can be a bit difficult to see, but it's right over here on the hilltop, and by the way, you can shoot these with weapons or use a grenade if you're able to reach them, and this can be found by the hilltop if you just look up here on the castle wall. Shoot that one there. This next one can be found in the dining hall, and this is for full free power. So if you make your way up onto the top floor, you can see it right over there at the back. There may be some other angles you can shoot it from as well. This next one can be found in the alchemical lab for free double points, and it is located right over here in the back of this zombie barrier on this shelf. So shoot that one there. Now, in the undercroft, this is where you can go ahead and get yourself free bonus points, and this is found hidden away right behind this sofa here, so shoot that one there. Now, within the town square, you can go ahead and get yourself free insta-kill, which is right above the buildings in the alleyway behind the balconies, so shoot that one there. For free max ammo, this one can be found in the upper village, so not far from spawn, so you can go ahead and get this when you feel it. It's located just up here in this window, so shoot that there. Now, for free fire sale, it's more difficult than the other ones and not quite as simple, because you actually need to collect all of the free power-up Easter eggs in order to get it. So you need to do all of the ones that I have shown in any particular order, after which if you then come over to the village ascent where there is the well for the little Easter egg where you can deposit essence, there should now be a fire sale power-up within it that you can shoot, and there you go, you can get yourself free fire sale. So that is all of the free power-ups here. Then we now have another free perk Easter egg, but this can be done whilst you are doing the main quest itself. Later on in this video, once again, I'll be showing how you do the main quest. If not, there's a link on screen / in the description. And you also get free ammo mods from this. Now, you do need to get literally all of the swords upgraded as well as do all of the symbols, which is basically the entire main quest. So you really only want to do this if you are wanting to do the main quest as well. This is basically just something that can help you whilst you're doing the main quest. But once you're up to this step with this wall, what you need to do is you need to use every single incantation on the wall. So you need to just pick up every single one here. You can do them in any particular order. So pick up the one for the fire, bring it back and melee it. pick up the one for the lion, come back to the wall and melee it again.
Max Asgard!
Pick up the one for the deer. Bring it back and melee it again. Pick up the one for the raven. Finally melee it with the fourth one. After you have done all 4 incantations, you will then begin a lockdown within here where you can't leave for 3 waves. This is literally a lot just for a free perk, so make sure you are ready to survive, but once you've gotten this far in the quest, you probably are. But the lockdown itself is pretty easy, especially since you should be pretty beefed up at this point, and this area is very open as well. But once you've managed to survive, you will get a free perk and a bunch of ammo mods will actually spawn in. Now this one is really cool because this can get you a Night Guardian chest protector. That is so awesome. The protector for the map similar to the Mega Stuffy from Terminus or the Civil Protector, etc. Now in order to do this you need to find a piece of a knight that is white, but there are 4 possible spawn locations for it. The first possible spot is by the Mess Side Ramparts, which is actually the spot it is in this gameplay. If it's not there, then the next possible location may be if you come by the nature path and into the tavern cellar. It may possibly be here by this alcohol and cans on this shelf. The third possible location can be found in the upper village passageway on top of this desk here by the can. The fourth possible spawn location can be found right just down here on this table in the quick revive room. Now if you make your way over to the sitting rooms, you will see a table here where there's chess about to be checkmate, so if you place the knight on it, it will cause the checkmate to happen and your opponent will get angry at this and flip the board in frustration, and then it will turn into a soul box. There'll be an ethereal ring around it and you just need to collect zombies in here. If you have filled the circle with enough souls, the knight will then spawn in. The horse that will actually protect you, and it moves around like Nightwood in chess. Very funny as it hops around. Now I believe it will only survive for a few rounds. It could also be damage based, but I'm not exactly sure. And yeah, this is really useful. Probably better than the Mega Stuffy one. And unfortunately, unlike the other similar Easter eggs, he won't revive you. Furthermore, we have a few different Easter eggs here, so I'm going to show you how to rebuild the cannon so that you're able to launch yourself across both directions of the map. I will also show you a free power-up Easter egg to do with the cannon, and then I'll show you the bell tower Easter egg. So 3 Easter eggs to do with the cannon. In order to do this, you just need to progress with the game, opening up the barriers as normal, crank the cannon trap, then activate it to blow up the door to the keep. Now, a detail people have noticed when you do this is that the crank actually flies off to the spawn of the map when you do this. So if you make your way back to the spawn by town square, you will see it in this cardboard box on top of bananas with all of these other pieces of rubble. Once you have collected that, there's another item to get as well, which is the welder. This one can be found if you go through the entrance hall over to the dining hall, and it will be right here in this corner by the oil. Then if you make your way back to the village ramparts on the castle wall, you can come back to the trap and attach these items onto it, which allows you to fire yourself across the map as a fast travel system. So you're able to turn the crank to different directions for where you want to head. You can turn it towards the knight's room in the dining hall to get shot over there, or you can turn it back to point in the opposite direction to fire yourself back to spawn. So yeah, you can rotate it back and forth depending on which direction you want to go. This is definitely useful and it's a really fun animation. And you can also get a free power-up from this, which is if you make your way to round 20 and fire yourself towards the dining hall where the swords are, you'll be able to collect a free random power-up from the roof. And I believe it will spawn back in every 10 rounds as well if you do this. I'm unsure if there's one in the opposite direction either. I don't think so. Now the thing is, if you actually fire yourself 100 times, yes, that is a lot of times, if you point it towards the bell tower, you will finally get shot all the way into the bell tower. I guess something goes wrong and 2 monkey bombs drop out, and then all of the zombies are drawn to the bell tower, basically for it acting as a monkey bomb itself. And also also a good tip here is it doesn't just have to be you who is shooting yourself with this. It counts unanimously across all of the players in your game. Now, there is the potential that there is more to this Easter egg because you have to do this 100 times. That's quite a lot, and this is a very poor reward with all things considered. So I wonder if there's maybe a further thing to do from this where you can activate the bell tower to turn it into a monkey bomb repeatedly. That would be a cool thing or something. I'm not exactly sure. Or then maybe this is just a kind of troll. You don't expect it as you are firing yourself, and that could be it. I'm not sure. We now have the Raven Easter egg for a free perk. The first thing you need to do is if you head to the dungeon, you need to just simply speak to Kraft. After he's done with all of his dialogue, if you head to the obulus room, you can take the sewage and you need to shoot this point for the Raven. Now, instead of killing the Raven, just simply let it fly about and you need to now follow the Raven for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So it will just keep circling around the map. So yeah, get this cranked out on the lower round and at the end of a round as well, or if you're up for a challenge, you can do it during a round. After you've done all of that tedious work and 3 minutes 30 passes, the Raven will drop down this red orb. They'll come to the ground and give you a free random perk. So yeah, there's potentially a lot more Easter eggs to find, potentially related to the other swords as well, which is good to know because we were thinking, you know, maybe this is all there is. Since this map has been harder to data mine though than the launch maps, it does seem like there is more to come. And finally, we have the main Easter egg on Citadelle Day more, including how to get all of the swords and incantations. Nice and easily. Obviously, before jumping into your game, make sure you are prepared with your loadout weapon, as well as all of the best gobblegums you have, if you want the best shot at getting this done. And if you're in need of a team to do this with you, leave your Activision IDs in the comment section below and hopefully you can find some teammates to play together. To start off, you need to get Pack-a-Punch open that the game literally guides you towards with the orange markers on screen. Once you have spawned in, you just need to open up the map heading towards the castle. Crank the cannon in the courtyard and you are then able to activate it to blast open the door to be able to progress into the keep itself. There are 2 different paths, you can go left or right. Either way doesn't matter, but continue underground until you find a large crate located in the obulus room. There are 3 locks on it that you simply need to shoot with any weapon and it will spawn in a doppelgast. So just be a bit prepared, kill the doppelgast and you can then pick up the blood ethereum crystal as it drops. Put the blood ethereum crystal into the portal inside the crate which will spawn Pack-a-Punch. After Pack-a-Punch is unlocked, you are then able to go and find and speak with Kraft. He is located in the dungeon behind the quick revive machine with his cell behind the door. Interacting with the door will have him speak to you, giving you the means to retrieve the amulet hidden within the castle. Now that you've spoken to Kraft, you are also able to attain and upgrade the swords, as well as unlock the incantations. Upgrading all 4 swords and having access to all 4 incantations will be required for a later step in the main quest, so you will want to do them throughout the game. Regardless of if you're on solo or you're playing with other people, you need to get all 4 of them. So I would recommend doing the main quest steps simultaneously as you are working your way towards upgrading these swords, which I'm going to show you both how to do. But first of all, regarding the main quest itself, to continue with the main quest, head to the tavern that can be found at spawn. Inside the tavern there are 6 flasks, each marked with a Roman numeral with the numbers 1 through to 6. Interacting with each flask will reveal a symbol which you will have to remember in that 1 through 6 order. So take a screenshot or write it down or have a friend remember it for you, whatever the case may be. Remember it. Now you need to go ahead and buy the Melee Macchiato perk and head to the Undercroft Deep inside of the castle. At the end of the room farthest from the stairs there will be a distinct wall that you're able to punch with Melee Macchiato. Punching this wall will reveal a grid of 20 symbols. You must now shoot the symbols on the wall in the order they were shown to you. 1 through 6 on the flasks from before. While you do this, the symbols will shuffle about to try and confuse you. Once you've successfully completed this step, another wall will open and reveal a book immediately to the left of the symbol wall. You'll now need to go up the Undercroft stairs to the sitting rooms and find 4 pages that are randomly placed around the room. These can be found in corners or around the edges of the room or on the sofa. Once you have collected the 4 pages, head back to the book that has been revealed and interact with it. The book will now show you 4 lit symbols. These symbols correlate to glowing symbols found on the point of the power traps found around the map. One trap can be found in the dungeons, another in the obulus room, one can be found in the sitting room, one in the castle courtyard, one along the nature path, and another by the well. In the order of top left, top right, and bottom right, you must find the trap with the corresponding symbol, activate it, and kill zombies within its radius. You will know you have completed one as the red symbol will become black upon successful completion. After you've done this and darkened all 4 symbols, head to the Undercroft stairs. The walls on the stairs will show the 4 animals correlating to the 4 swords, with the raven representing the darkness sword, the stag representing the lightning sword, the lion representing the light sword, and the dragon representing the fire sword. Once again, Roman numerals will show these in the order 1 through 4, which you will need to remember. So again, write it down, take a screenshot, have a friend remember them, wherever the case may be. You will need to have upgraded all 4 swords and unlocked all 4 incantations in order to begin and progress with the next step. So like I say, you can be getting the swords as you are doing these other steps as well, but this is as far as you can progress in the main quest without doing them. But there isn't any particular order to this. So now to actually upgrade the sword. So in order to get the base sword itself, you will need to reach round 10. Once round 10 is reached, once per round from now on, a night zombie will spawn in with a distinct helmet on, which protects his head, and killing him will drop a glowing yellow stamp, which you can give to any of the 4 knights located in the dining hall to get that knight's respective sword. You can see which sword is represented by looking at the knights themselves, with the raven representing the darkness sword or void sword, the dragon representing the fire sword, the lion representing the light sword, and the stag representing the lightning sword. After getting a sword and choosing which one you want to upgrade, you can now begin its upgrade quest, but you can do them in any particular order, so feel free to try any one out that you wish, and you'll be able to give them all a shot in your game as well to figure out which ones you prefer. To upgrade the fire sword, you'll want to head to the entrance hall and go up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, there will be a dragon statue with an altar. Interact with the altar to place your sword. You will now need to find 3 lit cauldrons around the map. Interacting with each one will give you the dragon fire effect. Once you have this effect, you have to run back to the altar where you have placed the sword and interact with it. The dragon fire will do damage to you, but also give you super speed. But make sure you're doing this at the end of the round or something like that, just so you are safe or have a friend protecting you and keeping the last zombie. You can get health back by killing zombies while in this mode to make it things easier as well, but I would recommend just being safe. The cauldrons are located on the castle ramparts, just outside of the entrance hall, in a corner in the town square, and on the nature path after you open the first door from the town square. After successfully transferring all of the dragon fires, the altar will now present you the upgraded fire sword. And if you do fail this fire step, you can retry it on the next round. Now to upgrade the darkness sword, you'll first want to head to the alchemical lab next to the dining room. In the lab, there will be a load of drawers as well as a table. After interacting with them to search, one of these will contain the antiquity. Bring the antiquity to the tavern cellar next to the town square. Inside it, you'll find a circular ring where you can insert the antiquity. The antiquity will have some sort of unique creature on it, such as a scorpion. You will need to identify your creature and match it to the associated astrological symbol and elemental symbol shown in the chart on screen. Pause the video if you need to or take a screenshot. You'll need to align the correct symbols to the arrow at the bottom of the rings. You can keep trying this, but will only get a certain amount of time every round to try this. And if you are struggling to do this Raven puzzle, I will have on screen and in the description a link to a website that easily lets you solve this. It tells you exactly what to do. You just input which bone type, and then it'll tell you how many times you need to rotate the inside ring as well as the outside ring, making this very, very simple and easy for you. So yeah, I would recommend just clicking that link in the description and bookmarking it so you have it for the future. And now if you're currently in the game watching this, it does work on both mobile and computers. And if you look at the statue you pick up, it usually says the zodiac sign on it, which definitely helps out for this. For example, the Jaw of Leo symbol, meaning you can then use the Leo symbol. After inputting the correct astrological and elemental symbols, floating orbs will start moving towards you. You will now see a portal hole has opened in the ground. You'll need to have the floating orb follow you so it goes over the circle and drops inside. After doing this 3 times for the circle, it'll close and move up the stairs. Keep following it and close 2 more circles. After this, you can head back to the tavern cellar and go to the ring. Interact to put in your sword and the portal hole will present you with the upgraded Darkness Sword. To upgrade the Lightning Sword, you will need to collect 3 lightning rods. One can be found by shooting an electrical box just up from the well with the dead wire, with the lightning rod dropping out of the tower above. Another can be found just to the left of the Deadshot Daiquiri machine, just outside the stables. You can just pick that one up there. The final lightning rod can be obtained by heading to the dungeon area after picking up the lightning sword. An armored zombie will spawn with the lightning rod attached to him, and it will drop when you kill him. After you have all 3 lightning swords, take them to the vase located next to Elemental Pop on the castle ramparts and interact with it. This will spawn a storm cloud and zombies in the area. Hold out your lightning sword until the storm imbues it with electricity. Then hit one of the lightning rods on the vase. This lightning rod will now become lit, and you must light up the other 2 by hitting them with the sword when it's imbued with electricity from the storm. After you've lit up all 3, interact with the vase and it will now present you the upgraded lightning sword. Now, not to be mistaken with the lightning sword, to upgrade the light sword you'll need to look out for golden parasites to spawn in after you have picked up the lion sword. You simply need to slash with your sword. After you have slashed them with your sword, you will get a glowing yellow sword. You will need each of these parasites, so don't kill them all at once. However, if you accidentally do, you'll just have to progress in the game and they will spawn in again. And then if you make your way out of the castle, you can come back by the courtyard into the village and you will see that there is a door with a lion head knocker on, and you just need to hit it with the sword, which will transfer the yellow essence onto it as it has glowing yellow eyes, and then there will be this rune symbol that will spawn in glowing yellow. And now you need to repeat this process 3 more times to get 3 yellow symbols to spawn in. And after you hit the door and the 4th symbol spawns in, you simply need to hit the door once again and it will put you inside the sanctuary. Now that you are within this crypt, you can walk forward and place your sword, and the sword will shoot out a bunch of yellow particles, and you will see that on the hilt is actually a symbol. So your goal is to match the symbols to the glowing one on the podium. So shoot the symbol that matches it, and then the symbol on the podium will shift to a different one. So once again, you need to shoot the one that matches it. Then it will shift once again, and you need to shoot the one that matches again. 4th and finally, it will shift to the 4th symbol. Once again, shoot that one. Now you're able to pick up the light sword, and you will be teleported out of the crypt. And there is just the normal sword attack you can do, or you can do the ethereal ring that will go around you as the charged attack. Now, after you have all 4 of these swords, there are 4 ritual items that you have to acquire to unlock the incantations for each of the elements: light, dark, lightning, and fire. To get the Paladin's brooch, you will need to head to the dining hall. At the back of the room, above Vulturade on the roof, you will see a red orb. Shooting it will activate a laser, which you must connect to another red orb by shooting it at an angle. After connecting it successfully, it will clearly connect to another orb, which itself you will now see a new laser coming from. Continue connecting the lasers until they go inside the alchemical lab, with the last laser pointing towards a stone tablet. The Paladin's brooch will now spawn from the tablet. Now that you have the Paladin's brooch, head to the dining hall from the alchemical lab. You will see a yellow ritual circle on the floor. Interacting with this circle will spawn zombies, which you must kill to fill it up. After you've filled the circle up with souls, a golden chest will spawn. To get the light incantation, you will need to hit this golden chest with the upgraded light sword. To get Raz, Ankh, interesting chaos story tie, you will need to head to the castle ramparts outside of the entrance hall. There will be 3 bundles of wood located on the roof above the Elemental Pop room, above the castle's main entrance, and on top of a hill out towards Speedcaller by the oil trap. You need to light these bundles of wood on fire, either using Molotovs or the special attack from the upgraded sword. Or you can use the Napalm Burst ammo mod, or the special attack from the upgraded fire sword. After lighting all 3 on fire, a Doppelgast will spawn in. You must now kill the Doppelgast, which will spawn Raz Ankh. Now that you have Raz Ankh, go down to the lower floor of the courtyard and head towards the entrance on the side of Speedcaller. You will see a yellow ritual circle on the floor. Interacting with this circle will spawn zombies, which you must kill to flip it up. After you've filled the circle up with souls, a golden chest will spawn. To get the fire incantation, you will need to hit this golden chest with the upgraded fire sword. To get Otto's horseshoe, you must head to the stables found on the nature path. Inside the stables, just above the double door entrance, there will be a horseshoe on the wall. Shoot it and it will fall down. you can then pick it up. After picking up Otto's horseshoe, head to the cannon at the top of the castle ramparts, used to open the entrance hall. Get inside it, and as you are shot to the town square, lightning will strike you. Pegasus's horseshoe will now spawn on the ground in a location near the town square. Yes, that's right. All of Chaos really did happen. These locations can be found either on the nature path, the village path, or up by the well, after which a large group of zombies will spawn via lightning strikes next to this horseshoe to help indicate its location. Now that you have Pegasus's horseshoe, go to the town square and stand by the door towards the nature path. You will see a yellow ritual circle on the floor. Interacting with this circle will spawn zombies which you must kill to fill it up. After you've filled the circle up with souls, a golden chest will spawn. To get the lightning incantation, you will need to hit this golden chest with the upgraded lightning sword. To get the Raven's Talon, take the fast travel slide found in the Obulate room with Pack-a-Punch. While taking the slide, you are able to shoot your gun. There will be a raven that can be seen low down on the right hand side towards the end of the slide, which you must shoot. After you've shot it, you can see it fly out after exiting the slide. If you lose track of it, it will also make noises when it's above you. Shoot the flying ravens, and a purple light will descend from it towards the ground. Once it reaches the ground, you will find the Raven's Talon, which you can pick up. After picking up the Raven's Talon, head to the Undercroft. On the perimeter of the Undercroft, you will see a yellow ritual circle on the floor. Interacting with this circle will spawn zombies which you must kill to fill it up. After you've filled the circle up with souls, a golden chest will spawn. To get the darkness incantation, you will need to hit this golden chest with the upgraded darkness sword. Now that you've activated all of the traps correlating to symbols found in the books, as well as having upgraded all of the swords and attained all of the incantations, you will need to remember the order of the animal symbols on the wall found in the Undercroft stairs, and that the raven correlates to the darkness sword, the stag correlates to the lightning sword, the lion correlates to the light sword, with the dragon correlating with the fire sword. In this order, you must pick up the respective incantation and hold out the respective sword. While inspecting and holding out your sword, use your incantation on the statue you picked up the respective sword from, and the statue should start to glow. Once it does, do a weapon inspect animation and let it complete. Once you have done this successfully, the statue will make a gesture and begin to glow. Repeat this in the correct order for all 4 swords and statues. Once you have done this, a light will start to beam from each statue, dropping down the mystic orb which you can pick up. You must now take the Mystic Orb to 4 orb holders found around the map. Each will have an elemental trial, with the trial being associated with the same element as the earlier yellow circle rituals. The closest one is upstairs in the dining hall on the wall that connects to the entrance hall. Put in the Mystic Orb again to start the elemental trial. For this trial, you must run through large green orbs which spawn throughout the entire dining hall. If you fail the trial, you will be able to immediately try again. If you succeed the elemental trial, the Mystic Orb will start to have a small glow relating to the elemental trials you have completed. And Ravenov will give you a quote about Richtofen. After which, the other 3 are located in a wall left of the dark incantation in the Undercroft, to the right of the lightning incantation found in the town square, and on a low down wall in the courtyard that can be seen after you enter the castle from the Nature's Path stairs. For these trials, you must get kills with the respective elements nearby the Mystic Orb to fill it up with souls. You can use the swords and the corresponding elemental incantation to get get these kills easily. Once again, when you complete the trial, Ravenov will give you a quote about Richthofen. Once you've completed all 4 elemental trials, take the Mystic Orb to the wall on the Undercroft stairs. You will now be able to insert the Mystic Orb into the hole. This will open up the wall. In the secret room, you can activate the ancient Mystic recording, and the owl will begin to speak to you. After a few seconds, the Guardian key will spawn in the same location as you activated the recording, and you can pick it up. This will start some story dialogue from the Sam AI. Once you are ready to go into the boss fight, get prepared with your gobblegums, pack a bunch of weapons, perks, all that good stuff, of course. Head to the town square and go to the front of the giant golem statue. You can now insert the Guardian key, which will allow you to start the final counter and give you a vote to enter the boss fight if you're in a multiplayer game. In this fight with the Guardian, there are 3 phases, with a time interval between each one. This boss fight is much easier than the Terminus one, so you shouldn't have as much trouble. At least this seems to be the experience when playing with other people. I haven't done it solo yet, but I've heard that apparently it's harder solo than the Terminus one. Shoot the boss and shoot off his armor to reveal critical damage points, which can be found on his shoulders, legs and chest. Keep shooting the boss, breaking his armor pieces, which will allow you to do critical damage to him. The swords are not very effective against him, and it's good to keep a distance. After each phase of the boss, which happens when 1/3 of his health is removed, with a timer between phases, the arena will shrink after each phase due to lava flowing down from the ceiling. The boss will slam down on the ground and stomp. In the last phase, he will move quickly. The most important thing to do is be evasive, move around the arena and evade his attacks. PhD slider augment for PhD flopper is very useful, which I have a guide on how to get for free, or it's exclusive to the Wonder Fizz as the only other way to get it, or via a free perk Easter egg or loot drop. And Wonder Fizz is located within the tavern, which is extremely useful. The Ether Shroud field upgrade has him ignore you and allows you to get in lots of easy hits, which is very useful. The 4 incantations will be available and respawning in the boxes throughout the fight. These are very good at killing zombies. After defeating the Guardian, you can now pick up the amulet from the middle of the arena, which will initiate the final cutscene, which I will have a video either out already breaking it down, because it has crazy lore implications, combined with all of the intel and storyline for the map.
Balls and earth, you try.
And after you're done with the Easter egg, of course, the cutscene will play. On screen is a breakdown about it, and you can choose whether you want to continue with your game or carry on. If you choose to continue, just like Terminus and Liberty Falls, it will give you pretty much everything in the game, so you'll be all set and ready to go. So cool. But without further ado, plenty more videos to come, and hopefully this guide has helped you. Let me know in the comments if you are stuck on anything or need other people to help you out. Fourthly, we have all of the Easter eggs on the tomb. First, we have the Easter egg song by Kevin Sherwood and Matt Heffy. Just like the other maps, there are 3 different Mr. Peaks headphones that you need to collect that you can collect in any particular order. So from the spawn of the map, the dig site, if you head right past this statue and PhD flopper, make your way into the Neolithic catacombs, come past Deadshot into this room here, run under the ether lamp, and then you will make your way into the ossuary. And here can be found one of the 3 Mr. Peaks headphones, right by this skeleton where there's a bunch of skulls, so go ahead and press square XREF to activate that one there. If you head backwards, go to the subterranean temple by the new crazy place. Make your way up to the other side of the map into the Shrine of the Hierophants. And if you come to the back here, by the lanterns underneath this statue, on this stone indentation, you can go ahead and activate that one there. You now need to come into the Dark Ether that the game literally guides you towards in order to get in here, but I'll have a video in the description if you don't know how. And in this Dark Ether Nexus, if you make your way through these crevices, there'll be a Mr. Peaks headphones right down here that you can activate right next to the Prima Materia. I'm going to play the song in full for you now, and I'll have an analysis coming up at some point similarly. Enjoy.
Now we all endure a day of no return.
Moving along, this is a really cool Easter egg in Spawn, where you can get a full power and 1,000 essence or 2,000 essence with double points, as well as armor. First of all, you need to go ahead and apply dead wire onto your weapon from one of the arsenal machines. There's one in Spawn as well, and then there are going to be these different generators you need to shoot in the Spawn. So shoot this one to the left of the staircase, then this next one can be found right by the armor wall by. After you have shot that, all of the loot will spawn in for you. A really simple Easter egg here. Moving on, we have the Simon Says Skulls Easter egg, where you can get a free brain rot and a bunch of other loot. Essence, salvage, molotovs, etc. No pun intended, but you need to make your way into the tombs itself, and you will see this statue on the floor. If you shoot it, it will begin glowing a bunch of the statues in this room itself, which is actually showing you the exact order that you need to shoot them in. Basically, Simon Says. So you need to let this play out, maybe record the gameplay, or take screenshots, or have someone else help you out, or write them down. You just need to basically remember the order in which they glue up, and then shoot them in that exact order as you are seeing within the gameplay in the background. Now, if you accidentally make a mistake and fail, it's completely fine. You can just retry again. If you fail, it's not a big deal. But if done successfully, they will all be glowing like this, and then it will spew out all of the loot for you to go ahead and collect and enjoy. I hope this has helped. Nice and easy Easter egg here. And fun. And such a callback to many of the zombies Easter eggs of old. Want a free perk? This is how you can get a free random perk on the tomb. First of all, there are two different ways that you can do this Easter egg. You can either apply the Napalm Burst ammo mod onto your weapon, and then there are going to be different vases that you're able to shoot to set them alight. The alternative, and probably the easier way to do this, is to use a Molotov grenade. So if you come into the ossuary, there are going to be different vases that you can either shoot with a napalm burst weapon or throw a Molotov at. You need to shoot or throw the Molotov in the exact order that the gameplay is showing in the background. Now, it's much easier to use a Molotov for this because after you light up each one, a Molotov will actually come out, so you won't run out of them at all if you are doing this. So yeah, successfully shoot or throw the Molotov in each of them and light them all up, and then they will all glow purple, and then you will get yourself a free random perk power-up that you can go ahead and collect. I hope this helps. Now we have how you can get yourself a free ray gun and a bunch of awesome loot as well, including ether crystals, score streaks, essence, etc. First of all, you need to collect a shovel. There's many spawn locations on the map. You should be able to find yourself one as they are easily highlighted for you. I will now show you gameplay of where all of the shovel locations are if you need some help. You then need to go ahead and purchase the Death Perception perk, as this will not work without it, so go ahead, purchase that and spare yourself some pain. Once you've gotten the shovel, you're now able to dig up the dig locations around the map for free loot. They spawn all over the place and are a bunch of fun. However, it's going to be RNG now because you just need to keep on digging up these spots, as you actually need to go ahead and dig up 3 different ancient gems. Since these crystals are completely random for you to get, I would recommend just digging progressively as you are playing the game, any spot you see, and you might have a chance of getting a crystal. You can also just keep a zombie at the end of the round and just look around the map, digging up any location you see. They're just a mound like on the previous maps in the game. Now you need to head by the Shrine of the Hierophants into the tombs, and by this wall painting here there is a statue, and as you pick up each one of these gems, you are able to place each of them to offer it to the ancients. Now before you place the 3rd one, you need to be prepared, so I would hold off until you are ready, as it's going to spawn in 2 elite doppelgas with increased health. That'll be glowing green from the gems. Once you have managed to successfully defeat both doppelgas, if you come back to the tombs where there is the statue, you can get rewarded your loot, which is the free ray gun as well as 1,000 essence. If you have a double point or you use a gobble gun, you can go ahead and grab yourself 2,000 essence instead. I hope this has helped. This is now all of the free power-up locations on the map, including free fire sale. First, we have full power in the Shrine of the Hierophants in this cave here, so shoot that there to go ahead and pick it up. The next one is max ammo that can be found in the subterranean temple on the ceiling just above, so go ahead and shoot that one there. Then if you make your way down into the deep excavation crazy place, you can find this next one in this cave atop just over here, and this is insta-kill, so go ahead and get that. Now in the ossuary, we have max armor. This can be found again in this little cave entrance on the wall, so shoot that one there. Now if you make your way into the Dark Ether Nexus, traverse through the crevices, and you can get free double points if you shoot just above here on the cliff face. Now again, still in the Dark Ether Nexus, you can get bonus points for 500 points for free just down here in this little zombie spawn, this little hole, or 1,000 with double points. Now in the Neolithic Catacombs, you can get a free nuke power up if you come back here, look deep within the cave and shoot it there, to go ahead and do that. Now like the other maps, after you have gotten all of the free power-ups, a free fire sale power-up will spawn on the map, but it won't spawn in until you've done all of the other ones first. And this can be found in the spawn of the map. If you make your way up this stairway right to the back over here, you'll find it right where there is this fire, so shoot that there, and you can grab yourself free fire sale. And a cool tip, like on the other maps, if you have a C4 and the free power-up is in a location that you can reach, you can throw the C4 down onto it, and then you can go anywhere on the map and activate the C4, which will cause it to spawn on your location, which can be great if you want to use the double points, etc., specifically on a section of the map instead of where it actually is found. Of course, it's definitely recommended to do the fire sale with a C4, because then you can stand right next to a box location, or your friends can as well, and then you can activate it. Next, we have the Vases Easter egg, where you can get a free self-revive as well as light mend ammo mod from this. So there are going to be 10 different vases around the map that you just need to break by shooting with any weapon. You can do this in any particular order. The first bunch are in the spawn here around the dig site, so just keep shooting them. There are 3 in total here. The next ones can be found in the Neolithic catacombs, so there is one right down here in this cave tunnel, and then if you come up here to the ossuary, you will find one just above here, so shoot that one down. Moving on, if you go into the subterranean temple, you can then shoot this one just above the portal there. And then there's another one right in the ceiling where there is a hole in the rock letting the light come in. The other one is at the bottom of the deep excavation just above this Origins pillar here. Then in the tombs, there's another one here right above the portal and the painting right here. And then you can make your way to the Shrine of the Hierophants. You can find one right above here. And there you go. You can go ahead and get yourself your loot. I hope this helps. Then we now have how you can get yourself a free Pack-a-Punch crystal as well as a Cryo Freeze ammo mod. And it will drop a Cryo Freeze for every single player in your game, which is very useful. It's not an individual one just for you. So if you're in solo, there'll just be one. 4 players, there'll be 4. In order to do this, you need to activate the Dark Ether Nexus. Once you're within the Dark Ether, if you look into the sky, you'll see one that has an electrical FX going around it. It may take some time for you to be able to locate, and it will be floating, but once you find it, you simply need to shoot it, and then it will move, and several other rocks will start floating around, and you just need to shoot each rock, which will cause some discharge of electricity as you do each one. But once you've managed to successfully do them all, it will then spawn in the crystal that you can go ahead and collect on the ground, as well as an ammo mod. And there'll be one Cryo Freeze for every single player in your game, so if you're on solo, there'll just be 1. If you're in a multiplayer game, you'll have 4 if you have 4 players, etc. Now, since you have to shoot the rocks very quickly in succession, if you don't shoot them quickly as they are moving quickly, you know, then don't worry, as the rocks will respawn and you can try this again. Furthermore, this is how you can get a free ether tool in the Dark Ether. First of all, you need to go ahead and get the Cryo Freeze ammo mod. You can also use the Staff of Ice for this. And since there is a free Cryo Freeze Easter egg that I just showed you, you might as well do that first, and then you can do this Easter egg right after, since they're so close. With the Cryo Freeze weapon, you need to simply shoot at this waterfall, which will cause it to freeze, then shoot this next waterfall, freeze that again, and after you have done this, it will then grant you the free ether tool that you can collect to go ahead and upgrade your weapon's rarity. And the ether tool's rarity is tied to the round you were on. So up to 10 you will just get blue rarity, from round 11 onwards you will then get purple rarity, from 21 onwards you can get orange legendary rarity. Also, this is how you can get a horde of friendly brain-rotted zombies that will survive longer than usual, and you will also get a piece of intel for this. So you need to apply brain rot to your weapon, and if you come over to the ossuary, you will see that there is a skull with an X on, and there are going to be 4 different skulls that you need to shoot in the specific order that the gameplay is showing in the background with brain rot. As you can see, it doesn't work if you don't do it in the right order. So the first one you need to shoot is in this pile just down here, then come back around to where there's the arrow traps and shoot this one here, go underneath the ether lamp back here, come by the well and shoot this one right here, then move towards the speed cola machine where there is a doppelganger statue, and you can shoot this final one here, which will then cause a bunch of brain rotted zombies to spawn in for this little Easter egg, and they will go around the map killing everything, and it's just really helpful for you. They're resurrecting the dead. They will last a little while on the map, which is a good defense here. But anyways, if you then come into the ossuary, you can see part 4 of the pots and paints intel that you can then collect right here, and you can enjoy surviving with all of these brain rotted zombies for a while. They'll last longer than the usual ones do, and it's a bunch of fun, and you only get 1 activation for this, unfortunately. This is the best Easter egg on the map, which is how you can get gold armor from Modern Warfare zombies that will allow your health to replenish passively, residually, so you won't have to constantly be spamming armor plates. This is so useful, but because of that, Trek have scaled it immensely, so it's very hard to do. This is the legitimate method on how to do it though. First of all, you need to enter the Dark Ether Nexus. There are 2 different wooden boxes that you need to smash open. This first one can be found next to Juggernog right here, and you just need to melee that one by the plant. You need to melee it a few times until it smashes, which will give you a statue head, which you are able to interact with to collect. Now, the next box can be found hidden underneath these leaves to the left of the green portal. Once again, you need to melee it a few times to smash open the box, and then you are able to go ahead and collect the other statue head from underneath this plant. I believe you can do these in any particular order as well. After you have done that, you need to make your way back to the dig site, the spawn of the map, where there are 2 different statues, and you just need to place each of the heads onto the 2 different headless statues, so now they have heads. After you have placed both of the heads, you can then go up to one of the statues, either one, and it will begin a blood sacrifice. Now, you need to be prepared, and I mean really prepared, so make sure you have a lot of perks, heavily pack-a-punch and upgraded weapons. You need to feel extremely ready, because this will spawn red fog all around the area, setting your health to just 1. Yes, that is right. So make sure you have enough armor in your reserves as well, because you're going to be relying on armor to survive here, which I guess is why you get golden armor for doing this. And a bunch of HVTs will spawn, either mimics or doppelgangers, that you need to kill in order to complete the blood sacrifice. So you really need to be careful here. Now, only one player needs to remain in the area for the challenge to be active, and if you leave, you will get your health back. So this is very helpful if you're in multiplayer games, as you can sort of rotate between you. Honestly, you probably want an orange weapon, pack-a-punch to 3. Make sure you have your field upgrades charged, as well as helpful gobblegums. The ice staff is also very useful to slow down the HVTs, especially if you've managed to upgrade it, so you can use the charge effect, which I'll have a link to a guide in the description as well on how to upgrade it. Ether Shroud is very useful if you're in a multiplayer. You can use Group Shroud and have one player exit the arena and lure out the HVTs to fight them with full health. Killjoy can increase damage done to the enemies. Idolize is fantastic for keeping the HVTs still to go for critical hits on them, while the correct ammo mod can also go a long way. Cryofreeze does extra damage to the HVT mimic, while Light Men does extra damage to doppelgangers. If all players exit the area, the blood sacrifice will end and you can start it again immediately. But anyways, once you've managed to successfully kill all of the high value targets, the statue you have activated will start bleeding. You then need to go to the other statue, the one that you did not activate before, to do another blood sacrifice. Again, you can do either of these statues in any particular order. Again, you need to be extremely prepared for this. So on the second blood sacrifice, if you got mimics before, you'll get doppelgangers this time. If you got doppelgangers before, you will get mimics this time, so it's one or the other. But again, you just need to survive as before. If all players exit the area, the blood sacrifice will end and you are able to start it again immediately. So just keep that in mind. If you're in a sticky situation, it's better safe than sorry. After completing the second blood sacrifice, head up the stairs of the Roman Mausoleum area in the spawn room, and there will then be a wall buy, a golden one, so you can now go ahead and get yourself free golden armor. It will cost 0 essence, so go ahead and equip that there. Now this is really useful to have, but it is very challenging to get, especially if you're on solo, but hopefully you are all good. You can also leave your Activision IDs in the comments if you want to do this with people. Now score streaks are blocked from the blood ritual, however people are cheesing it to glitch the score streaks in, activating them right as they activate, and there's some other methods as well to cheese this, but I'm sure all of these will be patched very shortly. So this guide is just obviously on the legitimate method. This is now the Parasites Easter egg, where you can get some awesome loot from the Dark Ether Nexus. So as you know, there are these mushrooms in here, these pods, and they develop over time, similar to the ones on Shadows of Evil. They change colors to get to better rarity, and if you let them get to purple rarity, you can then melee them, which breaks them open, and then some parasites will come out. These parasites will then turn purple and they'll essentially be fairies. And if you successfully kill them, they will be flying away from you, so it's a little bit difficult, but if you manage to kill them, they can drop a bunch of awesome loot for you, such as good weapons, epic or even legendary. You can get perks, you can get score streaks, a ton of awesome stuff. Let me know what you get in the comments, but they will fly away if you don't shoot them, so be careful. However, regardless of how far away they are, as soon as you kill it, the loot will actually attract and magnetize towards your location, so you can go ahead and collect it and it won't go out of bounds somewhere. Now this is how you do the jump scare Easter egg on the map. So there are going to be 3 possible spawn locations for a statue, but only one of them will be active on the map at any given point in time. This first one is found in the subterranean temple that you can see right up here, on top of this mound above the Origins crazy place. You just need to stare at it for long enough until it turns and its eyes will glow red, and then it will vanish. You will begin hearing whispering in your game. And then, at a random point in the near future, you will get the jump scare. Now, it could literally be a few seconds after, 10 seconds after, a minute after, 90 seconds after. It seems to be a random short duration after, I guess to keep you on suspense, which definitely makes the jump scare have more impact. The next possible spawn location for this is within the Neolithic catacombs, and it is found within this tunnel just down here in this crevice. Once again, if you just stare at it for a few seconds, it'll turn and its eyes will glow red and it will disappear. Once again, you will then have to just keep playing your game, and at some point, as he said, probably at random, you will get the jump scare.
Begging for a bullet.
Now, the third possible spawn location for it is once again within the Neolithic catacombs, in the other crevice opening that you can see in here. The gameplay in the background doesn't actually show it here, but it's within this spot. And you can actually redo this jump scare over and over, as after you do it, it will respawn back in one of the other locations. Since there are 3 locations, I think you can do it 3 times in your game. I guess this allows you to troll as many friends as you can. There may potentially be a 4th location as well, so there's 1 per player. Let me know in the comments if you find anything. There is the potential, I guess, that there is a trigger for it, but from what I've experienced, it does seem to just be completely random. Definitely tell your friends to look at one of the statues for a while, don't tell them what happens after, and then they'll get a random jump scare. This is a great way to scare your friends, because if it doesn't happen immediately afterwards, they won't be expecting it, which is why they've probably made it random. And actually, I've just realized that this is the same animation from the Pharaoh jump scare that you got in the Modern Warfare 2 Haunting event, which is why it referenced T10 in the files and why we thought it could be a boss coming to Black Ops 6 Zombies, because basically they had made this jump scare, I guess, originally for this game, and then the animation got reused for that event. So that puts into perspective just how long this game has been in development, because the Tomb would have been in development so long ago, and all of the other maps, which explains why they're releasing so quickly, because Treyarch have had a 4-year dev cycle. Anyways, I hope you've enjoyed this jump scare. Here is how you can complete the main quest Easter egg on the brand new Zombies map, The Tomb in Black Ops 6 Zombies. If you are successful in completing this, you can get this standard calling card, and if you complete it before the guided version releases, you also get this change in color with the little skull symbol on it as well, just like the prior maps. You also get this really cool skin for the ice staff called the X91 Ice Pike, which is a green and a throwback to the Earth staff rumors. It looks so epic in game as well, as you can see on screen. Now, if you need some friends to help you complete this quest with, make sure to leave your Activision IDs in the comments below, and hopefully you can get in action together and help each other out. Anyways, let's get into the quest itself. So first of all, you need to go ahead and unlock the Dark Ether, as well as the Pack-a-Punch Arena that the game literally guides you towards. So you shouldn't have any trouble with that. You now need to go ahead and get yourself the Ice Staff. So you can either get lucky from the mystery box, which is not that recommended because it does seem very rare. Even if you use a Wonder Bag Gobblegum, it does seem quite rare, but you can try your luck with that, or you can do the free Ice Staff quest. First of all, there are 3 different parts that you need to get. The first is in fact a monocle that you get for killing the shock mimic that spawns in on round 8, so go ahead and collect the monocle there. After doing so, ether lamps will spawn in around the map, and you need to traverse the map into the Tombs by Death perception, and locate where the ether lamp is in the room, and basically you need to just keep shooting the ether lamp until it moves by this wall painting here. Now you might get lucky and the correct lantern might be lit that is closest to it straight away, but if the correct one isn't lit, which more than often it won't be, like I said, you just need to shoot the currently lit one, and after some time a new lantern will light up again, and you just need to keep doing this until the light spawns at the one that triggers the symbols. And there will then be 8 different symbols that you need to shoot in this precise order on the bull. Now the symbols are resemblant of Roman numerals and must be shot in sequential order from 1 to 8. The digits being I, IV, V, VI, VII, VIII, IX, and X. But they will be in a random order in your game, so you just need to shoot them in the correct order. And on screen right now you can see them numbered in the exact order that you need to shoot them in if you want to pause or take a screenshot, so go ahead and shoot them in that exact order. These symbols are not exactly the same as Roman numerals, but they look very similar, some of the latter ones not so much so. After all of the correct symbols are shot, it will then spawn in a bunch of enemies from the purple ether orb, and it will consecutively move, spawning in 5 different waves of them. This lockdown will spawn mimics or doppelgangers, so a decent different setup is recommended. After defeating all 5 waves of the enemies, the ether will move back into the mural, causing it to glow purple. You can then pick up the staff part from the bull painting, as well as a free max ammo. You will need this max ammo because you now need to do this process again at another site, and you can do either of these two in any particular order, and you'll have to basically do the exact same step again. If you come over to the Neolithic catacombs, you need to locate the ether lamp, and you just need to keep shooting it until it appears right next to this consolidation here with these symbols on by this painting. Once again, you need to shoot the Roman numerals in the correct order. This time there are going to be 10 symbols instead of the 8, but the process is exactly the same. And just for a reminder, on screen you can see the chart so you know which ones to align them to, as the order will be random in your game. Once again, you need to survive 5 waves of them from the purple orb that'll move, so again, make sure you are prepared, and then at the end it will move back into the mural, and you can go ahead and collect the other staff part, as well as grab yourself the max ammo. Once you've gotten all 3 of the parts, you need to come into the Dark Ether Nexus, over to this Origins looking pillar, and you need to place the ice staff into it, where it'll all be glowing purple, and it'll look so epic, and then you basically need to defend the ritual from the incoming hordes. This is a bit difficult. I believe it lasts around 90 seconds, so be prepared. There will be a lot of zombies here, but if you manage to successfully defend it and survive, you can then go ahead and pick up the ice staff for you to use. Now, once you've managed to get yourself the ice staff, whether it's from the books or from the quest, you now need to upgrade it in order to do the Easter egg. So here is what you need to do. Now you need to return to the main map to exit the Dark Ether Nexus, and if you come over to the tombs, you need to shoot 3 ether lanterns in succession very quickly. You have a certain amount of time to do this, so shoot this one first from the tombs with the ice staff, then quickly make your way into the Shrine of the Hierophants and shoot this one here. Keep going to the back past the statues to the subterranean temple and shoot that one there. Then Archibald will begin talking to you. Now you need to make your way back to the Dark Ether Nexus. Once you are in there, you need to look in the sky, and there are going to be 3 different rocks with purple Dark Ether symbols on, but they will be a little bit hard to make out. So if you shoot them with your ice staff, it will lower the rocks so that you can make out the symbols easier. So take note of the symbols, whether it be taking a screenshot or drawing them on a piece of paper or getting a friend to remember them for you. Whatever the case may be, you need to remember them. After you have shot all 3 of the rocks to lower them down, Archibald will then begin talking to you once again. You then need to look around the Dark Ether Nexus until you see this closed off Dark Ether Rift to take you back to the main map. After you figured out which one it is, come back to the main map through an active portal, and you need to locate the Dark Ether Rift that corresponds to the one that is closed off, and it will now be closed with 8 Dark Ether symbols on. Only 3 of these symbols will actually contain the ones that were on the rocks though, so obviously you now need to shoot the 3 symbols that were on the rocks with your ice staff. If you've shot them correctly, it will then activate the portal and you can enter it. Now before you go into the portal, look at the bottom, and you need to see if there are glowing symbols at the bottom of the doorway. If there are not, do not enter, as it means that you will fall and either take a load of damage or you will literally die. Basically, you will fall if you do not enter the correct symbols, and will then have to repeat the step where a different rift will be closed off from the Dark Ether, and you then need to locate the symbols and correspond them. Now if you are in a multiplayer game, all of you need to enter the Dark Ether together, otherwise the step will fail and you will have to repeat the last step. Lots of people have been getting stuck on this because they've been shooting the wrong runes, and honestly the game should just not let you go into the Dark Ether so that you understand you've done it incorrectly, instead of trying to troll you this way, because this is an extreme punishment for a mistake. You will then spawn in the Dark Ether Nexus on the rock far above, and there'll be this purple ether orb in front of you. You then need to press square X or F to interact with the orb, which will then mean you have to start collecting souls by killing zombies around it. So make sure you are ready to do this. You are then able to fall down and follow it, but don't fall off before interacting with the orb, otherwise you will have to repeat the last step. Now all you need to do is just keep following the ether orb around the Dark Ether as you are killing zombies to fill it up with souls. So just keep on doing this, it'll circle the dark ether, and an amalgam will actually spawn in at this point, so just be careful, because you need to constantly be following the orb. And this just serves as a distraction. You can just avoid it, because you just need to keep collecting souls as you are by the orb, which you can do so without actually killing the amalgam. Or if you do want to kill it, just be very wary and stay near the orb. And obviously it's annoying because it can drag you away, so yeah, you can just avoid it. And eventually it'll make its way back to the center, to this Origins looking pillar thing, and it will go inside the ring, and it'll cause it to all be glowing purple, and you can then bring your ice staff up to it, interact with it, and it'll give you the upgraded ice staff, which is absolutely awesome. Just like the original, you are able to charge it up to fire a massive blast that will swirl around in a tornado, taking out all of the zombies. The animation is so cool, as well as the inspect animation. But yeah, this was a pretty tedious process if you have done all of this to get it for free and to then upgrade it, but it's an awesome weapon, and I'm sure fills a lot of you with so much nostalgia, especially with the updated graphics of it. After you've managed to upgrade yourself with the ice staff, around the center of the Dark Ether Nexus, there are 4 large pillars with a statue of an enemy type at the base of them: a vermin, a parasite, a doppelgast, and an amalgam. These 4 statues make up the remainder of the quest and are completely in the order of the special enemy evolutionary tree. Firstly, locate the statue of a vermin, which will have a blue crystal on it. None of the other statues will have the crystals, so the order does matter. Shoot this statue with the back of the staff, the revive ability, done by pressing the button to switch fire mode, wherever you have it assigned to, and then interact with the glowing flame. Return to the dig site through the blue portal, which corresponds with the blue crystal on this statue, and find another vermin statue at the lowest level of spawn. Interact with the statue to start a lockdown that will spawn large amounts of vermin. You now need to kill as many vermin as you can in the area until you fill up the soul box. Once you have collected enough, the souls will stop filling up, and you are then able to interact with the statue again to receive the dark energy. You need to bring this dark energy back to the vermin statue in the Dark Ether Nexus, but the blue portal will be closed off. Taking damage will reduce the health of the dark energy, and if you take too much damage and lose it, you will have to pick it up again from the statue at the dig site. You now need to run to any of the other portals to enter the Nexus and place the dark energy onto the statue, which will light up the first pillar. Once you are done with this, the parasite statue will now have a yellow crystal on it. They are obviously correlated with the look of the statue. Since parasites are yellow, the electric mimic we just did has the blue electricity on it, but once again you need to shoot the statue with the base of the staff to charge it, interact with it to pick it up, and then leave through the yellow portal and head straight ahead to the parasite statue in the dig site. Interacting with this statue will start another lockdown where you need to kill parasites. Some parasites will have a purple glow around them, and when killed will drop a purple orb on the ground. Run up to these orbs to grab them in your hand and bring them back to the statue where they will automatically be deposited. This step is very similar to getting the beam smasher ammo on Terminus Island, so if you've done that before, you know exactly what to do here. You just need to keep bringing these purple orbs from killing the purple parasites and bring them there. After enough are collected, the lockdown will end. Once again, interact with the statue to receive the dark energy and go through a different portal to return it to the statue in the Dark Ether Nexus to light the second pillar. Moving along, we now have the Doppelgast statue, which will now have a green crystal on it. Again, shoot the statue with the back of the staff, interact with it, and leave through the green portal. Take the door to the left and interact with the Doppelgast statue. This will start a lockdown that will spawn quite a few Doppelgasts that, when killed, will have their souls sucked into the statue. In this lockdown, the statue will shoot out purple lasers that create a circle on the ground that will shoot Doppelgast needles straight upwards. I guess very similar to the arrow trap. Just avoid stepping on the circles and kill all the Doppelgasts. After you have managed to collect enough souls, and once you are completed, again grab the dark energy and use a different portal to return it to the Doppelgast statue in the Dark Ether Nexus to light the third pillar. Lastly, the amalgam statue will now have a red crystal on it. If you have not gotten a max ammo since starting these statues, you will need to get one, as the back of the staff only has 3 shots and can only be replenished by a max ammo. So just bear that in mind. You can potentially save the free max ammo if you want, that you can see on screen, or use a gobblegum for this, or just survive rounds, but probably the free one is best. Once you do have ammunition though, you now need to shoot the amalgam statue with the back of the staff once again. Interact with it and leave through the red portal. Head straight down towards Quick Revive, where you will find another amalgam statue to interact with. This will spawn a HVT amalgam that you will need to now kill. After a while alive, the amalgam will create a purple link with 1 or more nearby zombies, which will place a shield over the amalgam, rendering it invulnerable. You must now kill any zombies with the link attached to it to render the amalgam vulnerable again. After which you can continue to damage the amalgam until it dies. Once again, after you have managed to defeat it, you can then collect the dark energy from it. After doing so, you can then go through a different portal, as that one's closed off, to then get back to the Dark Ether Nexus, and place it at the amalgam statue in this arena to light the 4th and final pillar. With all 4 pillars lit up, an additional beam will shoot out of the floating crystal sphere towards the Sentinel artifact. After this, you now need to follow the beam to the edge of the Nexus and interact with the pedestal underneath it now to create a bridge across to the Sentinel artifact. This opens up a new additional playable space, at the center of which is the Sentinel artifact, the Odin one from Voyage of Despair. At this point, you can interact with said Sentinel artifact to begin the boss fight. But do not do so until you are very prepared, as this is not an easy fight. You will be fighting none other than the Sentinel artifact itself. You will need a bullet-based weapon, preferably one with a large magazine, an explosive, and wonder weapons will not be able to damage the boss. However, the upgraded ice staff is still very useful for just ground control and all of the bosses and zombies that will spawn in. This is especially a difficult boss if you are playing on solo. Cooperative is definitely a lot easier. So once you've gotten all of the perks, bringing in the appropriate gobblegums, preferably orange weapons, tier 3 pack-a-punch, good enough ammunition, enough armor, and score streaks, which it's very good if you have a mutant injection. Once you are ready, interact with the Sentinel artifact. The artifact will shoot out a red laser that you will need to avoid. If it hits you, it will do a bit of damage, but more importantly, it will stun you for a moment to allow zombies to hit you. The fight has 3 main stages. The first stage will have the artifact glowing orange and spinning around at the center of the arena, as well as moving between the upper and lower levels of said arena. After a while of doing this, it will lock the beam onto the large vermin statue on the upper floor and start moving an orb across. If this orb connects with the respective statue, it will spawn some of the corresponding enemy type. While shooting this beam, the Sentinel artifact will become solid and can be damaged. You need to unload bullets into the Sentinel artifact until it stops shooting the beam. You can determine the damage done by how orange the artifact is becoming. Once damaged enough, a small burst of energy will happen and the artifact will create a duplicate of itself. There will now be 2 artifacts shooting lasers. However, you will just want to focus on destroying one. If you are playing in a cooperative match, you can use the ping system to mark which artifact you and your teammates should target. After destroying one of the 2 artifacts, it will now turn into 3 of them. Then, after repeating this same step again, will turn into 4. These artifacts will all lock onto different statues, so it is a good idea to focus fire on the artifact attached to the statue resembling the enemy that is the biggest threat, such as the Doppelgast or Amalgam. By destroying an artifact that is shooting a laser at the statue of a specific enemy type, you will prevent that enemy type from spawning in the next phase. Once an artifact is destroyed, to create a 5th copy, you will enter Stage 2. Stage 2 will continue to have the 4 spinning artifacts as an obstacle, but you can no longer damage them. But they will still periodically log onto the statues to spawn waves of enemies. However, this can no longer be prevented, and you will be attacked by all of the enemy types it spawns. Instead, an orange artifact will attach itself to an enemy, giving it massively increased health and damage, as well as a reddish glow. Killing this specific enemy will cause it to drop the artifact onto the ground, causing it to become solid. The first enemy will be an armored zombie. The second will be a doppelgast, the third will be a mimic, and the fourth will be an amalgam. Once again, you need to destroy this artifact quickly using bullet weapons, or it will become immune, and you will have to kill the same enemy again after it respawns. If destroyed, it will create a blue copy of itself and float back to the center. A new enemy, this time a HVT Doppelgast, will get the orange artifact attached to it, but one will also have the new blue artifact attached. The blue artifact will still buff the enemy it attaches to. However, this is a decoy, as when killed the enemy will not drop a vulnerable artifact. You will need to find the enemy with the same reddish glow and orange artifact on it and kill it. Don't be distracted. This will create one more blue copy which will return to the center. Repeat this 2 more times for the HVT Mimic and Amalgam, which after each passing wave, the artifacts will spawn more and more enemies with blue artifacts, as well as more and more special and elite zombies, getting increasingly more difficult. After successfully destroying the artifact dropped by the HVT Amalgam, you will begin to hear a clock chime. The final phase is very short, and the amount of enemy spawning will be reduced compared to the previous phase. All of the blue sentinel artifacts will line up in the middle, making 9. 8 underneath, charging the main one, the real one in the center, and begin to shoot a blue beam at a doorway on the upper level of the arena. After a short amount of time, one final solid sentinel artifact will appear on the top of the doorway where the beams are aiming. You need to do as much damage as possible to the artifact before the beams can charge it up. You are given plenty of time, but failing to destroy the artifact here will cause a team wipe attack to go off. Unload as much ammunition as possible with your bullet guns until the artifact's health bar reaches 0. At this point, the fight is over. The sentinel artifact will return to the center pedestal, and the final cutscene will play, which I'll have linked in the description if you have not seen it already, or experience it for yourself in-game, which is probably the best option. You will then have the choice whether you want to continue playing or exit the match. Just like all of the previous maps, if you respawn, you will get pretty much everything for you at your doorstep: crystals, ether tools, legendary pack-a-punch weapons, as well as all of the perks, etc. Hopefully this guide has been useful, and let me know if you are struggling at all in the comments. Like I said before, leave your Activision IDs in the comment section below if you need any friends to actually help you out, which is especially helpful. And maybe you can make some friends along the way. And finally, we have all of the Easter eggs on Shattered Vale until Janus Towers releases. Firstly, we have the free Raygun Mark II Easter egg. So the first thing you need to do is repair the elevator that the game guides you towards to get down to the SAM room by where Pack-a-Punch is. There's a guide in the description if for some reason you need one. Now that you're in the mainframe area, if you make your way to round 10, there'll be a technician zombie that will spawn in, and when you kill it, it will drop a floppy disk that you need to pick up. After which, make your way over to the East Foyer, and there's some computers here that you can interact with. And it will begin printing out a Project Janus message. During this, you're going to have a little bit of a lockdown here. You won't be trapped in, but there'll be vermin and parasites that will start spawning in, so be wary of them, and simply survive whilst it is printing. Once it's done printing, you are then able to interact with it, and it will display a message, and this message is from Blanchard, of which there'll be a 4-letter word in it that is all in capitals. It won't be the same every single game, however in this game in particular it's spelled worm. So write down whatever word it is, or take a screenshot, or have a friend remember it for you. Whatever the case may be, you need to remember it. After you've remembered the word, you need to head over to the nursery where you'll see a blackboard here, and on the blackboard is going to be a bit of a puzzle that you need to work out, as you need to get a number code derived from the word. So on the blackboard there's all of these different clusters of different letters, and essentially what you need to do is locate each different letter in order of the word, and note down how many letters are in the cluster to be able to get the sequence. So for the first character we have W, and it's in a collection of 7 characters, so that's the first number. The second letter is O, which is in a group of 6 letters, so that's the second number. R is then in a cluster of 7 letters, so that's the third number. And fourth and finally, M is just there alone, so it's just 1. So the code in my game was 7671, but like I said, it's going to be different every single game. You might have a different word, or if you still have worm, it might be in a different set of clusters. And on screen right now, you can see all of the different possible words you can get, as well as the combinations, as the chalkboard is random, so it could change every single game, but this lineup you can see is always going to be the same. After you've worked out the code, write it down somewhere, or again, remember it, or have a friend remember it for you. Whatever the case may be, you need to remember this code. After which, head over to the service tunnel, and you'll see that there's a doppelgas behind this locked room, and it's just trapped within, which is quite funny. You can then go over to the number pad and input a code, so input the numbers you worked out. Like I said, in this case it's 7671, but it'll likely be different for you. After which the door will begin opening, there'll be a bunch of ghast, and you just need to kill this doppelgast, after which it'll drop his severed arm, which you can press square X or F to pick up. Now if you then head to the back of the service tunnel, come through to the supply depot where there is the armory, and you can enter the armory, and you've probably already entered here and seen the Raygun Mark II in the back here and not really known how to get it. Well, this is how you get it. Now you can go in and go ahead and grab yourself the Raygun Mark II. It's the standard version, the good old trusty Mark II. I'm so glad that it's back, and I can't wait for it to be added to the other maps as well. Now we have the phenomenal Falling to Pieces Easter egg song by Kevin Sherwood, sung by Malukar. Like the other maps in the game, there are 3 different Mr. Peaks headphones that you need to find around the map, and you can activate them in any particular order. One of the 3 can be found within the conservatory, so simply make your way into this barn in the conservatory, and it can be found by this barrier on top of this box underneath the staircase, so press square X or F to interact with that one. The next one can be found in the banquet hall, inside the mansion itself, and this can be found in the corner on top of this radio device next to the box, so press square X or F to interact with that one there. The third one can be found in the service tunnel on top of these boxes where there is a dead zombie above, so press square X or F to activate that. Once you've activated all of these, you are then able to listen to the song in game. I'm going to play the full thing for you to enjoy right now. Like always, it's an absolute banger, but I would urge you to check it out in game yourself as well for the atmosphere. Enjoy.
Night comes too soon again. Days run together. Someday when everyone is gone, you'll know that I was there. Into the night.
Furthermore, we now have a very creepy jump scare Easter egg, and you can get some really good loot from this, such as free perks, free score streaks, essence. You also get the deed of sale intel. First of all, you need to have the thermal scope on any weapon in the game. Obviously, it's the easiest if you apply it to your loadout, but it's not necessary. After which, you need to simply progress in your game, I believe to round 13, and you simply need to be on the lookout for some blinking red eyes in one of these windows. After which, simply scope in to look at it, and there'll be a creepy entity, and when you look at it with the thermal scope, it'll disappear and it'll spawn in another location. After 20-30 seconds or so later, so just keep training the zombies around this area and be on the lookout for its location. Keep checking all of the windows, so keep looking around, and eventually you will locate it again. Once again, when you look at it with the thermal scope, it'll disappear. You then need to repeat this for a third time, so just wait for it to spawn in once again and keep waiting around until you manage to locate it again. Once you do, obviously just look at it again with the thermal scope and it'll disappear. And penultimately, you need to do this again for a fourth time, but this is going to be the last time it's going to be random. So once again, just keep waiting until it spawns in again, and once it does, look at it with the thermal scope and it will disappear. So finally, for the fifth time, the woman is now always going to spawn in these windows above the balcony. So come over and look at her again, and after which she will disappear for the last time. Now finally, after that, you can run inside the nursery into the mansion itself and come over to this mirror by the bed and interact with the mirror, and you'll get jump scared by this creepy woman. That I guess was the woman that was in the windows that we were chasing down. I don't know who this creepy girl is. It kind of looks like a child with sharp teeth. But anyways, after you've done this, you can then interact to open up the drawers to get your loot. It'll say open to get your rewards from the antique mirror. This woman, I feel, has to be significant to the lore. I don't know if it's meant to be Richthofen's wife or something, or who. Anyways, after you open it up, you can get all of your loot, and you can get the deed of sale intel that I mentioned before. In this case, I drink Quick Revive. Hopefully this has been useful. In addition, we have the Mr. Peaks Easter egg, and this can let you get a friendly vermin that will evolve into a parasite and then a doppelgast. So as I'm sure you've probably seen, there are many different Mr. Peaks parts around the map, 6 to be specific, that you are able to collect. The first one can be found just here in the garden spawn. If you come over into the corner between the tree and the wall, you can collect that right there. The next one can be found by Shem's Henge on top of this wall, just over here amongst all of the ivy. Then if you come through further into the map, head into the lower terrace, come open this through the conservatory by the Quick Revive machine. To the right of the staircase in front of this wall, again amongst the ivy, is another part that you can collect. And these of course can be collected in any particular order. Now if you make your way to the bottlery, you can collect this one amongst all of the alcohol bottles. Then if you come over to the rear patio by where Double Tap is, as you can see on the tac map, it's found behind Double Tap. If you come down right by the spade in the little bucket, you can collect this one here. Then if you go up across the rear patio, up the stairs, make your way into the east balcony, into the study, then come through and make your way into the library, you can find the other one just here, as you can see on the tac map, hidden right behind this painting that you can interact with to collect. After you have collected all 6 of the parts, if you head backwards through the east foyer, come into the grand foyer, then keep going all the way outside of the mansion itself to the motor court, come over to these sandbags with the barbed wire on, and as you collect each one of the parts, another part will appear here. You might have noticed them, and you cannot collect them until all of them have been collated. Once you've collected all 6 of them, you can start crafting it by interacting with it on top of all of this blood, and the parts will start merging together, stitching together to form Mr. Peaks itself. Mr. Peaks will have this purple smoke, and then it will fly into this dog kennel behind it, the ones that we saw from Modern Warfare Zombies, and it'll make a friendly spider that'll start attacking the zombies through you. And basically it goes through evolutionary stages. It's not that great, unfortunately, and it's called Donut. And like I said at the start, it can then evolve into a parasite or a doppelgast, and it survives a total of 3 rounds if it doesn't take enough damage so that it dies early, switching evolution every time the round changes. Spider to parasite to doppelgast. Around every 30 seconds or so, it does an explosion attack that has a small radius radius. And unfortunately, unlike Easter eggs like this, such as the Mega Stuffy on Terminus, it cannot revive you. Yeah, it's not too great because it doesn't take out zombies that much, and after some time it will die out, or if it gets damaged, it will die. Potentially, you might not even make it through the evolutions. Continuing along, we now have the Evil Sam corrupted laser trap Easter egg to do with the computers that I'm sure you've seen around the map. So there are 3 different computers around the map, and you can actually do these before you've even unlocked the elevator down to Sam. The first computer can be found if you come through the rear patio, up the staircase over to the east balcony, run through the study, and this is the first computer. And you can see it on the TAC map here. I'll explain in a second what you need to do with them. The second location can be found if you come through the library, make your way into the east foyer, come up this staircase here, up on top, come into the overlook, and you just want to traverse all the way around the left edge and come into the far back over here, and it's located here. Once again, you can see it on the TAC map if that helps for ease to locate. And the third possible location, if you come out of the overlook here through the west hallways, and it's found just in this office right here on top of this desk. Once again, you can see on the TAC map if that helps you out. So when you interact with one of the 3 computers, it will say system booting, after which you then need to end the round. So I would definitely recommend interacting with one of the computers at the end, and if it is the correct computer, we'll come up with a red infected virus symbol, and as this happens, you need to quickly interact with it in that moment, and a hard drive will then come out of the machine that is by it, which you can collect. If the computer doesn't do this, and when you interact with it, it says cleaning, you need to try a different computer. So just try each one until you get the correct one, and if you do this for every single one of the 3 computers, interacting with it, ending the round, one of them will turn corrupted. Now, the computer that has the corrupted hard drive in it will change every single round, so you can theoretically test all of them, and because you've switched rounds, it may end up then being in one that you've already tried. So it is recommended to just turn on all of the computers on one round and then transition to the next round and test all of them. Doing it separately can get confusing, and this is probably easier. Now, you need to not end the round after you've collected it. It needs to be on the same round. Once you have the hard drive, you now need to go down the elevator to Sam. Obviously, the game literally guides you on how to get here, but if you need help for whatever reason, there's a guide in the description. If you come down into the Sam mainframe room, if you come up these stairs where the Pack-a-Punch is, there is another one of these computers. You then need to hold interact with it, which will insert the hard drive into it. Once again, the computer will say system booting, and then you need to end the round to pass to the next one. So again, be doing this at the end of a round. And when you end the round, it will now say that it is cleaning, and the screen will turn red. Once again, you need to interact with the computer, which now has the Sam AI saying Sam infected on it. She's been corrupted by this virus, and when you interact, the laser beam will begin. So Sam is dispersing of all of that virus. It's kind of like the Mangler trap on Gorod Krovi. It's very cool, but I don't know why we needed to do all of this for the trap. And you can reactivate it at any point after it's finished for 2,000 points if you come back to the computer. What do you think of this? Do you think it's a bit tedious considering you just get this trap? The trap's really useful and very cool though. It completely decimates all of the zombies in the area, and it's just a fun animation to watch as well. Now we have how to get all of the 3 Raygun Mark II variant upgrades on the map. Now firstly, you need to get the Raygun Mark II either via the mystery box or via the free side quest that I showed you earlier on in this video, and this is a big chunk of the main quest as well. Anyways, you now need to obtain a canister, and there are 3 different ways that you can obtain a canister. It doesn't matter which one you do because they're not specific to which variants you want, but if you're wanting all 3 in a multiplayer game, you're going to have to do all 3. So the first way to get a canister is there are going to be these blue crystals that will spawn across the roof of the mansion, and you simply need to shoot these crystals down with the Mark II. These won't guarantee a canister, by the way, so you'll probably have to shoot many of them down, but they will give you loot such as equipment, salvage, etc. The first one can be found in front of the mansion itself by the southwest balcony. The other one can be found inside the conservatory just on the ceiling here, so shoot that one down. You can find another in the service tunnel, so you can shoot that one down there. Another one can be found just here over in the east foyer, so you can shoot that one down there. And this is where I get the empty canister in this game specifically. There may potentially be some other spawn locations for this as well. I'm not 100% sure. If you use a different weapon than the Mark II, you'll just get hit markers, so just look around the map if it's not in any of these. It shouldn't be too difficult to find because it's so massive. Now, if you're in a solo game and you just want one Mark II, you can proceed. But here are the other two ways to get a canister. So the next one, you will need a Gersh device, a Casimir grenade, whether it be from loot, a crafting table, and you can get a free one from this dead soldier in the service tunnel if you don't want to go through that hassle. Now, if you come over to the rear patio, all you want to do is throw the Casimir grenade, and you'll see the canister behind in this barrier, and if you throw the Casimir at it, it will simply suck it forward so that it's outside and you can then go ahead and pick it up. The third possible way to get a canister is the most complicated, and you'll once again need a piece of equipment, this time a tomahawk, which you can also get from 3 locations around the map, or simply use a crafting table or have it equipped to your loadout. And if you come into the mainframe chamber where the SAM AI is, and there is a crafting table here as well if you need to get a tomahawk from there, you will see that there is this pipe, and above it will be a letter which will either be A or B, and you need to remember which it is. So take a screenshot or note it down or just remember it. And if you then make your way into the service tunnel, if you look behind this gate here where there's a truck, you will see more pipes with A and B written on them, and there'll be gas leaking out of them, and you'll see there'll be a bunch of red wheels where you can channel where you want the gas to be by throwing the tomahawk at these wheels to turn them. And essentially you need to get the gas to go to A or B depending on which one is indicated in your game. So if you have A in your game, you need to have the wheel on the far left activated, then you need to have the wheel in the middle activated, and then the wheel on the top right activated with the bottom right wheel not activated. May take some playing around with, as well as getting your aim right to actually activate them. And then obviously, likewise for B, you basically need to do the same, but instead of having the top right wheel activated, you need to have the bottom right wheel activated with the top one deactivated. So you need to in total have the left one activated, the middle one activated, the bottom right activated, but not the top right. And you need to be very precise with hitting the tomahawk. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating, but you'll get used to it the more games you play. Now, if you come back to the mainframe chamber where the SAM AI is, if you come back by where the pipe was that had the letter on, you can then explode the chamber with a grenade, whether it be a Semtex or a regular grenade, whatever the case may be. Simply explode it, a load of gas will come out, and then you can pick up that canister there. So yeah, once you've gotten a canister from any of the 3 methods, you can then upgrade one of the Mark II upgrades. First of all, for the Mark IIW, this one offers a similar bullet pattern to a submachine gun and also has a random chance to ignite enemies with the Wraith fire. And this is the blue one. So with your canister, you need to then head to Shem's Henge and you can place it into this yellow holding machine, after which a HVT electric abomination will spawn in. And basically, instead of just killing it straight away, you need to lure it so that it will laser the 3 small rocks in the henge, which causes them to glow blue. So you just need to be careful lining them up quickly. But after you've made one glow blue, you just need to then align it so that you get it to do the charge attack on you, and then it rams into the blue rock, which causes it to break. Make sure you are targeting the shorter rocks, not the taller ones that are closer to the height of your character. So yeah, just repeat this process 3 times, and then a defense step will begin where you have to protect the center as a portal will spawn in, and a bunch of vermin will start spawning in to try and disrupt the energy siphon. So watch out for the power extracted, and there's going to be a timer there, and you'll see that there'll be all of these wisps flowing out of the rocks into the portal, filling it up, and you just need to survive and defend it. Keep doing that until it reaches 100% within the time limit. After you have successfully done that, the portal will disappear, charging up the device that's in the ground there, and it will power up, and then you can go back over to the canister in the yellow machine and pick it up. You then can go through the service tunnel into the supply depot, and once again there's another crafting bench, and you can then begin to craft the Raygun Mark IIW, the blue variant. Moving along, this is how you get the Mark IIP variant, Preservation. This will turn your Mark II to shoot shotgun-like rounds with a chance to spawn a sigil with the ability to grant invulnerability to the player standing on it for a limited time. And this is the purple one. And for this, once again, there's going to be RNG, as there's random white boxes around the map that you probably ran into whilst playing the map, but there's a lot of possible spawn locations for them, and you just need to break open these boxes by shooting them or meleeing them, and one of them will randomly contain a bomb that you need to collect, but it's very frustrating that it can take so long to potentially find one. So I'm just going to show some gameplay in the background right now of all the possible spawn locations for the boxes.
You sprouted off a walking corpse. How'd you expect me to treat you?
Happy birthday, Candy Ass! We're all out of cake, but we do got Camelot!
So the next two items you need are two reflectors that can be found in the lion fountains on the map, and you can collect these before or after you have gotten the bomb. But one of these fountains can be found in the southwest balcony, so go ahead and collect the reflector from the lion fountain there. The other one can be found in the conservatory to the right of quick revive, so come up to it and collect the other reflector there. Once you have the bomb, if you head into the service tunnel, there is a wall here left to the armor wall by machine, and you can place the essence bomb down, which will blow open the cave. And there's a container here where you can place the empty canister. So go ahead and place the canister in, and after which a light beam will then project out, and there are 3 statues of Doppelgast that you must illuminate and destroy using this light beam. So come through the tunnel into this huge vast cavern. I'm so glad that the Easter eggs now are opening up new areas which we've not really seen much for a while in the Dark Ether story. And you can then go into this new area where there's actually a large statue of one of the worms from Modern Warfare zombies. This is the Serpent Mound that the mansion was chosen to be built on due to its history. Essentially, you need to use the reflectors you have just collected to redirect the light towards them. To do this, there are 3 different slots where you can use your 2 reflectors. You can also pick them back up whenever you wish. One is at the initial location of the light beam, another is on the same elevation near the canister machine, another is upper level where you can go through a side door. Once you've reflected all of the light correctly towards a Doppelgast statue, you then need to come up to it. It's glowing and you can melee the Ethereum shard that the light beam comes from. This will send an energy beam through the light beam's path, successfully destroying any statue it hits. After you do this, a Doppelgast will then spawn in as the statue turns real, and you simply need to kill it, so be wary and prepared for this. After you have killed the Doppelgast, the soul will be collected, and then you need to come over and melee this reflector right here, and you then need to go to the other side of the room and pick up the other reflector, which will once again cause it to come to life and spawn in. So once again, take out that Doppelgast, and that is 2 Doppelgasts down, so come all the way through the tunnel up to the top and melee it, which will reflect the beam again to this other Doppelgast statue. You then need to come back down to the floor and melee the source crystal, and it will reflect to the 3rd Doppelgast statue, and you need to melee this crystal here once again, which will cause this 3rd Doppelgast to come to life, but this time it's going to be a HVT. So once again, you need to take that out, and the worm will all be glowing purple. It looks very, very cool. Definitely seems like there was a great war here long ago. But after you've collected all 3 souls of the Doppelgast, you definitely need to be prepared for the 3rd one. Now that the canister has been filled with the 3 Doppelgast souls, you can go back up to it and collect it. You need to come all the way into the director's quarters inside the mansion itself, and this is where you can go ahead and craft yourself the Raygun Mark P, which is pretty cool. Now the 3rd and final Raygun Mark II variant that you can obtain is the Toxic R variant, and this is the yellow one. So to charge the canister for this one, you need to get 4 seeds from the different Prima Materia plant pods around the map. There are many different spawn locations for them, and you need to blow them up with explosive damage, for example a Semtex, or the regular Mark II, or a rocket launcher, whatever the case may be. One of the possible spawn locations can be in the southwest balcony, so once you locate one, you just need to shoot it with the Mark II, or like I said, one of the other methods, but you should have the Mark II if you're doing this, but be wary if you've upgraded it to one of the other variants first. Another possible location can be in the garden pond, so again, you need to break open this plant pod, and you can go ahead and collect collect a seed there. Another spot can be found within Shem's Henge, just up here on the street going upwards on the rock, so you can go ahead and break that one there and get yourself a third plant seed. Another spot can be found in the motor court that you can see on the tac map right here, and it can be found right in the corner by this wall, so you can break that one there and you can grab yourself another plant seed. Another spot can be found in the conservatory by the well. There can be a few other spots in Shem's Henge back by where the other one was. There can be a few spots by the well in the conservatory. In the garden pond, there can be a few spots underneath the bridge or to the right and left of it. In the motor court, there are many spawns that are all along both sides of the wall. Many different spawn locations there, leading up to the mansion itself. And within the southwest balcony, there's quite a few spots all over the outer banks, as well as by the tree and in the corners. In the rear patio, once again, there's quite a few spots around here. But yeah, basically, they're just in pretty much all of the locations outside of the map, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find 4 of them. But once you've managed to get yourself some seeds, you can then come over to the conservatory, where there's all of this biotech, which I guess was prototype technology, where Richtofen was trying to clone his son. This is for the Wraithfire one. Now, you can place the canister into this machine here, and you can actually do this before getting the seeds. You just won't be able to do anything. And there are many different incubators within this room. So you've got one just here by the ammo crate. There is then one behind it in this other room back here in front of the well. And then if you head down the stairs, down to the lower elevation, come through and you'll find another one here. And then you can place the seeds into any one of these incubators, and it will start a toxic spores harvesting event where you'll have a bit of a lockdown, and basically you just need to defend, as there's going to be a bunch of zombies coming in trying to attack all of the incubators. So you need to simply protect all of them to allow the toxic spores to be harvested. And you need to be ready for this. It is going to be difficult, so make sure you have adequate perks, weaponry, gobblegums, score streaks, etc. But basically the spore is going to keep growing, and eventually it will fill up, which you'll see on the meter bar. When it is, you will see that there's a big pod in it, and you'll be done with that, and you can then go over to one of the other incubators and place a seed within it again and repeat this step. So it will continually start to grow, and once again you just need to keep defending it from all of the incoming zombies until it has grown. After that is done, the bar will fill up once again, and you can plant another seed to begin another lockdown process in another incubator. So once again, just keep defending it from all of the incoming zombie hordes, and eventually after doing all of that, the objective will be completed, the pod will burst, and you'll be done with those tedious lockdowns, and you can come back to the canister and you can now pick up the toxic canister. Now if you make your way to the garden pond, you can come over to this workbench here, and you can assemble the parts for the ray gun Mark IIR. So press X to craft, and then you can press X to use. You'll begin crafting it, and you can then pick up the Mark IIR. This will shoot these long-ranging, high-damage shots with a marksman rifle-like discharge, and there is also a chance to spread a plague infection that can inflict area of effect damage. So yeah, that's been how you get all 3 of the ray gun Mark II variants in Shattered Vale. These are all needed for the main quest. Then we have a cool Easter egg where you can get a free Pack-a-Punch Tier 3 legendary shotgun. It does take quite some time in order to achieve this though. Now this can only be done with the Marina shotgun, so you can apply that to your loadout weapon or get lucky from the mystery box, but I would definitely not recommend doing that. Or if you come over to the motor court, there is a war buy that you can get right from this wooden board here by the flaming truck, and you can do this on low rounds too, which is super nice. Now you need to have the death perception perk, whether you've gotten it from loot or a gobblegum, or you come into the west hallways and you can buy it here in the corner. Now you need to upgrade your Marina shotgun to blue rare tier 3 rarity in order to do this. Some people have been trying with a lower rarity one and it won't work. And if you then come into the banquet hall, there are these 3 deer heads with a weapon holder below, and you can place your blue Marina shotgun into it, and doing so will cause the middle deer to start moving and their eyes will start glowing green. You then need to shoot the deer head to the left of it, and it will spew out a symbol of one of the field upgrades. Now if you miss which one it is, you can just shoot it again and it will come out again, and basically this is telling you which field upgrade you need to use. So in this case it's Ether Shroud. If it's one different to the one you currently have equipped in your game, you can just pause your game and change your field upgrade. Now luckily for this game, I already had Ether Shroud equipped, and basically you now need to just get kills here while said field upgrade is active. So you need to get it charged if it isn't already. So I've activated Ether Shroud and now I'm just getting kills, and the different souls will then fill up the shotgun. Now if you have Ether Shroud, you can just get kills with any weapon while whilst it's active. If you have Tesla Storm, you don't need to just get the kills with the electricity. You can just kill them whilst they are electrocuted. Now, you don't have to get the necessary amount of kills all at once. In this game, it took many different attempts, and you don't need to do it on a specific round. So you need to just keep getting the kills until the deer heads are charged up. You know this is done when the deer head moves, and then a mangler will spawn in. And when you kill them, the souls will go into the weapon, upgrading it to the next rarity, and then you're able to pick it back up. You now need to just survive at least one round. After you have done so, you can come back up to the deer head and place the weapon back down, and its eyes will glow orange this time. So once again, you just need to shoot the deer head to the left of it, and it'll show the symbol coming out of which field upgrade you need to have. In this case, it's energy mine. Again, you can shoot it many times if you miss which one it actually is. Now, you will then have to change to this field upgrade. You will then have to pause the game and switch to it. So in this game in particular, it's energy mine, so I've switched over to energy mine here. And you can also get the same field upgrade again, so you might not need to switch here, but chances are you're more than likely going to have to. So once again, you need to then activate whichever field upgrade it has designated, and you need to start getting kills with it, in this case energy mine. So once again, just keep surviving the rounds and getting kills with the field upgrade. This is going to probably take you many attempts once again, so just keep progressing through the rounds and getting kills with your field upgrade. Now this time when it's fully charged up, 2 manglers will spawn in and a bunch of parasites once again, so you need to kill all of them to collect the souls, and then the shotgun will go from purple to orange and you can pick it back up once again. So just like before, you need to survive at least one round, and after you have passed the round, you can then place the orange shotgun into the mantle below, and the deer head's eyes will now be orange. So once again, you can shoot the deer head to the left and the symbol will pop out, which will display which field upgrade you need to use. Now in this case, I got lucky because it's once again energy mine, so I don't need to switch again. So once again, just keep on charging up your energy mine and getting kills with it in front of here to collect all of the souls. Then once again, when you've collected enough souls, it'll be glowing red and a bunch of parasites will spawn in, as well as an amalgam and a few different manglers. So be prepared for this. There's going to be a lot of chaos, a lot of action going on, but once again, you just need to kill all of them to collect all of the souls, and you can then pick back up the shotgun, and not only will it be orange legendary rarity, but it will be now Pack-a-Punch tier 1 as well. So once again, you need to progress at least one round because you can actually get this shotgun to now tier 2 Pack-a-Punch. So place the shotgun back down and then shoot the left deer head, and it'll tell you which field upgrade you need. So in this case, it tells me I need Tesla Storm, so I have to switch to Tesla Storm, and you need to start getting kills with it in front of it. And like I said before, you don't need to get kills just from the electricity. You can kill them with any weapon as they are being electrocuted. So once again, you just need to keep killing all of the zombies with the Tesla Storm. It's going to take a few attempts, but once you manage to collect enough souls, it'll glow once again, and a bunch of manglers, parasites, and amalgam will spawn once again. So you need to defeat all of them. Doing so successfully will get rid of the red smoke, and it will upgrade your weapon's rarity to Pack-a-Punch tier 2, and you can collect back up your shotgun. After which the blue eyes will disappear from it, and there you go, you can enjoy your weapon. And you can do this one more time to get tier 3 Pack-a-Punch. The gameplay in the background doesn't show it because a glitch occurred, which, speaking of, if you cannot keep placing it down during this, you just need to save the game, quit, and jump back in, and it should let you progress. Once you have gotten the tier 3 Pack-a-Punch, if you place it and try it again, it can glitch right now and you can lose your gun entirely, so don't bother with that. This is the end of the quest, it's just a bit buggy right now. If you fail at any point during this, you just need to go to the next round and it will reset, and there'll be a different field upgrade required, so you'll have to shoot the deer head on the left to see what it is to try it again. And also you need to maintain the shotgun and death perception throughout this, so if you ever bleed out or you change weapon, you cannot progress, so don't do that. Obviously it's not the best weapon in the world, but this is still useful. I mean, this quest does potentially take a while. Obviously if you get lucky with the field upgrades, you can do this on much shorter rounds, but regardless, you can still get much better tiered weapons on the lower rounds without going all of the way necessarily. I'm now going to show you all 8 of the free power-up locations on the map. So like all of the previous maps, they're just going to be in random locations around the map, and you can collect them at any point in your game at your own discretion in any order. The first one is max ammo that you can find right here in the garden pond on the corner of this wall here behind the lion angel statue, and you just need to shoot it to collect it. The next one is bonus points for a free 500 points or 1,000 points with the double points. To get this one, come through the east foyer, come up the staircase, and if you look in this barrier behind, it's right there in the dark, so shoot that and collect like that there. Moving along, we have full power to instantly repair your field upgrade. This can be found if you come through the library, come into the study, and if you crouch down, you can see it right over here behind the computer, right at the back, so shoot that one there. Now we have 3 double points. This can be found over on the west balcony. If you look out in the distance, over on this log below the mountain cliff, you can shoot it there and collect your double points. Now we have insta-kill, and this can be found if you come into the mainframe chamber in the SAM room and come into the elevator shaft, and if you look up, it's right up there, high up, so shoot that. Now we have the free nuke power-up. This can be found in the service tunnel. If you mantle on top of this box, you can see it just on top of this portable building here, so shoot that in front of the box, and you can go ahead and get yourself your nuke. And the 7th one you can grab is in the motor court, and it is max armor that can be found just above these boxes here behind the metal fencing, so go ahead and shoot that one there. So like the other maps, once you've managed to collect all 7 power-ups, a fire sale power-up will now spawn in on the map, and it only spawns in once you've gotten all of the rest first, unlike the rest of them, which are all on the map at once. So this can be found if you head up the grand foyer over to the overlook, and it's right there in a very obvious spot on the chandelier, so you can go ahead and shoot that to collect it. And pro tip, just like all of the other maps, if you throw a C4 on the location, you can then detonate it from anywhere on the map, so you can have it when and where you want, instead of just activating it from its specific location. For example, you could use this to combine double points and bonus points, or you could spawn in an insta-kill if you're in the boss fight, or fire sale whilst you're standing right next to a box location. This is the really cool vermin Easter egg that you can also do. Zzz. Trek has updated the reward, so it's actually worth doing the fog rolling in Easter egg on Shattered Veil now. Previously, there was no point in really doing it beyond this being a fun gag, which is obviously a reference to Jason Blundell's infamous quote from the Origins trailer.
Dynamic weather, from rain, fog rolling in, snow falling.
So without further ado, let's get into how you actually do this. So this is going to be quite a lengthy process. The first thing you want to do is you want to head over to the service tunnel, and you need to make your way through where the gameplay is showing in the background. And there'll be a baby vermin just at the bottom of the ground here, underneath this vent or whatever it is, and you can press square X or F to pick it up. After you have collected the baby vermin, if you come back to the main chamber and look in this barrier, you'll see a sign saying danger high voltage, with a sign below that tells you what you need to do for the next step. The graphic is random every single game, but there are 3 different colours of chemical bottles. You have pink, green, as well as orange. And you will see that there will be black droplets coming from each of them, and essentially this is telling you the order that you need to shoot these bottles in that is going to be the next step. The drips will always be 1, 2, and 3. So this has 1 drip for pink, so I know that's the first one I need to shoot. 2 drips for orange, so I know that's the second one I have to shoot. 3 for green, so I know it's the third one I have to shoot. So either remember that or have a friend remember it for you, write it down or take a screenshot. You don't have to remember it for long though, because they're literally right by here, still within the mainframe chamber. You just want to come up to this desk, and you want to press square X or F to interact with it, and it will place the vermin on the metal tray. You will see surrounding the tray are a bunch of different bottles, and whilst the bottles are not coloured on the outside of them, the chemical inside is. So on screen right now you can see which one is associated with which colour. So from the order I had before, I know I need to shoot the bottom right one, then I need to shoot the big box of chemicals that have blue lids on, and then finally I need to shoot the biggest bottle that is next to the little one I first shot in the corner. After you've shot them in the correct order that's assigned, the vermin will begin emitting a yellow hue in the tray, and you can then interact with it to pick it back up. After which you need to go back inside Colton Hall and come over to the west hallways, and there are 3 locations for microwaves here, which you can see the locations for in the gameplay in the background, and you can place the vermin in any single one of them. It doesn't matter which, so don't worry about that. After you place it in the microwave, you just need to leave it for it to finish cooking, and the colour will transition from yellow to red, so just keep a watch for it until it turns red. Once it does so, you can go back up to it to collect it. After which you are now going to need a Wunderwaffe DG2, so if you don't have one, you can do the side Easter egg during the main quest that I have a link to a video in the description on how to do, or you can get it lucky from the mystery box, or using Wunderbar, whatever the case may be. You now need to head back down to the mainframe chamber, and if you head into this tunnel, you will find that there's a big patch of red blood here on the ground, and you can interact with the blood to place the red vermin down onto the patch. Then you want to look above the red blood, and there is a fan up here, and you need to shoot it specifically with the Wunderwaffe. This will cause it to begin sucking up the red parasite up into it, so you'll see it fly up, and then it will cause the fan to start misting red smoke. The blood, the essence of it, and this has now infected the entirety of Colton Hall's ventilation system, because if you now come outside, you can see that there is red smoke coming from all of the chimneys, which is quite a cool sight. Now you need to get a chopper gunner kill streak, either lucky through the mystery box or buy one from a crafting table, and you now need to enter the chopper gunner, and you need to shoot every single one of these red chimneys, which shoots off flares or fireworks into the sky. So just keep shooting them, taking them all out, and if you are successful and manage to shoot all of the chimneys open and lit off all of the flares, you'll get an indication noise that you are done with this. After which, when you spawn back on the map, fog will begin rolling in, encapsulating the entirety of the map, and purple dark ether crystals will spawn all over the map too that you can get loot from by breaking open. However, they will give worthwhile rewards this time instead of just armor, salvage, equipment, etc., which is pretty much all you got before, making it completely pointless. So there'll be a bunch of crystals, and basically the fog will not last forever. It will only be here for a certain amount of time before it rolls back out, about a minute or so on the map, and you need to try and crack as many crystals as you can to get the ultimate rewards, because if you are successful, the 8th crystal will grant you a blue ether tool and a Pack-a-Punch tier 1 crystal. The 16th crystal will grant you a purple ether tool and a Pack-a-Punch tier 2 crystal. The 24th crystal will give you an orange ether tool and a Pack-a-Punch tier 3 crystal. Now, this Easter egg is still quite lengthy to do, and these rewards are definitely worth it now, as you can do this in about a medium amount of rounds, between 10 and 20. It's mainly the Wunderwaffe that makes it so you take a while. Now, with the Gobblegum changes that they recently made, so it only has a 5-second cooldown, which is absolutely ridiculous, you could do this on a much lower round now, but if you're using Gobblegums, you would be pretty much set up anyways, just spamming through them. But I hope this creates a trend for Treyarch where they continuously carry on updating Easter eggs when the rewards are poorly received, because it surely isn't that big of a task to code in better rewards when the community is just not satisfied. There are so many Easter eggs like this and many more in the past that are just so tedious and arduous to do, and then you do it and then it just doesn't even give anything. So all of the side Easter eggs, it's very important that they all have decent rewards, and the community's been showing very good reception to Treyarch making this one a lot better, so I'm hoping they follow that on board with future Easter eggs. If they do make the mistake of poor rewards in the future, they can always fix that with a patch just as easily as they have done here. It gives you a reason to go back to old maps as well and try them again. Even adding additional Easter eggs post-launch I think would help mix things up a bit. And the dialogue you get whilst doing this references Jason Blundell's infamous quote directly.
That's the one. The fog rolled in so quickly. I fear we may have been lost to some kind of Appalachian devil's triangle. It's more than a little fog to throw me off the very game I had been making.
And if you didn't know about the fog rolling in quote, it derived from transit. Obviously, people hated the fog and they hated venturing into the fog and getting attacked by denizens. And then Blundell brought up the quote offhandedly in the Origins trailer. And I think this is referencing the denizens because the vermin babies look very similar to the denizens. So they're probably related to the Dark Ether evolutionary process. Obviously, the denizens were human-made, but nevertheless, it's all the same, really. Tampering with the ether. And this only lasts for about a minute or so on the map, and then the fog disappears. This is the sleepwalking Easter egg, where you can get a bunch of loot from this as well, and a piece of intel, such as ammo mods, equipment, salvage, essence, score streaks, and you can also get the monstrous proposal piece of intel. So in order to do this, the first thing you need to do is you need to progress onto round 11. You cannot do it any earlier than this. Once you are on round 11, head to the study and interact with this grandfather clock. And you can only do this on round 11 specifically, and you now need to progress to round 12, and you must be lying inside of Richtofen's bed as the round is transitioning. So be here ahead of time. I guess you can survive the whole round in the bed if you want, but come and lie down in the bed, and as the round changes from 11 to 12, a little bit into the start of the round, the screen will then fade to black after you've been sat here for a little bit, and then you'll come back into the game. You're fallen asleep. Maya gives a line here saying, whose bed is this? It is Richtofen's bed, because obviously it's the director's quarters from the Liberty Falls intro cutscene. cutscene, and the game will then give you a path that you need to follow. Now, you must crouch walk as you are doing this. You shouldn't run at all, and you just need to walk slowly, as there's going to be all of these zombies that are asleep that you essentially just need to traverse through carefully without waking them up. So don't bump into them, don't disturb them. There's footprints on the ground guiding you where you need to go, and all of the zombies' eyes will be purple. And right at the end of the path, there is a chest here. However, you won't be able to open it as it is locked, and in order to gain access to it, you just need to look through all of the zombies that you have come through, as all of them but one just have white Z's coming out of their heads. But there's going to be one that's different, and instead, one zombie is going to have different colored Z's coming out of their head instead of just the regular white ones. So you know this is the one to target. So for example, in this game, I found it within the study, an armored zombie right here. And once you've managed to locate this zombie, there are two ways to get the loot. However, one way gives you much better loot, which is to simply come up to the zombie and you can grab the key from it without disturbing it. And then if you come back to the loot crate, it'll be a larger loot crate and you can get all of your goods. However, the other way is you can just kill the zombie and steal the key from it, and then the loot crate shrinks and it's smaller and your loot won't be as good. So that's definitely not the recommended thing to do. And this is a reference to 10, 11, 12, the intel from Sam describing the day Weaver and her contributed to Richtofen's family's deaths. Most likely Richtofen was lying in bed during these hours, the time the hit happened. He woke up in time though to fight off Weaver, but his family were in another room upstairs probably, and ended up getting burnt in the crossfire. Hopefully this guide has been useful. I'll see you with plenty more guides to come. We now have the free random perk Easter egg, and this is something that you do during the main quest, which I'll show you how to do later in this video. And once you get up to the bell step, when you've managed to locate it in this room, you simply need to ring it a total of 115 times. Yes, that's right, you need to spam it a lot, but if you ring it 115 times, a free perk will spawn in for you. But I'm sure most of you have probably attempted the quest already at this point. So yeah, just a short little Easter egg, something you can do to help you out during your main quest run. This is how you get the free Wonder Wharf on Shattered Vale. We will be retrieving the one that was taken by Sam's Mist from Richthofen in the intro cutscene of Liberty Falls. And you can have this in addition to the Mark II, and many people in your game can have the Wonder Wharf as well, separately from the mystery box. No, this takes quite a while to do, so honestly, it's not that recommended, and it's basically for doing the main quest. Now, the first thing you need to do is you need to get the Ray Gun Mark II either via the free side quest or from the mystery box. If you don't know how to get it for free, there's a link in the description and on screen. And you need to do one of the Ray Gun Mark II variant upgrades. You then have to complete the associated ritual to said Mark II variant that you've chosen within the main quest. Like I said, this is basically to help you out during the main quest, something to do as a side thing along the way. You essentially need to get up to the point where Richthofen first contacts you on the TAC comms. You need to see that prompt to know you can then proceed with the quest. In this case, I have the blue Mark IIW Wraithfire, so do the ritual in the Liminal Distillery. Once you've done that and you've heard from Richthofen, you can then head all the way through the mansion as the gameplay in the background is showing and come over to the nursery. And if you now look under the bed, there's going to be some purple smoke that has spawned in. It won't be there until you've done one of the Mark II variant rituals. So just shoot the smoking clothes and the purple smoke will rise up, and it will then disappear and you need to track it down. So from here, once again, follow where the gameplay in the background is showing, head out into the west hallways into the director's quarters, make your way past the west balcony into the bottlery, come over to the rear patio and come into the room where Elemental Pop is, as you can see from the TAC map on screen. And there's a table here with some chairs, and there's now a book glowing purple on the right one, and if you shoot it, the book will then rise up in this big purple cloud with a bunch of items floating and orbiting it. And essentially you need to shoot all of the debris flying around the book, not the book itself. Like some people have been saying, the easiest way to do this is you can use a War Machine score streak, or if you use the Pack-a-Punch GS45 pistols, basically explosive rounds are phenomenal for this, because then you don't need to shoot the direct spots, because obviously the hit markers are constantly moving and you can just take them all out very easily. As you can see, it's a bit of a struggle using the Mark II like the gameplay in the background is showing. I'm not sure what the these items are that are floating around, they kind of look like vinyl discs, and you only have a limited amount of time to destroy them all successfully, so be wary of that. If you are unsuccessful and you take too long to do it, you just need to progress onto the next round and it will respawn in once again. The same with the following steps that I'm about to show you. Destroy all of them, and after that's done, the smoke will disappear and you can go on to the next step. So come over to the garden pond this time, and on top of these rocks to the right of the burning tree that's mantled down, there's going to be some purple smoke once again that you need to shoot. Once again, the book will rise up and you need to shoot all of the debris that is floating around and orbiting around it. Once again, explosives are the way to go. War Machine, GS-45, Pack-a-Punch, whatever the case may be. You just need to keep shooting them all as it's moving about. Any weapon can be done for this, but like I say, definitely explosives are the easiest. It's a bit of a struggle using, for example, an assault rifle like the gameplay in the background is showing. But just keep track of it. Obviously, with all of these, it's the easiest to do at the end of a round, but once you've managed to successfully shoot all of the debris floating around it, the mist will then disappear and you can go on to the next location. Again, just progress to the next round and it will respawn if you need to do it again. Now come over to the Grand Foyer, where you can see on the tac map on screen, and you can see the purple glowing book here once again. So shoot it. Once again, there'll be this purple portal with a bunch of floating debris around it once again, so try and take all of them out as it's whisking around the place. It'll be consistently moving, so just try your best to take out the debris as best as you can. War Machine makes it so easy, like you can see here. You can just literally shoot the ground and it just takes them all out. It speeds things up so much. It becomes an absolute walk in the park. But yeah, once you manage to successfully do all of that, once again the purple mist will disappear, it will go underground, and now you are finally ready to get the Wunderwaffe, because you need to head over to the elevator. So come through to the banquet hall, go down the elevator. Obviously this is the last place we saw in the Liberty Falls intro where the Wunderwaffe was, and you'll now see the purple smoke here, and you need to just shoot it and then it will drop the free Wunderwaffe for you. So yeah, I guess Sam has been messing about with the Wunderwaffe, playing around with it all of this time. It's great fun using this. Obviously probably the Mark IIs are better for this map, but you should have some fun with this. Hopefully we do get a new wonder weapon on Janus Towers though. We have a Peter Pan / Pied Piper Easter egg on Shattered Vale. Outside of the mansion you can come up to this statue which depicts a log of a little boy with their flute, and a bunch of animals such as rabbits, squirrels and mice, as well as even fairies are coming up, and you can hear the flute play when you come up to it. Now, we're not sure if this is part of a bigger Easter egg that actually has steps, or if it's just a storyline lore thing. We know that the mound has magical importance. It could just not be evil, it could be all sorts of magic, even this friendly kind. But it's very much reminiscent of the Easter egg that we also had in Modern Warfare 2019, where you could play the flute to a bunch of rats, like the Pied Piper, and get them to follow you, which is very similar to the Cheese Rats Easter egg that we also had on Citadelle Daymore, so I wonder if there is any more to this. Today I will be showing you guys a cool new Easter egg on the brand new map Cheshire Park. This is actually a Pied Piper Easter egg. Obviously the Pied Piper was a rat catcher hired to lure rats away from a town with his magic pipe, based off of an old German legend. So in order to do this Easter egg, it's pretty simple, but it might take a bit of time, because all around the map there are going to be a total of 5 different mouse traps that will actually spawn in. Only one will spawn in on the map at a time, and I believe these are completely random. They can be anywhere on the map, so unfortunately there is not a complete locations list just yet, but you will be seeing a few of them in the background, and you simply need to shoot all 5 of them. Like I just said, once you shoot one, the next one will spawn in, then once you shoot one, the next one will spawn in, etc, etc. So you're just going to have to look around the map until you have gotten all of them. However, once you've managed to shoot the 5th and final mousetrap, it will spawn in a piece of cheese that you can press square X or F on to pick up. You then need to find a cheese wheel that can spawn in multiple locations on the map. Once you have managed to locate the cheese wheel, you can press square X or F on that. Finally, once you are done, you want to go over to the statue of the Pied Piper in the center of the map to place the offering, and then this following sequence will begin. Enjoy. Penultimately, I'm now going to show you how to do the full main quest. Now, obviously, first of all, you need to repair the elevator and get down to the SAM room that the game literally guides you towards, and you also need to upgrade all of the Raygun Mark II variants that I showed you earlier on in this video. From here, you can then progress with the main quest. If you successfully manage to beat it, you get this awesome Carver skin called PH Deadly, which is the Pentagon Thief, a double tap machine charm, a Shattered Veil completion calling card, as well as the early completion calling card if you beat it before Season 3 Reloaded when the directed version releases. You also get 5,000 XP as always. And similarly, like always, if you need any help with friends to play with, drop your Activision IDs in the comments below, and hopefully you can find some friends to grind together. With that being said, let's jump into it. I'm going to show you absolutely everything to be best prepared to conquer this quest. A detailed, hopefully foolproof guide, from setup to boss fight. First up, let's start with your recommended class setup to try and make things as smooth as possible. Of course, you can use your favorites at your own discretion. I would recommend as the primary weapon having the GS45 pistol. It's lightweight, packs a punch when upgraded, and shines in this quest. Ether Shroud is of course great, especially if you're on solo, a lifesaver for escaping tight spots. Now of course, luckily you can change your field upgrade mid-game, especially if you're playing solo, so you can do this, and when it's required in the Easter egg, you could switch to that and switch back to whichever one you would desire. But honestly, Ether Shroud is just the GOAT, especially for solo play, and it is a key requirement for some steps, so bear that in mind if you are playing solo. For tacticals, I would recommend bringing decoys to distract zombies or stim shots for quick healing. Both work great, it's dependent on your playstyle. For lethals, I would recommend the combat axe, as it's once again critical for some specific steps that I'll detail later, but if you would rather have something else, Semtexes are probably best. For gobblegums in solo, I would recommend Killjoy to boost damage against specials, shields up for extra armor durability, Power Keg to juice your explosives, and Idolize to revive yourself if you go down. Huge for solo runs. For your fifth gum, I would recommend Wonder Bar to roll the dice for an early Mark II from the mystery box, or Perkaholic, which obviously would be great, especially to prepare yourself for the boss fight if you are worried about survival. In cooperative, every player is recommended to have Phoenix up, of course, so you can revive down teammates instantly, and they keep their perks. And lastly, before we jump in, let's talk augments. For stamina up, I would recommend equipping Dasher to sprint faster, and Hotfoot to recover stamina quicker and keep you mobile. I would recommend having Dying Wish for quick revive, giving you a berserk mode to fight back when down instead of bleeding out, Probiotic for Juggernog to heal faster and harden plates for tougher armor, Vital for tanking hits. I would recommend Classic Formula for Speed Cola to reload faster, especially if you do choose to have the GS45 so you can keep that firing consistently. I would recommend having Doctor for PhD Flopper to reduce explosive damage, and Tribiologist to slide further, great for dodging the horns, and especially great for weaving in the rituals and the boss fight. Double Tap is of course back finally with this map, and it's perfect pairing with Double Standard for higher fire rate, and Double Time to extend the effect. More bullets, more damage. Brain Rot's perfect with extension to make the zombies turn for longer, key for a later step which I'll come on to. Put extra charge for Ether Shroud, more uses per game, that's going to be very useful. If you are playing in a cooperative, definitely have Group Shroud to cloak your whole team. In solo, your second augment could be anything, it's not a big deal, choose what you like best. So with all of the setup out of the way, when you jump into the game, obviously the first thing you need to do is you need to go ahead and get yourself the Pack-a-Punch open. The game guides you towards it, repairing the elevator and getting down to the SAM AI in the mainframe room. However, if for any reason you still struggle with this, I do have a guide in this video's description, although if you're struggling with that, I highly doubt you're probably going to proceed with the rest. Once you've unlocked the SAM room and Pack-a-Punch, you now need to get a Raygun Mark II, and you can get this by random luck in the mystery box, whether you get lucky or using Wonder Bar, or you can get it via the free Raygun side quest. Now that you've gotten yourself a Raygun Mark II, you now need to upgrade the 3 different variants for it. This is a requirement to do all of them, regardless of whether you are playing on solo or in a multiplayer game. So with each upgraded Raygun Mark II variant, there is a ritual that requires you to have each of the upgraded weapons in hand. So this is fine if you're in a multiplayer game, because of course one player can just keep each of them, but if you're in a solo game, these rituals I'm about to show you tied to the Raygun Mark II variant, you should probably handle one at a time. Don't swap out your variant until the ritual is completed. Every single variant is needed to change the Sentinel artifact. The Raygun Mark II upgrades are pretty much the entirety of the main quest. The other half is each of the associated rituals for each of them. So there are 3 different rituals tied to each of the Raygun Mark II variants, excluding the base one. And you need to do each of these rituals with that variant in hand, so bear that in in mind, as each variant is needed to charge the Sentinel artifact with prima materia. So first of all, we have the Mark II W, aka the Wraithfire Ritual. Grab the W from the supply depot, zipline to the banquet hall, enter the fancy dining room near the elevator shaft. Here, you now need to find a sconce, which is a small lamp inside a wooden box below and left of the deer heads on the wall near the gobblegum machine. Interact to pick it up. Then head to the Grand Foyer's lower level, a massive open area with stairs, and find a wall next to Juggernog. There's a sconce mounted and an empty slot. Place yours in it. You will then have to complete 3 waves of Simon Says, which, if you are an avid Zombies fan, you are very familiar with Simon Says. Sconces light up in a sequence and you need to watch them carefully, then interact with them in that order, matching it. For example, if you have left, right, left, you then need to hit the left, then right, then left when it's up. If you mess it up, it resets, taking around 10 to 15 seconds per wave. After repeating this 3 times, the wall slides open up, revealing a distillery room with a painting and a server computer on the left. With the Raygun Mark II W equipped, interact with the server. Then kill 5 to 10 zombies nearby with its fiery blast. The painting will vanish, showing a blue portal opening up. This is your first liminal space. Although you can do these in any particular order, you don't need to match how I'm doing them in the video, but like I said, there's 3 rituals you have to do. Once you've opened up this rift, step through to a past version of the room, the liminal space. A ghostly figure will be here who wants a drink at the bar. So then head to the study near the library, the bug-filled room of the Grand Foyer, and you need to find a small bell in one of 8 spots. And in the gameplay in the background, I'll be showing you all of the spots for where you can find a bell. So one is just by this toppled chair in the study right here. Another one could be right below this curtain, below the TVs. Another one could be in this cabinet for the fine plates. Another one could be in this smashed window right here. Another one could be in this other smashed window right here, as you can see. Then if we come back through the study, another one could be right here again in this smashed window, and you can see on the tac map where I am on screen. There might be some other missing locations, but it's all in this close vicinity, so you should be able to find it. Once you have managed to successfully find it, head to the upper level of the Grand Foyer, where you can find the bar in the corner. Interact with the bar, which will place the bell down and allow you to ring it. And obviously, like I explained earlier in this video, you can ring this bell 115 times to get a free perk from this, which is really useful to help you in your run, if you or your friends don't already have them all. After you've done this, you must now have the Brain Rot ammo mod on your weapon, so you need to apply it if you don't already. At the time of writing this, there is a glitch where if you are using the pheromone augment for Brain Rot, it will not allow you to complete this step. It might be changed by the time you are watching. I'm not sure if it has been patched already. You must then shoot a zombie with Brain Rot near the bar, and then ring the bell as you do so. The zombie will serve you the ritual item. You can now head through the blue portal and find the stone pedestal to place the ritual item on. This will spawn a high value target which has a shield, making him immune to damage. This shield, which you must destroy to make him vulnerable to damage, can only be destroyed with the Mark II W, the Wraithfire variant, which is why it's required. So once you have killed him, you can then interact with the partially powered up Sentinel artifact on the pedestal. The ritual is now complete and is partially filled with some prima materia. Moving along, for the R variant's ritual, you obviously need to craft the R at spawn, and then head to the library and interact with the server on the left of the painting. With the R Mark II in hand, interact with the server on the left side of the painting. This will activate the painting, again opening up another liminal space. You must now use your Mark II R to kill zombies nearby, 5 to 10 zombies nearby with its toxic shots. After killing enough, the painting will disappear, revealing a yellow portal to a past version of the same room, once again with a spirit you must fulfill the quest of. Now you must have Ether Shroud, and you need to activate it here to find 3 glowing items, or just wait until after it ends to see these 3 glowing blue items, which are an ID badge in an unlit fireplace, check underneath the east foyer under the stairs, the banquet hall near the tables, or the study by the books. You also need to find an audio log on a couch by the yellow portal, or a desk next to the overlook bar. bar. And you need to find a ledger on a desk in the study near the fireplace or East Foyer by the fax machine. Collecting all three takes some running. In the past library, spot 3 white books on a shelf with symbols and note their positions. Back in the real library, find those books, they are interactable. Brute force the order, try sequences, e.g. left, middle, right, right, left, middle, until each slides out slightly. No penalty, just keep going. It takes probably 5 or 10 tries. There's probably a better way to do this, but this is the run now. Once you have knocked all 3 out, the bookshelf swings open and grab the secret documents inside, a stack of papers. You now need to be quite prepared, so probably have Juggernog, Speedcaller, etc. and Deadshot Daiquiri will really help for aim assist here. Place the documents on the yellow room's pedestal and an amalgam will spawn in, a hulking zombie with a yellow shield. Use the Mark II-R to break it, which requires about 15 to 20 shots. Train it around the room, run a loop from the pedestal to corners, keeping a distance. Headshots drop glass clouds, which is why Deadshot's so necessary, extra damage if it walks through. Hitting its head or body takes about 50 to 60 shots in total. Once you manage to successfully kill it, grab the Sentinel artifacts from the pedestal, and there you have your second ritual completed. Now for the Mark II-P ritual, Preservation. Obviously you need to grab the P from the director's quarters, go to the banquet hall near the elevator, a long table room, and find a painting with a server on its left side. Equip the Mark II-P. Interact and kill 5 to 10 zombies nearby with its shotgun blast. The painting opens up a purple portal. Step through and grab the ritual elixir, a red bottle, on the table's center. You now need to find 3 chalices. One in the bottlery near the P workbench, a small room with barrels, on a table. One can be found on a bench in the garden pond at the overlook, on the upper level of the Grand Foyer by the bar. Another one can be found above the mansion's front door, on the Grand Foyer's second floor near the spawn bridge. Look up and you'll find it here on this ledge. You need to interact with each to pour the elixir, which will spawn in an Elder Disciple. An epic fight, much harder than Disciples of the past. Again, very recommended to aim down sight, so you probably should have Deadshot. With headshots, it takes about 10 to 15 shots from the Mark II-P each, but of course you are going to have to deal with 3 of them, 1 per item. Once you have successfully managed to kill all 3, you now need to return to the past banquet hall via the purple portal. At the far end, there are 3 paintings, left, middle, and right, and these show numbers in the real world. Check them out and take note of them. There are 3 double-digit codes, which for example could be 12, 34, 56. You need to write them from left to right. So write it down or try and remember them or have a friend remember it for you, after which near-death perception you need to find a safe on the floor and input the code that you received. XXYYZZ, whatever it is for you. It clicks open, revealing an antler carving. Pick it up, place it on the purple room's pedestal, and an Elder Disciple will spawn with a shield. Shoot the shield off with the Mark II-P, which will take about 15 to 20 shots once again. Train on the floor, circling the room, climb the table, aim for its head, which will be about 10 shots, and you just need to keep repeating that until it's dead. After done, grab the Sentinel artifact and your third ritual will be done. You are finally ready to enter the infamous boss fight. Take your time here, don't rush and go in. If you or any of your teammates, if you're playing in a multiplayer game, are not ready, wait it out, as this Z-Rex fight is extremely tough. Yes, that's right, we are finally fighting a dinosaur in zombies, something the community has been asking for so long, and this is one of the most epic fights we've ever received, and you need to prepare meticulously. Definitely have Juggernog, Double Tap, Speedcaller, Stamina Up, PhD, Quick Revive, and Deadshot. If you need to leave the other perks out, by all means, but these ones are a must. I would definitely recommend having the Mark II-W and Pack-a-Punching it to tier 3. This is going to be extremely useful, and this is by far the best Mark II variant, and I would recommend also having, as he said at the start of this video, the GS45, and I would recommend getting it to Pack-a-Punch tier 2 at least. For Gobblegums, I would recommend for the fight, Idolize, Power Keg, Shields Up, or Killjoy, and Cooperative, obviously Phoenix Up. Again, I said similar at the start of this video, but now we're here in the fight, I'm sure some skip that. I would also definitely recommend having Casimir grenades. They're going to be really useful in clearing out a lot of the zombies, and to get them them from the crafting table if you don't have them already. If you haven't unlocked them yet, which I assume you probably would considering you're watching this video, then Semtexes or C4s are probably good for your lethal. I would also really recommend bringing a chopper gunner into this fight. This is going to be really useful for clearing and also attacking the Z-Rex. If you get it lucky from a box, save it, as it's better to save your salvage instead of spending it on that. I would also recommend stocking about 15 to 20,000 points for ammo crates to buy during the fight to help you out. Once you feel ready and prepared and confident, you now need to head into the SAM room and you can place the fully charged Sentinel artifact. A bright orb will appear on either computer console or in front of Sam, and you will then get the first of 2 cutscenes. This one is awesome, so definitely enjoy it. I'm not going to spoil it here if you want to do it for your first time, but obviously I can't do this guide without spoiling the boss fight, which, like I said, is the epic Z-Rex, which comes to life in that cutscene due to the residual energy. Now in the fight itself, Richtofen is above you on the cliff face, and he'll be helping sniping zombies, dropping armor plates and ammo occasionally. So watch out for these green boxes for him helping you out. Now I'm so glad that Richtofen is back. I'm hoping this is sort of an indication he could even be playable on Janus Towers, the next map. I'm really hoping. In terms of the boss fight itself, there are 4 different phases, and it's a must to be shooting the Z-Rex's eyes with the Mark II-W for double damage. This is the best way you'll get his health down, and the biggest tip is when he eats normal zombies, they dangle as toxic zombies in his ribs, and if you shoot them and blast them with the Mark II, it'll inflict massive damage, stopping his vomit attack, keeping the area clear. So in phase 1, he will be jumping at you, so you need to watch him rear back and just be sliding left or right with PhD continuously. Your movement is really crucial here, and having your PhD augments upgraded. Avoid his 1-down hit, which is survivable if you are only clipped, which is why weaving is so recommended. But yes, it can 1-hit down you, so watch out for its stomp. It will also spew out gas, yellow circles that form. If you are trapped, sprint out or die in seconds. Like I said before, he can also eat zombies, and his yellow stomach bubbles will appear. Shoot them until they fade, which takes about 10 to 12 shots. Now throughout phase 1, just be turning him around, taking your time, being cautious, run a wide circle around the arena's edge, and just be trying to hit his eyes and stomach as much as possible, whilst keeping track of your ammunition, restocking at the ammo crate regularly near the center, the green box. He will jump out after a quarter health, spewing gas, and shoot him briefly before he then becomes immune, and zombies will spawn in for 45 seconds, which you need to just survive before transitioning into phase 2, which is basically the same moves, however, he just becomes a lot faster. Once again, try and target his eyes and his rare stomach critical hits. He will roar green and jump out, then we transition into phase 3, where he becomes the most aggressive yet, and will spawn in a load of toxic zombies, and his eyes and stomach critical hits are ready more often. His stomach cools down slightly, but just keep a massive distance throughout this. Pop Idolize or Ether Shroud if cornered, and like I said, you should bring your chopper gunner into the fight, and I would recommend saving it for phase 4, so don't use it yet unless you are desperate, because once you manage to make your way to phase 4, it's going to be relentless, as there's going to be toxic pools of acid everywhere, slowing and damaging you. But just try and play it normal, play it calm, just train and shoot the zombies, know your arena, know your space, be using those PhD slides in all directions, omni movement to your advantage. That's going to be really crucial in avoiding his attacks and staying away from him because he's so aggressive and so quick. But once you've managed to train and shoot, then use the chopper gunner, finally activate it, and aim the reticle at the Z-Rex, spraying him down. If he is not dead after this, if he survives, pop Ether Shroud for invisibility, Idolize to self-revive, or keep running if you get stuck. Once again, just continuously be trying to aim for his eyes. Now he can also do an attack where he will flick you up above his mouth and he can eat you. Really watch out for that. And as a side note, there is a cool side Easter egg associated with this boss fight where you can actually ride the Z-Rex. When he flicks you up behind, you just need to press square X or F, the interact button, as you are above, and you will start riding him, and he will run around with you. However, if you start meleeing the Z-Rex, it will then kick you off. This is probably the best way if you want to do a melee-only strat, and is a really cool feature of the fight, but it's not particularly useful in trying to take it out easier. I guess if you end up in this situation of low health, just try and interact, because you'll be safe for a second, potentially. But that's really, really cool. But yeah, if you manage to successfully kill it, it will then crumble back down to his fossil skeletal state. You'll get the tooth as a piece of intel, and like all the previous maps, the game will then give you a choice whether you want to exit or continue playing. If you continue playing, you'll spawn back in and there'll be a bunch of ether crystals, ether tools, legendary, fully pack-a-punched weapons, and you'll get all of the perks. You'll be ready to keep on playing. Lots and lots of fun. And if you've managed to complete the main quest and you still want an additional challenge, if you actually do the full Easter egg and get up to the last step before round 100, and you need to surpass round 100 for this, you need to survive round 100, you can then initiate the boss fight by giving the Sentinel artifact to Sam, and this will be a much, much harder boss fight. From round 101 onwards, you'll get this super hard version of it. Now, unfortunately, there's no exclusive rewards you can obtain for doing it, so it's just a personal challenge, but if you're up for it, this is something you can do. As after the first phase, the Z-Rex will then enrage, and you'll hear the scream, tear them to pieces like a special round, and the arena will then go green, and it will get much harder. It will always be on rampage mode. It will be moving a lot quicker. I don't think it has more health, but it's a lot more aggressive, always keeping you on your toes. So this is a really cool challenge if you want to do this. Of course, there were rumors all the way back in the day about around 100 Hitler boss fight on Kino de Toten, which is wild. And Treyarch have finally added something like this in the game, and this was all put in by Andrew Hoyt, who coded this whole boss fight, and this is such a cool feature. I really hope that Treyarch do more stuff like this. Unfortunately, you don't get any special reward for completing this hardcore version of the boss fight, but it's just a really good challenge, and maybe Treyarch, seeing the good reception from this one, can do some more in the future and hopefully add some rewards for them as well. It would have been a good opportunity for a Dark Ops, for example. Hopefully this guide has helped. Lots of Easter eggs here, and of course, like always, let me know if you have any leads on any new side quests, or if you think there's anything more to be found. But this seems to be all of them for now. If for some reason you've watched this whole video, you're an absolute mad one. Bye.